The New Housing Question. Chapter 3. Tahrir, Taksim, Tempelhof. From Parallel Society to Parallel State. Berlin is not a metropolis. Berlin is the urbanized province. A huge village with far too many inhabitants that combines the stubborn practicality of the big city with the brutal warmth of rural tribal communities. Although everyone here has enough space to run around, you meet the very people you actually want to avoid, whether on TV, in a shared flat, or in the playground. If you are alone in Berlin, you feel depressed and lost instead of liberated from the constraints of the collective. Anyone who mingles with people in Berlin becomes a misanthrope. The bourgeois species that populates this city is only partially individualized. They organize themselves into hordes according to the principle of land appropriation and call their respective settlement area their keys. In Berlin's keys, careless urbanity and autochthonous dullness come together like nowhere else in the world. People from Kreuzberg or Neukölln are more likely to leave the continent than their own district. Here they have their scene, here they have their friends, and here beats their heart, which, unlike their mind, they are reluctant to lose and never leave at the check room. Anyone who reminds them that their apartment could be nicer, their lives happier, and the world a freer place, they think is an agent of gentrification. Removing the broken glass outside their door or the vomit in their hallway is seen as authoritarian interference. As long as they are not roaring moodily at their fellow human beings, hugging them without being asked or nagging them without warning, they send their dogs and children to make physical contact with innocent passersby. Heart with a snout means, we are shameless and proud of it. We do not tolerate any civilized effect within our city limits. If we don't like it, we'll put them away. If we love them, we'll kill them. We are pragmatists. Delicacy is alien to us. The shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, and we are straightforward. Berlin is tolerant. Here we love the punks because they are so beautifully all, the bums because they are so beautifully poor, and the foreign ethnicities because they are so beautifully colorful. Here, everyone can be who they are and no one can be who they want to be. Here, everyone can vegetate as the only specimen of their own species. In their variously segregated milieus, people bum away like the fruit on the kitchen table in their shared flat and are convinced that they will always stay fresh. They separate their garbage as routinely as their circles of friends. They regard strangers as their best buddies and can treat their loved ones like strangers from one day to the next. In summer, the noise of stupidity hovers as a haze over the city, which sweats out fun and frustration like alcohol on a hangover morning. 5-day bearded young men who roam the streets bare-chested and celebrate Father's Day, even though they have no children, are considered likable representatives of their gender. Mothers transport their ecologically correct offspring around like household goods on bicycle trailers. The youth is a collective of prematurely aged people who trim their babies into baby faces and bury grandpa and grandma in the multi-generational house. Their epitaph is, "Berlin remains Berlin." Berlin only changes in order to remain true to its narrow-mindedness. The professional freaks move from Kreuzberg to Friedrichshain and from Friedrichshain to Nordneukölln, where there are hardly any people over 30 on the street. Because you meet everyone at some point and lose everyone at some point, you have long since forgotten how to say goodbye. And they celebrate their own inability to mourn as openness to the world. If you walked through Berlin-Neukölln in 2014, you could be sure that sooner or later you would come across one of the signature collectors campaigning under the logo 100% Tempelhofer Feld, written in yellow on a green circle, for a referendum against the Senate's plans to build on the edge of the former airport site, and were successful with 185,211 valid signatures. Get involved, urged the various brochures and pages on the website of the campaign office based in Schiller Promenade. We must not leave the fate of our city to politicians alone. As if in close contact with Istanbul and Cairo squatters, it was declared to be the fate of the German capital to preserve Tempelhofer Feld as it is. Under the spell of the self-evident, the apologists of the existing were mumbling the rhetorical question everywhere in a lowered voice as to whether they had already signed. Of course they had already signed, hadn't they? The actual state of this place, which the city itself officially glorifies as Tempelhofer Freiheit, is quickly described to outsiders. It is a 300-hectare area between the districts of Neukölln, Kreuzberg, and Tempelhof, a gravel clearing lined by the S-Bahn and highway, completely fenced in, covered with now crumbling asphalt, on which, apart from a protected zone where the ground-nesting skylark breeds between April 1st and July 31st, there would be nothing, but really nothing at all, to discover or do. The sweeping view of the expanse, which is in fact unobstructed by any tree canopy or elevation, falls on architectural ugliness such as the Schonberg gasometer, Spears Airport Building, and the minarets of the Neukölln Sahitlik Mosque. The former runways are used by sports maniacs in a way that is not safe for walkers, who are therefore few and far between. The 100% shade-free meadows are divided into the obligatory zones for dogs, picnickers, and barbecuers. Since the airport was shut down, self-organized guerrilla gardening groups have also been busy setting up flower and vegetable patch settlements, which only differ in appearance from the otherwise hated allotment garden and summerhouse settlements by the way the flags are hoisted and by the fact that the creative conversion of old shoes into flower pots is declared to be art. In short, Tempelhofer Freiheit is a beautiful steppe landscape where some people flee to the good old world of ecologically correct subsistence mismanagement, while others believe they can immunize themselves against time and their own physical decay on a racing bike or longboard, which seems to create just the right atmosphere for others to eat home-grilled sausages in the midst of such a crowd. The Tempelhofer Feld, as its grassroots democratic defenders would like it to be, thus proves to be the embodiment of what open space policy has always striven for: a flat wasteland, devoid of all urbanity and all memory of still unfrozen nature, with at best only circumscribed reserves for idle walkers and ground-nesting skylarks. It is symptomatic that the field being mobilized to protect is not even a field, i.e. cultivated agricultural nature, as used to be common in Berlin's outer districts, but an airport field, a dead area about 40% asphalted as a result of traffic development in the city. Neither a varied urban space nor a new, as it used to be called, green lung in the middle of the big city is desired, but a wasteland that is literally good for nothing, which henceforth, as an urban landscape that has become a testimony to the bad sublation of the contrast between civilization and wilderness, preserves of both only the inhospitality consumed as lived civil freedom, where skylarks, vegetable patches, and leftover picnic garbage coexist peacefully under the summer barbecue bell. The transition between plant fertilizer, human and animal feces is fluid, and the skater scene turns a weekend outing into an entertainment experience. The big city has been transformed into the kind of civilized steppe that can be found elsewhere in the outlying banlieues, slums, and satellite towns, where urban life has long since become the kind of desert of life that is also growing in this country and which in Berlin, as always, knows how to advertise itself with the charm of colorful precarity. The fact that the democratically elected Berlin Senate simply wants to make use of its right to intervene in urban development, i.e. to shape the city instead of letting it become its own opposite, by planning to build apartments and a central state library on 1/5 of the Tempelhofer Feld at its edges and create a park in the rest, is seen by the citizens' initiative concerned with the fate of our city as a policy without the genuine participation of Berliners. Only direct democracy can help against this. Quote, the Citizens' Initiative 100% Tempelhofer Feld met for the first time in September 2011 at Café Engels. The initiator was the journalist Lothar Koster. The aim was defined as preserving Tempelhofer Feld in its current character in the long term and protecting it from any development. Since there was no broad support for this goal from the House of Representatives, the initiative decided to take the path of direct democracy for a referendum to preserve Tempelhofer Feld. End of quote. A selection of both successful and failed referendums in Berlin in recent years may illustrate the fact that referendums usually express less a rational insight into what is right and what is necessary for its establishment than a desire to be driven by internal and genuine desires. No more secret contracts. We Berliners want our water back. Successful. Daycare children plus education from the start equals a win for Berlin. Accepted by the Senate before the deadline. More democracy in voting. Failed. Save the Berlin S-Bahn. Declared inadmissible. New energy for Berlin. Democratic. Ecological. Social. Failed. Or Stop K21, an alliance against the reconstruction of Castanianallee in Prenzlauer Berg, which unceremoniously tore itself apart over its stance on new cycle paths and sidewalks, among other things. In the case of Tempelhof, however, the people first had to be painstakingly persuaded of their desire because it was by no means self-imposed here, nor could it have been from the outset. As far as housing construction projects were concerned, a majority of Berliners had recently spoken out in favor of new apartments in the city center. After all, there could not be another opportunity in the foreseeable future to create so many new apartments in such a central location. The one or other Steppenretter was also just at the measly demonstration students for affordable housing in Berlin, which was supposed to be the crowning glory of a week of action, attended by 200 people, which is probably a negative record even by Berlin standards. Spontaneous reflexes against libraries and professionally designed parks could not be relied on by the Berlin population to bring them into line against the hated Senate. This required completely different weapons. As a result, the obvious wasteland, especially in comparison with the almost adjacent Hasenheide, mutated into one of Berlin's green jewels. Unique landscape and natural space, which, there is no way around it, should not be changed simply because of climate change. Asphalted, sealed, and concreted areas heat up during the summer days and store the heat. This leads to heat collapse. An open space like Tempelhofer Feld serves as a kind of refrigerator here. Since Tempelhofer Feld can supposedly only make an enormous contribution to the recreation of Berliners, as it is, it was accordingly cause for sheer enthusiasm when the administrative court stopped the construction of the water basin on Tempelhofer Feld. Quote, "This calls into question the Senate's entire park planning." End quote. In general, conventional parks seem to be as outdated as the Senate's understanding of recreation. As if this were not a contradiction in terms, it is countered with recreation and sport for all. Anyone who writes like this has no memory of what was once called purposeless idleness, which sometimes even included sport, or what it meant to lie contemplatively and disinterestedly by the water. Quote, "Tempelhofer Feld offers space for temporary use and development, for cultural events and a direct experience of nature and space in the city, and a climate that Berliners can otherwise only enjoy in the surrounding area. We Berliners want to continue to be able to move freely in the vastness of Tempelhofer Feld. Ride bikes, kite, skate, windsurf, and much more. Let the wind blow through us or simply have a picnic together. It is therefore important that the state of Berlin involves Berliners in the implementation of this law and in the management of the field and develops suitable procedures for this in the sense of genuine participation." End quote. While the city itself and an operating airport once stood for freedom of movement, cosmopolitanism, and openness, here the profane expanse of a disused airport in and against the city has become the epitome of direct experience of nature and temporary, unrestricted development, surrounding countryside and expanse in the middle of the metropolis, which should not only be defended against parks with water basins. Even more so, the open space should not be carelessly built on through peripheral development, which is called land grabbing, since it is apparently not enough to set wilderness and the need to be blown by the wind against a necessarily artificial housing estate that would meet the modern requirements of metropolitan life and offer its residents the chance to escape entrenched, village-like neighborhood structures. The so-called land guzzlers must be demonized. Quote, "Nevertheless, digging up and dividing up Tempelhofer Feld into large building plots promises large anonymous builders and real estate developers a quick profit maximization. The Senate administration and the state planning companies involved secure jobs and architects, planners, and the construction industry long-term contracts. The result of this interplay is irreversibly hostile building blocks with the perceived boredom of the periphery, i.e. the exact opposite of lively urbanity, mixed use and cultural and social diversity. What do the economic and administrative elites care? Money in the bag and gone. To their second homes in Tuscany and Sylt." End quote. In view of a Senate that has conspired with anonymous and money-hungry powers against the monoculture of sporty ecos that has been set up as a badge of lively urbanity, mixed use and cultural and social diversity, and is unwilling to share its once conquered territory with everyone, it is not surprising that even the most innocent of the innocent, the children, should have been instrumentalized for the Senate's nasty machinations. Quote, "Neukölln children are building up a mountain of debt. Around 100 pupils from Region Bogengrundschule and Ranken-Oberschule in Neukölln sketched their ideas for a central library out of paper and cardboard. Their works will be on display in the foyer of the Berlin City Library at Breitstrasse 30 to 36 until January 11th. Far removed from any financial considerations, one pupil wants a golden library, another a library in the sky, and so on. The fact that the costs will be high was not discussed in class. Why should it be? Schools educate consumers who are supposed to be eager to spend. As always, the bill is only presented at the end. Would these pupils have wanted a new ZLB if they had known that when they grew up, debts of 62 billion euros would be waiting for them? The daily interest alone could pay for 200 teachers for a year. Or many school toilets could finally be renovated. If the pupils had known this, they might have preferred to build their dream school. No, they didn't know that because the qualified handling of money and the knowledge of the financial situation of their hometown is still the knowledge of those in power. As a result, inexperienced children are easily instrumentalized for political purposes and investor interests. Shouldn't the school senator intervene immediately? Any one-sided political influence on children is forbidden. Isn't it? End of quote. Where in the inexperienced children's projections, far removed from all financial considerations, there may still be an inkling that there is something to experience beyond their own limited horizons that would inspire the imagination, which is otherwise inflationarily invoked by the supposedly experienced adults. More than the renovation of toilets, the utopia of the Friends of Free Spaces does not even tolerate libraries on the edge of organic vegetable patches and cycle paths. The fact that they feel that their Tempelhof open space project is the avant-garde of a new urban planning policy seems all the more absurd given that there is already at least one place in Berlin where what they want for the airfield has long since become a reality. Gorlitzer Park in Kreuzberg, which, as an ensemble of remnants of a former railroad site, a rather meager children's zoo, a former green meadow run down to a year-round step by spontaneous open-air events, garbage, animal and human excrement and guerrilla grilling camps, is the epitome of that beautiful steppe landscape that is only to be created on the airfield with a great deal of destruction. The fact that freedom, as it is lived in such places, cannot even begin to be the real thing. Berliners can see this for themselves now. Before the referendum on the preservation of Tempelhof Field is held on European Election Day, May 25th. Quote, "Stop the construction of this mosque. It sends the wrong signal. The truth is that the integration of the Muslim minority in Germany has failed. Immigrants not only have problems, they also cause problems. There is a culture here that is unacceptable, but in our midst." End quote. These are the main theses that Ralph Giordano added to the smoldering dispute over the construction of a representative central mosque in Cologne-Ehrenfeld in mid-May 2007. Normally, such statements are enough to discredit the critic as a right-wing extremist enemy of an open and tolerant society. And the political situation in Cologne actually spoke for unanimous and scathing criticism of Giordano. The impetus for the planning and construction of a central mosque ultimately came from a proposal supported by all parties represented in the city council at the time, which was driven by the desire to finally provide the more than 100,000 Muslims in Cologne with a representative and dignified sacred building. However, although there was no lack of corresponding initiatives, Giordano was not discredited in the long term. This cannot possibly be due to his person alone, because the popular belief that a Holocaust survivor is allowed to say terrible things with impunity that are forbidden to R1 is not only untrue, but also refers to the opposite that is meant and sometimes publicly expressed. If a Jew speaks out of turn, he is accused in this country of betraying the lesson he should have learned from his personal history and that of his people. Eberhard Seidel brazenly declared, "Ralph Giordano, to whom we owe such important books and interventions, today represents an undifferentiated friendfoe mentality, and his statements are dangerous incendiary speeches in the tradition of the anti-asylum discourse at the beginning of the 1990s. An important moral authority is dismantling itself." Taz. May 29, 07. The Süddeutsche Zeitung, May 24, 07, which is easily outdone when it comes to anti-Semitism, knew how to outdo the professional Muslim apologist, Giordano of all people, who was tortured in the cellars of the Gestapo as a teenager, is now doing the business of the ultranationalists. When on August 17 Giordano rejected an invitation to a public discussion with the builder of the Cologne Mosque, the Turkish Islamic Union for the Institute of Religion, DITIB, saying, among other things, "I wonder how someone who holds the Quran, the foundation charter of an archaic pastoral culture, sacred, can stand on the ground of the basic law." It took Paul just 5 minutes to bundle together in the Tagesspiegel online chat room what readers of Taz and SC think but generally do not dare to say publicly. The guy is aiming for wild provocation. If a non-Jewish German were to make such a mess of the Jewish faith, They would burn our flags in Tel Aviv. But maybe it's a good thing that this Casper is dismantling himself as a moral authority." End quote. But this time it didn't quite go the way of Paul from the Tagesspiegel Roundtable. This time the camp of Friends of Intercultural and Interreligious Dialogue, which apparently transcends all party boundaries, split. Giordano's statements had triggered a public discussion that left both the DITIB and the Cologne CDU leadership around Lord Mayor Fritz Schramme in need of an explanation. In contrast to the construction of the large mosque in Duisburg-Marxloh, this time the Friends of the Religion of Peace had to work hard to make a convincing case against Giordano's objection. In the Frankfurter Rundschau, May 24, 2007, Mika Brumlich ranted that Giordano's statements were strongly prejudiced, and the Frankfurter Allgemeine, May 25, 2007, which initially wanted to back Giordano, also called him a hasty thinker who is not so meticulous with his justifications. The main thing is to have an opinion. But the same FAZ gave Giordano and a whole series of more or less Islam-critical voices a chance to have their say. In politics, everything initially remained the same, and North Rhine-Westphalia's Integration Minister Armin Laschet, CDU, announced in familiar style that Giordano had hurt religious feelings, while the SPD's Commissioner for Islam, Laye Akgün, was outraged that one should not be so sweepingly against Islam. After all, it was only a minority of uprooted young people and adults who stood as the godfather of an allegedly failed integration. However, a dispute that could no longer be confined to Cologne, which was clearly no longer a remote matter between politicians and specialists, seemed to get completely out of hand for a few weeks. Klaus Ludwig, who sits on the Cologne City Council for the Left Party parliamentary group and otherwise takes part in Hezbollah demonstrations for the SAV, tried the Antifa hammer, which had always and everywhere been effective up to that point, and declared, "Giordano uses an argument that sounds even more aggressive than that of the fascist pro-Köln group." End of quote. If the discontent about the mosque project could be reduced to the activities of pro-Köln, the world would be at peace and Giordano's objections would be forgotten. After all, proven neo-Nazis have been active in the pro-Köln initiative since it was founded, some of them in leading positions. But it is precisely this well-known fact that is robbing the citizens' list of its success with the people of Cologne. The pro-Köln initiative, represented as a mini-faction in the city council with 4.7%, is hardly capable of mobilizing against the mosque project and, in order to be noticed at all, presented arguments against the mosque project that were mainly worth discussing. The seemingly powerful citizens' initiative managed to collect 23,000 signatures against the building project, of which only 16,000 were recognized as legitimate by the responsible office because the others did not contain all the necessary information, were multiple signatures, or came from non-Cologne residents. This does not even quite correspond to the number of votes that pro-Köln achieved in the 2004 local elections. The powerful protest that the right-wing populists wanted to take to the streets also came to nothing. The initiators of pro-Köln did everything they could to play down their proximity to the neo-Nazis. Because they knew that the middle-class clientele they were targeting would not demonstrate against the mosque together with recognizable neo-Nazis, their spokesman, the right-wing extremist Manfred Rouse, took the precaution of distancing himself from neo-Nazism before a parade announced as a large demonstration on June 16th, and it was agreed with the police that the comrades who had arrived would not be allowed to take part in the demonstration. But it was no use. Just 200 people took part in the big demonstration, compared to around 1,500 who took part in the mosque supporters' parade. Unimpressed by the attempts of right-wing extremists to take over the mosque, the overwhelming majority of Cologne residents have some objections to the building or even reject it completely. According to a survey published by the Kölner Stadtanzeiger on June 19th, just under a third of Cologne residents are fundamentally opposed to the construction of the mosque, while a further third are in favor of it, but not in the planned size. The ruling CDU came under such strong pressure from the grassroots, starting with the Ehrenfeld District Association, which had opposed the mosque from the outset, that the party leadership had no choice but to present a motion at a party conference on August 13th, which advocated a reduction in the size of the project, in particular lower minarets. A motion that was adopted by an overwhelming majority. Nobody except a few Nazis wants to prohibit Muslim believers from setting up prayer rooms or houses. And nobody apart from a few incorrigible anti-racists would deny that the Cologne mosque dispute was actually about the size and shape of the building. The fact that size is obviously a matter of principle for the building owner DITIB has been made clear time and again by its superiors, without ever having plausibly explained why this is so important. The popular justification that people finally want a beautiful and new place of worship is misleading. After all, it could also be a few sizes smaller. The non-binding proposal by Cologne's Mayor Schramm to shorten the two minarets, estimated at 55 meters, by 10 meters was rejected by the Daitib with architectural concerns, and the reference to the binding nature of a democratically passed resolution by a committee of experts appointed by the Daitib. Lower minarets are not only non-negotiable in Cologne, on the contrary, they cannot be high enough. The builders of the Sahitlik Mosque in Berlin-Neukölln, which was completed in 2003, commissioned minarets that were far higher than had been agreed with the district. Neukölln City Councillor Vogelsang, who has successfully prevented the construction of further large mosques in her district, told FAZ-net. Trouble only arose when it turned out that the dome and minarets were built much higher, up to 15 meters, than the building permit allowed. I took action against this and imposed the highest fine ever in Neukölln, 100,000 euros, because I was and am of the opinion that anyone who lives here, anyone who builds here, must abide by our laws. Everywhere in Berlin. By the way, we used the fine to build a nice playground. End of quote. The builder, in this case also the Daitib, paid the fine without hesitation. The money required for such acts of pious resistance can easily be collected as donations from Turkish believers concerned about the preservation of their culture. The Daitib stereotypically argues with the growing number of believers and the need to give Islam a representative face in German society. As otherwise, this affable coercion always resonates. A radicalization of the believers in allegedly uncontrollable backyard mosques is to be feared. The backyard argument also dominates the German debate. Get out of the backyards, demanded Jan Feddersen in the Taz of June 18 and Werner Schiffauer said in the FR. These mosques represent a need of an entire generation that wants to free itself from the smell of a working and lower-class religion. End quote. In contrast, the Cologne writer Dieter Wellershoff, to whom Feddersen wrongly referred, came to a completely different and far less ideological conclusion in his statement, What does the Cologne Mosque stand for? Published in the FAZ. Although Wellershoff is also far from criticizing Islam, his commitment to the mosques in his backyard speaks of a greater gift for observation and thus also an idea of what it is all about. Although the planned large mosque is a demonstration of the legitimate claim to religious equality, it is also power-driven. In contrast to small mosques, in which Wellershoff finds everyday life, intimacy, and informal community, the large mosque offers space for large-scale Muslim events, where masses of men dressed in the same way, huddled close together, lie with their foreheads on the floor. This has always alienated and repelled him. He perceives these stretched-out human bodies as a critical mass of unpredictable energies, dominated by the loudspeaker-amplified voice of the imam and fused into parts of a powerful overall will. The numerous small mosques, which are not all located in backyards or on the outskirts of the city, are anything but likable. Those who follow their faith in them are probably no less strange in their views on the God-pleasing society to be established than the thousands of believers who will be worshipping in Cologne-Ehrenfeld in a few years' time. However, they differ in one respect. Their commitment to Islam is necessarily more intimate due to the inconspicuous nature of their prayer houses, because you can really only pray in the backyard mosque and perhaps have a chat afterwards. Because it is not conspicuous, it has no propagandistic purpose outside of prayer and only creates identity for the few worshippers, not for a religiously defined collective. Small and inconspicuous mosques cannot fulfill the same purpose as the large mosques planned everywhere, which, as sky-high demonstrations of power made of concrete and glass, are magnets for people who consider themselves superior to their fellow citizens. As experience from Turkey shows, the large mosque in Cologne will mostly be empty. On normal days, hardly more than the usual older men, who can also be found in backyard mosques, will pray there. There will probably not even be a large number of worshippers on Fridays, as planned by the Daitib, but only on the few high holidays. This purpose is basically fulfilled by its very existence. It fills Turks of very different preferences with pride and expresses the need to use its means to show the Germans what Turkish identity is. The need to distance themselves from Germans, Europeans, and the West in general, which can be found among believing and unbelieving left-wing and right-wing Turks, is usually associated with embarrassing reminiscences of their seemingly true homeland. Although the majority of them only know Turkey from vacations and television, they see it as warmer, more human than their cold homeland, which will always be Germany. This homesickness for a country that has never existed and in whose unsympathetic original, the actually existing Turkish Republic, hardly anyone would voluntarily settle, is the gateway through which the Turkish state constantly reaffirms its ideological sovereignty over Turks abroad. The Turkish Republic sees itself as the protector and guarantor of the interests of Turks living abroad, even if they have long since acquired German citizenship. There would be little objection to this if the reasons given were true. In reality, the alleged dangers to the lives or well-being of the Turkish minority have long since ceased to emanate from the German majority society. The Turkish state, represented by the media, almost ritualistically clings to the memory of the Malm murder victims and hammers home to its citizens the myth that the German state and its inhabitants are generally racist and basically life-threatening for Turks. Nobody believes this, as we know that Turks are not fleeing Germany, but on the contrary, many Turks continue to immigrate to Germany, especially through family reunification, and that a life in Germany currently costs at least 10,000 euros. This is the lowest rate paid for marriages of convenience, but also for arranged marriages. However, the pattern serves another side of collective Turkish identity, which is passed from the Kemalist head of state down to the little man on the street, but also from the pulpit into the consciousness of the believer in Islamic garb. It is the feeling, not unknown to Germans in particular, of being cheated always and everywhere and not being valued according to one's actual worth. The majority of Germans, who are forbidden to live out this feeling collectively, know that those who try anyway live marginalized on the fringes of society, in case of doubt under police supervision. This is the reason why the overwhelming majority of Cologne's mosque opponents keep their distance from pro-Köln, while many East Germans, who find it much more difficult to keep their distance, sometimes have to painfully experience that chasing foreigners does not pay off. The Turks, on the other hand, are systematically incited by the Turkish state, the media and religion to present the bill to a supposedly hostile environment that sets them back at some point, and quite a few of them are sowing the evil seed. The many planned large mosques with their ever-taller towers and domes, their associated clubs, schools, kindergartens, wedding salons and supermarkets are an expression of this collective need for national isolation markers of a morally superior society that seems to be on an unstoppable advance. The state and media support for the large mosque in Cologne is based on a fundamental misunderstanding. People believe they know that the Daitib is a variant of moderate Islam. This knowledge is reduced to the belief that Turkey is what it claims to be, a secular state in which state and religion are separate. In fact, the exact opposite is the case. By its very nature, the Turkish Republic is a religious country, or more precisely an Islamic Sunni country, right down to the individual ramifications of state and society. The very existence of a Ministry of Religious Affairs, which is in reality a Ministry of Islam with 100,000 employees, confirms this assumption. This Ministry of Religious Affairs in no way represents the religious communities in Turkey, as the name suggests and as was originally intended by some of the founders of the Republic. Its purpose is rather the exclusive privileging of Sunni Islam at the expense of other religions, but also of Islamic minorities. Particularly affected by this are the Christians, who are perceived as a threat and have been harassed, disenfranchised and dispossessed without interruption since the founding of the Republic, the Yazidis, who almost completely emigrated in the 1980s due to the unprecedented, religiously motivated pressure of persecution, and the Jews, who can only be found in Istanbul and are struggling to survive as a religious community, Alevis, who, as a minority originating from the Shia, do not see themselves represented by the Ministry of Religion, as well as all forms of Islamic sectarianism, including followers of the relatively peaceful but banned dervish orders as well as fundamentalist followers of Arab Islam. Nor was the Ministry of Religion, founded in 1924, at any time an institution for the neutralization or even containment of Islam, even if this was exactly what the founder of the state, Ataturk, had in mind. But he could not have had his way on this central national issue. Islam, as the perfect ideology of demarcation against all real and, above all, imagined enemies of Turkishness, was to do its job during the Civil War and in the formation of a purely Turkish national identity. However, it could only be so successful as Turkish national Islam because the secular ideologues of the Republic were not so far removed from the disappointed supporters of a great caliphate ruled from Istanbul in terms of their arrogance of superiority and revanchism towards the results of the Treaty of Sèvres, 1923. In reality, a Kemalism in Islamic form has been establishing itself since the founding of the Republic, but has intensified since the coup of 1980. Although it professes laicism and democracy, it defines national identity even more radically than traditional Kemalism through membership of the Sunni Turkish community. For Turkishness, Islam is not, as with the Islamists of Al-Qaeda, a supranational project of domination, but, as was once the case with Pan-Arabism, the authentic expression of Turkish culture. Islamic morality is increasingly becoming the norm and is suppressing alternative lifestyles, which are denounced as shameful and fought against accordingly. Furthermore, Islam in Turkey vouches for the still virulent great power ambitions of a country that, as the successor to the Ottoman Empire, still secretly lays claim to the stolen territories to this day. Although Turkish imperialism as a master plan to restore lost Ottoman greatness only exists in the clouded minds of radical outsiders, the dream of Turkey expanding into new territories is always expressed in Turkish public opinion when proud reports are made about the growing percentage of Turks in certain major Western European cities, and, in view of the high birth rates, speculation is already rife about how Turkish influence will increase in the countries concerned. The function of Islam in the Ottoman Empire as an insurance policy for the cultural and thus at least rudimentary civic cohesion of its otherwise so diverse citizens, and as the moral backbone of the unbroken drive for conquest, has to a significant extent migrated into the so-called laicism of the Republic. Then as now, religious and national aspects of Turkish identity are not isolated from or opposed to each other. This not only applies to the nation-state concept in abstract general terms, it also shapes the individual down to their seemingly very private personality. In fact, religious and ethnic identity form a dynamic whole at the personal level and reinforce each other. This connection is illustrated by a forgery that allegedly dates back to 1913, when the Ottoman Empire suffered a heavy defeat in the Second Balkan War. The minarets are our bayonets / the domes are our helmets / the mosques are our barracks / the believers are our soldiers / this holy army protects my religion / Almighty. Our journey is our destiny / our end is martyrdom. End quote. The links to two prominent Turks made these lines a revealing political issue. The verses, it was claimed, came from the poem Prayer of a Soldier by Ziya Gökalp, 1876 to 1924, one of the chief ideologues of the Turkish Republic, whose memory is still held in high esteem today, especially because of his work Fundamentals of Turkishness, 1923. In 1997, a politician of all people publicly quoted the forged verses as Gökalp's original, who is often criticized as an enemy of laicism and thus a central pillar of the Kemalist Republic, Tayyip Erdogan. A year later, he was sentenced to prison for sedition in the alternative offense of incitement of religious passions under Section 312 of the Criminal Code and had to resign as mayor of Istanbul. However, Erdogan probably did not knowingly put such unmistakably Islamist statements into the mouth of a Kemalist. For although the 5 verses were demonstrably not written by Gökalp, but probably by the largely unknown writer Sebit Ornek, who died in 1981, they have found their way into several anthologies since the mid-1970s as the first verse of Gökalp's Prayer of a Soldier, most recently in the early 1990s in a book called Turks and Turkishness, which was published by the Turkish Institute for Standardization, which reports to the Ministry of Education, and which essentially contains texts on the subject that are worth quoting in the eyes of the editors. It will never be possible to clarify the background to the forgery, but it is possible to show why the verse was thought to be genuine for a long time. The verses quoted by Erdogan harmonize perfectly with the real beginning of Gökalp's Prayer of a Soldier, which was distributed among the rebellious Bulgarian population in 1913 for intimidation purposes. Although it is not about minarets and mosques, it is certainly related to faith. Quote, "My weapon in my hand, my faith in my heart. I wish for 2 things / faith and the fatherland / my home is the army. My master the Sultan / Almighty God. Strengthen the Sultan and give him a long life / Almighty. Our journey leads to victory. The end is martyrdom." End quote. Ziya Gökalp's vision of Tyrannism essentially consisted of the mission to expand a nation of people of Turkic origin to all areas where people lived, whom he had declared to be Turks in a mixture of racial theory and pseudolinguistics. He was thinking primarily of the incorporation of the former Soviet Turkic republics, but also of Iran, Afghanistan, and parts of China, from where, according to Turan mythology, the first Turkic tribes are said to have begun their migration. Ziya Gökalp's idea of the Superman, which he borrowed from Nietzsche and used for his Turan ideology, is remarkably close to the seemingly moderate Islamism of Erdogan. In the Principles of Turkishness it says on the one hand, there is only one way, namely to emulate the progress that Europeans have achieved in the fields of science, industry, military, and legal organization, in other words, to catch up with them in terms of civilization. End of quote. He added, Nietzsche's perfect man is in fact the Turk, who is the new man for all coming centuries. One of the reasons for this is the fact that the Turk has never been feminized. End of quote. The aforementioned efforts are obviously about the use and rededication of a civilization recognized as superior for a counter-civilizational project. Erdogan would not speak of the Turkish Superman. He prefers the word Turkali for his compatriots, which means as much as a person originating from the territory of the Turkish Republic and thus also includes the Kurds, without verbally labeling them as Turks in advance. However, he is keen to emphasize the superiority of his compatriots, not least because he cannot rate the advantages of a culture that has not yet been feminized highly enough. The writer Şebnem Şener, who emigrated to the USA in 1982, reports the following about an interview she conducted with Erdogan in New York in 1997, to which she appeared wearing makeup, a short skirt, and high heels. At the end, when I was frustrated and exhausted because I couldn't find any access to his personality, I attacked his faith once again and asked him, "Do you really believe in God?" But again, I only received a banal answer. I gave up and started packing my things. Just then I heard him say, "Now I'm going to tell you something. A man only looks at a woman in a certain way. That's why we have to cover up women, to protect them. It's in your own interest." That hit me like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, I saw him uncovered for the first time as he really was, just as I had expected. During the whole interview, he had only looked at me in a certain way, i.e. thought about sex, and he hadn't given me the slightest hint of it. End quote. Although it had been planned from the outset, but initially capped by the obstinate atheist and Islam despiser Ataturk and some of his heirs, the Sunni Islamic character of Turkishness prevailed, especially since the coup of 1980, against all attempts to finally create a civil Turkey beyond the ideas of insane pan-Turks and Islamic innovators. From then on, the Chief of General Staff and later President Kenan Evren was to argue with the precepts of the Quran in numerous speeches, and religion gained an unprecedented influence in public and political life. In this way, Erdogan and his followers are able to strive for Turkey's accession to the EU, declare themselves a secular state, and at the same time promote the Islamization of society through the promotion of religious foundations and the integration of Islamic social concepts. The religious authority has also undergone a functional change in the course of this development. Once founded to protect laicism, i.e. to use Islam, which has been taken into service for state purposes and seemingly pacified, against Islamist opponents of the Republic, the authority is now an important domestic political instrument for the propagation of Islamic Kemalism. The Ditib, which is subordinate to it, takes over the job in the diaspora. With around 1,000 imams sent to Ditib in Germany every year, the Ministry of Religious Affairs ensures that religious Turkishness abroad is initially embraced by as many members of the Turkish minority as possible in accordance with the state's requirements and, as the most powerful Islamic organization, exerts influence on the politics of the Federal Republic. Ditib is no more a suitable instrument for curbing the radical excesses of Islam than it is for curbing Turkish nationalism exported to Germany. It now works together with the Islamists, and just as the AKP in the Turkish parliament now cooperates splendidly with the right-wing nationalists of the Nationalist People's Party, MHP, there is no institutional or ideological contradiction between Ditib and secular organizations of Turkish nationalism abroad. Those fortunately numerous Turks living in Germany who are non-believers and at the same time have lost all understanding of the dominant culture of their country of origin are not only a thorn in the side of the religious, but also of the Kemalists. After all, their unpatriotic attitude or simply their un-Turkish way of life betrays the nation, and with it the culture and morals that define it. They are seen as harmful elements who are so steeped in Western decadence that the men among them have already feminized themselves to such an extent that they are no longer accessible to either Ziya Gökalp's or Tayyip Erdogan's teachings, which complement each other so well. And Turkish women who not only make themselves look like Şebnem Şener in the Erdogan interview, but also think and act like this, can only be expected to do harm to a culture of proud masculinity anyway. But these aspects only play a subordinate role in the debate about the large mosque in Cologne. What the majority of Cologne residents apparently suspect but are unable to discuss due to the lack of public discussion forums that are neither xenophobic nor anti-racist, is reserved for soloists such as Giordano and Nekla Kalek, who are eyed with suspicion by the media and political establishment. Because everyone reassures each other by pointing to Daitib's alleged moderation, no one feels the need to check out what an organization that is putting a block of buildings for 2,000 believers in the immediate vicinity of Ehrenfeld is actually up to. It all starts with a disturbance in perception. While in Turkey, for example, the headscarf is still banned in public buildings, a ban that began to fall in 2007 when a passionate headscarf wearer represented Turkey alongside President Gül, it has long been omnipresent in Germany, especially where the Ministry of Religion is in charge. The statement by many Western-minded Turks that Germany is now more Islamic than Turkey is to be understood in this sense. But this impression is also misleading, as there are now more mosques than schools in Turkey thanks to tireless construction activity, and the number of Quran schools is also growing steadily. Basically, there are merely islands, such as some districts in Istanbul and Ankara, where the headscarf is still the exception. As the official agency of Turkishness, Daitib sees the cultivation of Turkishness primarily as the observance of Islamic rules and traditions, as do most of the countless Anatolian cultural associations. By the way, the aim of the organization is to look after Turks in Germany religiously and culturally so as not to lose the emigrants to the host country. They should remain Turks. If Daitib claims at the same time to respect the basic law, then this is true insofar as the German constitution grants cultural practices, as it is called in modern German, a high status, but whether this also extends to the establishment of a defeminized culture remains questionable. Daitib will be able to endure this contradiction as long as neither a court nor a relevant political party or group openly accuses it of gender apartheid. It will continue to be recognized as a moderate organization and valued spokesperson for German Turkish Muslims as long as the state does not require it to finally give up the superiority of Islamic law preached by its imams and thus also a significant part of its Islamic identity. The Daitib knows how to take advantage of Schaubil's ill-conceived idea of German Islam by covering up and relativizing the daily horrors of a male culture and then, when the next act of virtue slaying comes to light, emphasizing that, if at all, only it can have a moderating effect on its flock. The approved central mosque is a symbol of the claimed omnipotence of Islam and not an expression of religious freedom that has finally been enforced. The fundamental right to freedom of religion would be impaired if Muslims had no opportunity to practice their faith. But that is not the case. There are around 45 prayer rooms in Cologne alone. It is about the self-evident claim of a religious nationalist group to agitate against freedom every Friday along the endless prohibitions of a violent religion and the self-image of an authoritarian and chauvinistic state. Because in the Friday mosque the sermon is held, which to this day has not only a religious but also a political character. This is why Friday mosques have often been the starting point for revolutions. The construction of a Friday mosque, therefore, always involves a political intention. This has been expressed in the architecture throughout history. A mosque is a meeting place without a specifically sacred character, which also avoids pure profanity through the act of removing shoes. In Cologne Ehrenfeld, as everywhere where it says Islam, it is only to a small extent about religious edification, but about the holistic care of the faithful. The central mosque will therefore not only house prayer rooms. There will also be television studios, doctors' and lawyers' surgeries, a bank branch and a library, a jeweler, hairdresser and supermarket, a pharmacy, a bakery, a restaurant, and even a kindergarten, a parallel society in miniature. The central mosque offers all those who want nothing to do with the society in which they live and want to withdraw into a parallel Islamic world everything they need for such a life. Under the pretext of helping religious freedom achieve a breakthrough, the Islamization of migrant communities is to be intensified, and the pressure on individual Cologne residents from an Islamic country to adapt is likely to increase with the new magnificent building, which can accommodate 2,000 worshippers. The Daitib has not yet come out with violence or threats. For the time being, it is exhausting its legal options and organizing the repression within its own community. For the time being, the aim is to keep the community together and shape it according to Islamic standards. Women are the first focus of this caring approach. Just click on the link Women's Work on the Daitib website and it becomes quite clear that the pious housewife and mother who is absorbed in the community and family is assumed throughout. The Daitib therefore organizes educational support services, fashion shows, presumably with brightly colored headscarves and curly sack dresses, and cooking courses, but halal, please. But, to appease the integration fanatics, also family conflict counseling, which probably amounts to encouraging women not to immediately flee to a women's shelter after a few blows from a tyrannical husband, health education, which they obviously don't get anywhere else, and joint excursions, which are suitable for building up acquaintances within the community, so that the woman doesn't even have to look around for nice people in the non-Islamic neighborhood. In short, DITIB presumes the holistic integration of Muslims into the ethnified community, in which there seems to be an attentive ear for every problem that arises, i.e. immediate dependence and control is organized. This image is also conveyed by DITIB's social work. It offers assistance with visits to the authorities, seminars and courses on raising children, seminars on maintaining health, information and advice on the school system and career choices, advice and assistance on conflict resolution for intrafamily problems, and advice on addiction issues and preventive measures. The DITIB is puffing itself up into a parallel state that talks its subjects into every aspect of everyday life and makes them completely dependent on itself, especially if they do not speak German. The only thing these Muslims still have to do with mainstream society are the regular trips to the relevant office, where they receive their state handouts from sour-faced German officials. Integration has failed, and the parallel societies are the depressing proof of this, wrote Ralph Giordano in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung on August 13, 2007. And he is right. But it could still be made up for if, in a joint effort by German authorities and German society, who credibly stand up for the fact that they are not xenophobes, and people with a Turkish migration background, who no less credibly stand up for the fact that they are not Turks in the sense of Ziya Gökalp or Tayyip Erdogan, conditions are created in which gender apartheid is frowned upon and mixed marriages are welcome. Such cooperation can be recognized by the fact that this alliance publicly and unabashedly takes to the streets against every large mosque with or without an affiliated counterculture corner. So much feminization of Turkishness is a must. After years of conflict in the northern Ruhr region, the Higher Administrative Court in Münster ruled on September 23, 2020, that the Muezzin call may once again be heard over loudspeakers in the town of Obererkenschwick. Over 5 years ago, the town had granted the local Turkish Islamic DITIB community permission to do so. A couple living just under a kilometer away from the mosque took legal action against this, and were upheld by the Gelsenkirchen Administrative Court in 2018, whereupon the city appealed. In September, the court finally ruled in favor of the mosque. The plaintiff Hans-Joachim Lehmann was not primarily concerned with the volume in court, but with the imposition of a public Islamic demonstration of power. The Muslims say yes, the muezzin calls to prayer, but in reality, the muezzin's call is already part of the prayer. And by emphasizing Allah as the only God and Muhammad as his prophet, my faith in my God, Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit is defamed. End quote. The intonation of the call, Lehmann continued, to the horror of all critics of Eurocentrism, was also not for Central European ears. However, the 8th Senate of the OVG Münster did not want to follow this argument. Instead, the judge Annette Kleinschnicker decreed in the oral hearing, every society must accept that others live out their faith, end quote. As long as nobody is forced to practice their religion, she argued, there is nothing to complain about. Remarkable parallels were also discovered in the plea for religious freedom. In her ruling, the presiding judge drew comparisons to church bells or loudspeaker announcements in election campaigns. WDR, September 23, 2020. The fact that Lehmann nevertheless insisted on the ideological specificity of the Islamic call to prayer earned him a reprimand. The Senate had gained the impression that it was not about the objective sound of the muezzin call, but about the associations you have when you hear it, Kleinschnicker said in the direction of the plaintiff. Whoever hears the sound of the message Allah is the greatest. I testify that there is no deity but Allah. I bear witness that Muhammad is Allah's messenger. Hasten to prayer. Hasten to salvation. Allah is the most great. There is no deity but Allah, and taking into account the fact that wherever Islam is gaining influence, it does not stop at these megalomaniacal words, can only be a partisan denier of tolerance. In Germany, it is the cities and local authorities that decide whether to allow the muezzin to call. According to common legal practice, a muezzin call by loudspeaker is protected by the freedom of religion, but various fundamental rights and interests must be weighed up against each other in the individual case assessment. In addition to the negative freedom of religion, i.e. the right to be spared particularly intrusive religious acts. The volume of Islamic chanting also plays an important role. However, general acceptance and social adequacy also mark the limits of religious freedom of action. In 1997, the then head of the legal department of the Protestant Church, Burkhard Guntau, wrote an expert opinion on the Islamic call to prayer in Germany, which, according to Guntau in agreement with Judge Kleinschnicker, should in principle be regarded as an expression of religious freedom under Article 4 of the Basic Law. However, this fundamental right could by no means be regarded as unlimited. At least 3 criteria had to be taken into account in the decision-making process, namely, loyalty, respect for the moral law, and the duty of tolerance. Loyalty here means that it is a condition of religious freedom, that it is not misused to eliminate the foundations of the order on which it is based. The religious beneficiary must also accept the normative foundations of social coexistence, for example, prohibitions on treating women medically, or the refusal to allow them to participate in education, are immoral and therefore not covered by Article 4 of the Basic Law. Finally, a permanently established Islamic call to prayer must be socially acceptable, i.e. tolerant towards the non-Islamic population, which can be expected to refrain from mere xenophobia, but whose justified reservations must be given special consideration by the mosque communities, simply in order not to endanger internal peace. The muezzin call in Germany cannot be equated across the board with the ringing of bells in Christian churches, which is a centuries-old expression of the life of the churches and must therefore be regarded as socially appropriate. End of quote. The Protestant legal expert ultimately came to a positive recommendation, which was already optimistic at the time. A new assessment based on the underlying criteria would have to lead to a different result today. Islamists, but also the legalistic Islamist associations and a growing number of ordinary Muslims are thwarting the idea of religious freedom by using it as a pretext to extend anti-civilizational beliefs and practices to the whole of society, citing possible discrimination. Not loyalty or recognition, but open hostility towards the West is the rule where Islamic socialized people, who insist on their traditional and familial honor, gain the impression that they can live out their religious freedom uninhibitedly. This open contempt for the West, which is seen as decadent and downright provocatively weak, does not begin with brutal acts of violence or Islamist declarations of civil war, i.e. where the Kevin Kunerts have recently begun to voice their tender opposition, but in everyday social life, such as in schools, where teachers are increasingly failing to get a pedagogical grip on Islamic intolerance towards non-believing pupils. Muslims who take the Quran quite literally and have a particularly proficient mindset, and these are the ones who set the tone, place Sharia law above the laws of the countries in which they live, almost always advocate the misogynistic and therefore immoral headscarf and naturally don't give a damn about objections from non-believers. Contrary to what one might assume in view of the prevailing political and media appeasement, muezzin calls are rarely heard in Germany. Only a few of the approximately 2,800 mosques are permitted to echo their creeds in the neighborhood. Where this is possible, exceptions are made, such as in the case of the Fadi Mosque in Düren, whose operators won permission to do so in Germany for the first time in 1985. It is estimated that there were 30 mosques across Germany practicing the call to prayer in 2016. In a survey conducted by the news magazine Spiegel in July 2020, only 8 of the 100 most populous German cities stated that the public call to prayer is permanently permitted on site and is practiced accordingly. This could change fundamentally, not only because of the landmark ruling from Münster. The mosque closures during the first coronavirus lockdowns have been used by a number of municipalities, in some cases successfully, to launch a charm offensive. For example, a joint appeal by the Islamic Neukölln Meeting Place, which is affiliated with the Dar es Salaam Mosque, and the Protestant Intercultural Genezareth Center at the beginning of April stated, "Spiritual retreats for believers of all stripes are closed and strength-giving gatherings are no longer possible." But it is precisely in these difficult times that believers need religious support and comfort. End quote. However, the fact that the Neukölln Dar es Salaam Mosque, which according to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution is close to the Muslim Brotherhood, repeatedly hosted Islamist preachers on its premises did not bother Berlin's diversity chic even before Corona. In particular, its imam, the good-humored Islamist Mohammed Taha Sabri, regularly hides his work for radical Islam behind public relations kitsch. He does this rather badly, but it's enough for the interculturals. Even the cozy theater of spiritual debilitation was merely a pretext to make his own demands heard even more in public. Quote, from April 3, 2020, for the first time in Berlin's history, Christian and Islamic calls to prayer will be heard daily at 6 p.m. and on Fridays at 1:30 p.m. The bells of the Intercultural Center of the Genezareth community and the Islamic call to prayer from the Dar es Salaam Mosque will call for prayer and unity in unison. End quote. The historical note that was stamped on the interfaith action is probably one reason why the Protestant parish joined in so resolutely, because the useful slime-track Christians in areas like Neukölln realize every day that their time is over. That's why they at least want to be there when others celebrate their successes. On April 3, 2020, the time had come. At Neukölln's Herfurthplatz, the Protestant church bell rang out as usual, while further down in Flugafenstrasse, the Islamic call to prayer was sounded for the first time in public with loudspeakers, which immediately caused a crowd of people to gather. Around 300 followers of the Quran and their sympathizers gathered in front of the mosque, listened spellbound and pulled out their cell phones to capture this historic moment. One or two onlookers did not miss the opportunity to shout the obligatory Allahu Akbar into the Berlin air. However, the Oriental celebration of love was short-lived. Due to the nationwide ban on gatherings at the beginning of April, the police arrived relatively quickly. However, they were only partially successful in persuading those present to keep their distance. The prayer was ended prematurely in agreement with the imam. The comments under the cell phone videos posted online afterwards show that the target group sees the spectacle as a triumph despite the friction with the police. According to Suzanne Schroeder from Frankfurt's Goethe University, many Muslims on social networks interpreted the public call to prayer in Berlin and elsewhere as a clear sign of the superiority of Islam and a progressive takeover in Germany. However, all of this soon had a less pleasant aftermath for those involved. On the following Monday, City Councillor for Health Fako Leek from the CDU announced that the short-term permission granted for the call to prayer would be revoked. Leek also accused the Christian community of colluding with the Mosque Association, which in reality is not very willing to integrate, because he also stated that Berlin has an obvious Islamism problem that extends to the highest political levels. Left-wing circles were concerned about the health of the nation beyond Corona. The Taz newspaper, for example, was appalled at how Leek is trying to make right-wing political capital out of the current restriction of the Basic Law. This, not the public call to prayer, is a danger to the health of democracy. End quote. Responsible party politicians also spoke out in favor of the Islamic call to prayer. SPD Member of Parliament Lars Costellucci sensed what post-materialistic hunger is all about in Ramadan. He would like to see calls to prayer permitted in this exceptional situation for the duration of Ramadan, as a sign of solidarity and comfort for the faithful. End of quote. Felice Pollitt from the Green Party, who is familiar with Islam, also called for the same standards to be applied as for other religious communities. And the Krefeld District Association of the FDP summarized the thrust. Quote, even in the case of the Muslim call to prayer, no different criteria and assessment should be made from the point of view of both emission law and religious freedom than for the classification of Christian bell ringing. End of quote. While party people are conditioned to remain moderate out of consideration for votes, the press is allowed to be a little clearer, whereby they do not shy away from judgments of taste or recommendations for action for everyday use when taking sides with the muezzin call. Quote, the majority society should move away from symbolic politics and accommodate people in difficult times. Everyone else can enjoy the usually very beautiful singing of the muezzins, or close the window for 5 minutes. Taz, April 22, 2020. In the Süddeutsche Zeitung, Thilo Schroeder made an even harsher appeal to potential troublemakers from the sluggish majority society after getting upset about a refusal to show solidarity with Islam from the ranks of the AfD in Bavaria. Quote, suggestion for goodness sake. Every day at 8:30 p.m., when the muezzin calls in Freising, simply put on your headphones and turn up a YouTube devotion, for example from the Evangelical Church in Freising, very loudly. The video clips usually last a good 20 minutes, enough for at least 5 muezzin calls. However, if you want to stick to not taking the freedoms in this country so seriously, it would be advisable to refrain from making your own noise in future. This freedom would then also have to be restricted. End of quote. Apart from the fact that the character deformation of Islam lovers who are ready to be coerced at any time is visible here in an ideal typical way. The interested equation of the muezzin call and the ringing of bells simply does not add up. Unlike the bell, the muezzin call contains an explicit verbal proclamation. Muslims are welcome to believe that their God is above all else, but the claim to absoluteness screeched over loudspeakers has no place in the public sphere. The scientific director of the German Bell Museum, who is certainly not neutral but is familiar with the subject matter, could help the door-opening experts with regard to the question of the fundamental difference between bells and muezzins. Quote, "The nonverbal ringing of bells has always been and still is an abstract musical signal in itself, whose purpose and content are subject to free individual interpretation, as in an abstract painting, and which therefore does not compel any listener in terms of content. Completely independent of any liturgical function of the ringing or the bell inscription, no explicit secular or religious statement is made acoustically perceptible." End of quote. The difference between bell ringing and the muezzin call is hardly less than that between the Bible and the Quran. While the New Testament tells stories in the tradition of the Old Testament that contain the protagonist's doubts and are intended to stimulate thought, the Quran almost consistently strings together authoritarian appeals aimed at threateningly convincing the addressees of the credibility of Muhammad's Enlightenment speech. The anti-abstract authoritarianism is still virulent in the Islamic milieu, where the lived faith is carried out as a revolt against any doubt and even more so against any deviation. However, the fact that in contemporary contributions to religion, even if they are meant to be critical, categories developed in Christianity are transferred, usually in a grossly trivialized manner, to the sacred practice of Islam, means that efforts to evaluate Islam by analogy with historical Christianity and to embed it in society regularly go disgracefully wrong. Islam is based on completely different theological and ideological premises and prescribes its very own dynamic of probation, which both preforms and presupposes specific subject formations. Christianity, especially in Europe, has already undergone the secularization against which Islam is doing its utmost. The history of the ringing of bells, which has only become a topic of discussion in recent months because the temptation to take revenge on weakening Christianity and Western tradition in general by supporting Islam is apparently great. Christian bell ringing became a public affair after Pope Sabinianus, 602–604, decreed that the use of bells, which had previously only been used to call monks to prayer, should also be introduced outside the monastery walls. Around 2 centuries later, Charlemagne made a decisive contribution to its spread throughout Europe, and the criticism of Christianity that is now voiced everywhere in a grandiloquent manner would even be appropriate. Quote, "I recommend that all priests ring the church bells at suitable hours of the day and night in order to celebrate services and instruct the people in what manner or at what hour God should be worshipped." End quote. The ringing of the bells, which came from the highest moral authority, the church, had a far-reaching function in structuring the day and defining the identity of the village population. In his insightful work, The Language of Bells, the French historian Alain Corbin states with regard to the rural population of France in the 19th century and before, reading the sound environment was then part of the process by which identity, both individual and communitarian, was established. Bell ringing was the language of a communication system that gradually disintegrated. It regulated the relationships between people and between the living and the dead according to a rhythm that has been forgotten today. The impact of the church bells on the villagers of the time, whose consciousness was largely characterized by hard, nature-determined work and spatial confinement, was also based on the sound power of the bells. They dominated the sensory environment, in which there was no factory, traffic, or human noise. In 1832, the Bishop of Troyes wrote to the mayor of Brienne, "The present towers of our churches cannot give us any idea of the old bells, which sometimes consisted of 12 or even 18 bells. The shaking of the atmosphere by the ringing of all these bells caused a kind of dizziness in the mind that made the spirit forget all other worries." The ringing of the bells also demonstrated the power of the church. The mixture of drudgery and uncanny inescapability, which was the main feature of life in the province, cannot be separated from the sound symbolism of Catholicism expressed in the ringing of the bells. Bells were rung in various ways, not only in praise of God and for Mass, but also for births and for the dead. Bells were rung for the deceased to relieve them of their feeling of solitude as they died. Even in the early Middle Ages, church bells had a function that went beyond the religious. They announced the time, called people to work, warned of epidemics, and heralded festivals. The desacralization of life that began with the onset of capitalization, which was famously described in the Communist Manifesto as an attack on the idiocy of rural life, did not stop at the parishes. After the victory of the Republic, the state and the church came into conflict over the use of bells, whereby the church, supported by the village population, gradually had to accept that it had lost its monopoly on the interpretation of life. A corresponding compromise between the Republic and the Church from 1803 states, "At the baptism of a child, the bell may only be rung for a few minutes to express the joy felt in the Republic at the birth of a citizen, and in the Ecclesia Militans et Triumphans at the adoption of a child into the family of Jesus Christ." End quote. The demystification of the Christian world also increasingly discredited the church bell. Working hours monitored to the minute in capitalist companies, but also the hectic pace of everyday life over and above working hard, as well as newly created opportunities for going out and partying at night, contributed to the fact that people did not want to be startled every day by penetrating bells that often began well before 6 in the morning. The corresponding polemics already increased in the course of the 19th century. As early as 1891, the mayor of Douarnenez in the department of Finistère described the polyphonic ringing of his parish for the Angelus prayer as brutal and stupid, saying that it was necessary to ban it because it was a matter of general protection for all those who want peace and quiet. At a time when people stay up until midnight to go to theaters and concert cafes, it was absurd to call a very few believers to early mass, conceded Henry Nadal in 1908, in whose reckoning with the church in a very Catholic country, the inventors of the bell were also cursed at the same time. Quote, "Nothing is really so unbearable, provocative, and agonizing as this ding, ding, dong of the first morning masses. Oh yes, the bell is a torture, and the proof of this is that the Chinese have elevated it to the first rank of instruments devised by an aged people for their select cruelty. In the garden of tortures, death by the bell occupies the place of honor." End quote. This also indicates the contemporary significance of the bell in Western Europe. First and foremost, church bells are perceived as a mere source of noise, as evidenced by a number of court cases from the last century. Only for a few and mostly quite old people does the ringing have any informational content or is even understood as a call to go to Mass. In any case, the muezzin's call, which proclaims dominance, does not convey a note of cultural warfare. Islam systematically sabotages the bourgeois public sphere as a place for different but equal people who come together as they please without imposing themselves on one another. In its sphere of influence, the separation between the sacred and political or social spheres as a condition of free coexistence is unachieved and also not intended. Rather, social and public life is permeated by a sacred reservation, Dan Diner. Distrusting the egoism of business as well as public conviviality and even more so romantic love, people rely on the control and regulation of public space, at least where they have the power to do so. This programmatic encroachment is also inherent in the muezzin's call, which is supposed to bring the omnipotence of Allah closer to strangers. Because the religiously preformed understanding of the public sphere naturally also affects the political coexistence of all, it is a bit of a stretch to speak of political Islam, because Islam is conceived as a genuinely political program. If it were not, there would be no need to constantly struggle with it in socio-political terms. Nevertheless, those who wish to pray in private or in the mosque may do so. However, the question of how Orthodox Islamic everyday practice, which systematically disciplines family patriarchs in a collectivist manner to secure their rule, is to be reconciled with individual freedom of religion, i.e. what right and what logic is used to successfully invoke freedom of religion, would put the apostles of tolerance of all factions in a difficult position. This is why this question is usually cleverly sidestepped in public debate. However, the fact that the vast majority of bystanders are now likely to flinch at the cry of Allahu Akbar is due to the fact that radical Muslims have made the battle cry known worldwide. Whether comparatively harmless riots by Arab youths in Stuttgart and elsewhere, Islamist attacks in Europe, uprisings against caricatures of Muhammad, war crimes against Christians in Nagorno-Karabakh, or mass murders of entire village populations by invading jihadists in Mozambique or Nigeria, the terrible cry of triumph Allahu Akbar is almost never absent. The author Shami Hague, who comes from Bangladesh, therefore conceded from her own experience, "The most traumatic words of my life are Allahu Akbar." End quote. Some Yazidi war refugees living in Hereford also feel this reluctance and have turned to the public with the request that they no longer want to hear Allahu Akbar, however foul-mouthed. The foul-mouthed shouting, Oriana fallacy, of the muezzin is also rejected by many people who have been lucky enough to have been spared religious warriors, at least biographically. It is the task of the media, politics, and social science to tell them across the board that they are trying to be petty or even xenophobic. The conservative laymen are not impressed by this. They see the Christian tradition belittled and threatened by Islam. A look at the worldwide persecution of Christians supports their thesis, even if it is not that far off in the Ruhr area. In general, the willingness to react to the Islamic violence that is taking place presupposes that there is something of one's own to lose, and that is above all the reasonably enlightened, liberal way of life guaranteed by the rule of law, for which there is no guarantee and which is at the same time the condition for being able to formulate criticism of domination, and in particular that with communist intent. Contemporary progressivism, on the other hand, corresponds to a hostility towards tradition, which is based on the inability to reflect on history, and which goes so deep that any practical denigration of the West and its history is welcomed as a promise of redemption. In the case of the muezzin's call, it is also sensible to persevere. It would be absurd to reward the Islamic radicalization and militarization of recent years with the selflessness of not turning off the loudspeaker sound for submission, but turning it up louder, especially since one could know that such concessions are primarily interpreted as weakness, which motivates people to continue. Instead of notoriously talking past the issue in a pedagogical way and in working groups that convey a deep understanding, it would, on the contrary, finally be appropriate to discuss, also in the interest of those who have fled from too much Islam in a less pressured way, what actually helps against those who reject all freedom out of conviction. In recent weeks, French President Emmanuel Macron, who is undoubtedly no critic of Islam, has taken on the iconoclastic International of Islamism with unequivocal words for the Republic, followed by action. In Austria, the Documentation Center for Political Islam was recently set up to independently and scientifically examine the dangerous ideology of political Islam. Germany has also become active in this area, but in the opposite direction. Since September 2020, there has been the Independent Expert Group on Hostility Towards Muslims, which was set up by Interior Minister Horst Seehofer. In this context, his ministry announced in line with the Central Council of Muslims, anti-Muslim attitudes are not only a threat to Muslims, but to social cohesion as a whole. End of quote. Instead of contributing to enlightenment, the business of the 12 convened experts is to use bumbling methods to reinforce the prevailing neoliberal diversity model, which is pro-Islamic to the hilt. Yasmin El-Menouar from the Bertelsmann Foundation, who can undoubtedly be absolved of any suspicion of positivist value judgment when she pushes headlines like the following into the public eye, is representative of what can be expected from such gatherings in the coming years. There is a social pandemic that is poisoning Europe, hatred of Muslims. End quote. In Germany, racism is particularly prevalent in the form of anti-Muslim prejudice. The in-house survey Religions Monitor 2019 found that more than half of Germans perceive Islam as threatening. Apparently, according to El-Menouar, many people currently see Islam less as a religion than as a political ideology and therefore exclude it from religious tolerance. End quote. As far as the Bertelsmann study is concerned, the checkbox alternative in the 4-point scale of the threat item consisted of classifying Islam as more or less enriching. It remained completely undefined, firstly, what could be meant by a threat, and secondly, what is wrong with understanding Islam as a political ideology. This is not only a sociological bankruptcy judgment, but also a mockery of people who are specifically threatened by Islamic watchdogs and who in future will probably be told by the government and validated by experts that they have a misanthropic anxiety disorder. In the absence of reliable indicators for latent character dispositions, which would be the job of serious social researchers to develop in sometimes lengthy procedures, such amateurish studies, despite their high political reach, will not contribute anything substantial to the question of what makes contemporary authoritarians tick, some of whom also hate Islam. However, the expert program is also not suitable for quantitative empirical social research, which is at least able to shed light on individual phenomena using reflective methodology or, in the best case, can even contribute to counteracting the advancing politicization of science. Rather, Seehofer's circle is characterized by the fact that the contributors are not really good at anything, but are nevertheless in demand as political scouts and commentators, because the dramatization of actual, possible, and imagined discrimination can be used to launch campaigns that benefit the moral reputation of the world champion of enlightenment. The pompous talk of anti-Muslim racist structures is always the best proof of the fact that there is no evidence whatsoever. Disgracing the Islam claqueurs disguised as experts is an unavoidable task of criticism, if only because the great hoax of posture-political university anti-racism contributes far more to the social success of Islamic authoritarianism than any prehistorically costumed backyard preachers. Meanwhile, anyone who thinks little of ideological terms such as anti-Muslim racism or cultural racism, because they obscure more than they enlighten, is, according to the Anne Frank Educational Center, a member of the expert group, unaware of the virulence and dissolution of boundaries of the cultural racist danger, and can therefore only be a callous ignoramus. Quote, in addition, this criticism reveals a limited empathy. Instead of acknowledging injuries, they are minimized and warded off. End quote. If, in the fight against anti-Muslim racism, it is not enough for the CSU Interior Minister to call in an empathic group of experts on the recommendation of the Islam Conference dominated by the Islam Association, whose crude theses 20 years ago would have been taken seriously at most by die-hard anti-racists from esoteric autonomous associations in order to set up media-celebrated programs with the help of its industrious keyword givers, with which entire schools will be covered in the future, may take comfort in the fact that from now on Daitib may sing to the neighborhood in Oerkenschwick in a completely pro-Muslim manner that Allah is the All-Great. On March 11, 2024, the German national soccer player Antonio Rudiger presented himself to his 8.8 million Instagram followers and 1.9 million X-followers on the occasion of Ramadan, squatting on a prayer mat in white Islamic garb with the so-called Tawhid finger of the right hand, which is considered pure in Islam. This immediately sparked a debate about the interpretation of this gesture, which has since been considered merely controversial. In the weekly newspaper Die Zeit, Abdul Hakim Argi and Hamd Abdul Samad, who are considered unsuspicious in their lack of criticism of Islam, were brought up as Islam experts in the usual for and against debate. One gave the all-clear. Not only do many Muslim footballers point their fingers to the sky to celebrate a goal and thank God, some non-Muslim players also do this, claimed Abdul Samad, who should know better. In general, Islamists have instrumentalized the gesture, which symbolizes nothing other than the belief in the unity of God, for propaganda purposes. Also on the occasion of Ramadan, the city of Frankfurt decorated the public space with festive lighting for the first time and financed this action with taxpayers' money. The costs for the annual Christmas lighting, on the other hand, are borne by the local retailers. The initiative came from SPD local politician Omar Shihada, who explained it as follows. When I was in London 2 years ago, I saw this for the first time. I thought to myself, that's a nice sign and also suits an international city like Frankfurt. We are home to over 180 nationalities. Almost 15% of the population are Muslim. It's a nice sign when you integrate Muslim life into the cityscape with a small gesture, because it's simply part of it. Muslim life is also part of Germany. End of quote. Once again, as part of Ramadan, the Muslim university group Göttingen organized a gender-segregated public prayer in the rooms of the university. This was a completely normal event, according to Göttingen constitutional and canon law expert Michael Heinig. Shouts of Allahu Akbar and the separation of women and men are common in Muslim prayer and are therefore completely unproblematic. All three incidents show that during Ramadan, Muslims try to occupy and control the public space even more than usual, and thus do not practice what is always popularly reported about the beautiful Ramadan as a month of inner contemplation, i.e. a retreat from the public sphere. Breaking the fast every evening not only celebrates the sending down of the Quran, but also something that was still being said by Der Spiegel in 2017, for example, but is avoided as much as possible in today's editions. Quote, since the beginnings of Islam, Ramadan has also been a month of fighting. According to Muslim tradition, the Prophet Muhammad and his followers defeated the Quraysh, the most powerful tribe in his hometown of Mecca, in the Battle of Badr in 624 during the month of fasting. However, the Battle of Badr marked a turning point in the early history of Islam, the turning point in the struggle for supremacy. This story has repeatedly served as a model and justification for military attacks in the Arab world. In 1973, for example, Egyptian President Anwar as-Sadat called his surprise attack on Israel in the Yom Kippur War, also known as the Ramadan War, Operation Badr. End quote. This is the reason why so many attacks on infidels occur during Ramadan. The countless small attacks on the social lives of one's own apostate brothers and sisters in faith, who are forced into a daily petty war to observe the rules of Ramadan, go unnoticed by the public. Several years ago, in Istanbul, which is widely regarded as secular, men acted as religious guardians when they forced their way into a record store on camera, beating and threatening the people inside. They shouted in typical Islamic jargon, "You bastards! We'll burn you down! You sons of bitches! I'll fuck you, you dishonorable people! How can you drink alcohol in Ramadan?" Abdul Samad reported from London, which the Frankfurt SPD member Omar Shihada took as an example, that during Ramadan, the public appearance of praying Muslims not only repeatedly blocked traffic, but was also used to spread political messages in a way that was effective in the public eye. Public outbursts of anger, demonstrations of power, and incitement against Israel are an integral part of public appearances and are part of Ramadan. However, in the same breath, he invalidated his insight by also using peaceful Muslims to lament the skepticism directed against them. Of course, the warning against the right-wing fringe, which is no longer a fringe but a people's party, could not be omitted here either. The increasing seizure of land and control of public space by Islam does not, of course, bother the representatives of the young champions of diversity, feminism, climate protection, and the global South, who believe themselves to be progressive. Instead, they bravely take up the fight against the Christian traditions that hardly affect public life anymore, including the solemn inward-going of Christians on Good Friday. The latest cry of a left-wing confession is to present itself as the avant-garde of self-liquidation and self-submission in, of all places, Islamlit Frankfurt, and to mobilize with a party as an alliance of the youth organizations of the SPD, the Greens, and the FDP in Hesse against the ban on dancing on Good Friday. Frankfurt City Councillor Omar Shihada must have liked such engagement against the last public remnants of Christian tradition, which for God's sake should not be called anti-Christian or even Christophobic. If only because Shihada sells his commitment to the occupation of public space by Islam as an advocacy of peaceful coexistence, which is why he accuses all critics of the Frankfurt Ramadan lighting of creating discord and exclusion. In contrast, the people of Frankfurt stand united against right-wing extremism, anti-Semitism, and anti-Muslim racism, says Shihada. The Rudiger case and the events in Frankfurt and Göttingen are not only prominent examples of how Muslims occupy public space in society with the iconography of Islam, but also of how secularized society shies away from their ambitions, even sees them as an expression of cultural enrichment, and pushes aside or trivializes previous findings about political Islam. In 2019, in the case of the Tawhid finger, the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution still knew that the single index finger pointing upwards symbolizes the indivisible unity of God, which should also be reflected in this world in the unity of religion and state, and that it is not only used by IS supporters but also by their sympathizers and Salafists. This is the wording in the brochure published by the Office Salafism in Germany, Missionizing and Jihad. In March 2024, the top official of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution (VS) did not use the Rudiger pose to express her concern that a German national player might confess to being a friend of IS and a Salafist and therefore not believe in the separation of state and religion. The Federal Minister of the Interior, Nancy Faeser, gave the all-clear at all levels with a fictitious statement of fact. Quote, "The upwardly extended index finger is a sign that many Muslim believers show, especially at the beginning of the fasting month of Ramadan. For this reason alone, it is something completely different if Islamists misuse this gesture, and Antonio Rudiger should not be accused of such misuse." Faeser's brazen invention that Rudiger's upraised Tawhid finger is common Muslim practice all over the country fits in with the deliberate underplaying of Islam that has become standard, which is a mirror image of the endless hyping of a danger from the right. The fearless state anti-fascist fight against the right cannot exist without simultaneously kowtowing to Islam and its inherent character of conquest. This cosmopolitan and tolerant attitude is based on a life lie about Islam, which those in positions of responsibility such as Faeser and the head of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Haldenwang, must believe in order to remain ideologically true to themselves. To this end, for example, Ahmad Milad Karimi, an Islamic scholar who likes to pass the word around, takes on the job of giving the lie of life its academic consecration. Quote, "Islam is not a political ideology, but Islam can be instrumentalized for this or that political ideology. Ideology always precedes Islam. Muslims are not ideological, but ideologues can also be Muslims." End of quote. that Islam has nothing to do with Islam in case of doubt, and that the horrors associated with its name are only ever based on misunderstanding, abuse, or human error. This lie wants to erase the truth that the only true religion has been based primarily on worldly power through conquest from the very beginning, i.e. since Muhammad's hijrah from Mecca to Medina. Hence the saying, Islam will win, which is often heard from Muslims. A saying that is meant as a threat, because many Muslims do not deny the conquering character of their religion. They are even proud of it. In 2024, the large progressive milieu to which Fazer and Haldenwang belong cannot be accused of knowing too little about the special content of this religion. Rather, they do not want to admit that the religion of peace knows no separation between sacred and secular history, between political power and religious faith, and therefore immediately refer to the role of Christianity in the European Middle Ages, even though Christian teaching, just think of Jesus' words, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God's, has made a distinction between sacred and secular since Emperor Constantine, which led to considerable conflict between the secular powers and the Church throughout the Middle Ages and was an important factor in the generally Christian-based insurrectionary movements into the early modern period. While Christians constantly debated the words of Christ, "My kingdom is not of this world," and vacillated between the impossible and therefore hypocritical withdrawal from state affairs and the longing for redemption free of domination in this world too, Islam is not familiar with the distinction between faith and violence. Islam is, from its beginnings, a movement of radical this-worldliness and has never understood itself as a manifestation of another world. This results in the urge to regulate people's everyday lives in an all-encompassing totalitarian manner, to liquidate the individual's personal responsibility as an autonomous entity, and to subject them to unquestionable divine command. Doubt, the constant conflict between the evading God and the individual searching for truth, as we know it from Judaism and Christianity, is undesirable and is prevented. Throwing oneself into the dust publicly and collectively, shouting Allahu Akbar, together or presenting the Tawhid finger are just as much rituals of submission to a theocracy that rarely brings it to the state, but regularly calls for violence and announces the direction of the battles as the muezzin call, the headscarf, the prescribed beard or other traditional clothing. The visually strong Muslim dominance stands in contrast to the symbolism of Christianity, which was less publicly ritualized from the beginning and at its own peak in the 15th to 17th centuries individualized its own visual language and instead of the icons of the early period presented figures and paintings in the altars that depicted sensuality, beauty, and brooding people. In the course of the secularization of Western European societies, the public presence of Christianity, especially in the form of processions, was first pushed into the church space and then into the private sphere. Since the late Middle Ages, there have been no binding rules for Christian fasting, and it is certainly not harmful to health. Prayer takes place within one's own four walls or together for both sexes in church. The cross is worn discreetly around the neck on a chain, if at all. There are no dress codes that apply to public life. The ringing of bells merely calls the faithful to worship in the churches and contains no message, certainly not one that claims power like the muezzin's call. The public presence of Christian symbolism such as crosses in school and court buildings is now the exception, and even these have been increasingly sanctioned by the highest courts for years. Even a biblical passion story performed with great fanfare in Kassel at the end of March this year as an RTL live music event is by no means a suitable counterexample, but rather an expression of the fact that Christianity has degenerated into the stuff of culture industry spectacles in Western European societies. Those responsible for the major event in Kassel logically announced their portrayal of the Passion of Jesus as follows. Quote, "The last hours in the life of Jesus of Nazareth, told using well-known German pop songs, played and sung live by prominent performers, a large live band supported by the magnificent Passion Choir." End quote. The leading actor Hannes Jenik got carried away with the statement, "Our center of population today is RTL. And Kassel should be our Jerusalem." Racist initiatives that target Muslims in particular are the exception in Germany. Michael Sturzenberger, who is still touring German cities today, stands out more for his logorrhea-like, endless monologues than for his ability to attract or even mobilize a larger audience. His polemics against Islam display racist traits in their coarseness when they can be applied without further ado to all immigrants from the Arab and African regions or are understood as such by his followers, who often come from the extreme right-wing spectrum. This does not make Sturzenberger anything like a right-wing extremist who wants to establish a leader state, who elevates immediate violence in social disputes to a program and wants to build a party army and declare violence to be the principle of folkish awakening. The Pegida movement, which caused a stir at the end of 2014, effectively disbanded after a few months. The website PI News, which claims to be critical of Islam, also has quite a large and certainly racist fan base, but it is not suitable for campaigning. Although many AFD party supporters, such as the multipliers of the PI website, are conspicuous for their racist statements in the social media and folkish and culturally relativistic ideas are widespread in the AFD, the party as such has not yet stood out for its explicitly Islamophobic program. The AFD's basic program states, "The AFD is unreservedly committed to freedom of faith, conscience, and confession. However, it demands that state laws, human rights, and our values set limits to the practice of religion." The AFD clearly opposes Islamic religious practice that is directed against the free and democratic basic order, our laws, and the Judeo-Christian and humanistic foundations of our culture. Sharia law is incompatible with our legal system and our values. This is also documented by the Cairo Declaration of August 4, 1990, the most important declaration for the Islamic world. An Islam that does not respect or even opposes our legal system and claims to be the only valid religion is incompatible with our legal system and culture. Many Muslims live law-abiding and integrated lives and are accepted and valued members of our society. However, the AFD wants to prevent Islamic parallel societies with Sharia judges from forming and becoming increasingly segregated. It wants to prevent Muslims from becoming religiously radicalized to the point of violent Salafism and terror. The reports of the Offices for the Protection of the Constitution list a number of associations whose activities are directed against the free constitutional state and its laws and which must be banned as extremist. The spectrum of such associations ranges from legalistic Islam, which exploits our laws for its unconstitutional goals, to Salafism. Both the internal security of our state and the integration of Muslims are specifically endangered by such associations. The AFD demands that anti-constitutional associations be banned from building and operating mosques because of the danger they pose. The financing of the construction and operation of mosques by Islamic states or foreign donors or their middlemen should be prohibited. Islamic states want to spread Islam in Germany and increase their power by building and operating mosques. The growing influence of Islamic foreign countries is not compatible with the free constitutional state and the integration of Muslims living here. End quote. Only the malicious can read racism into such lines. The evidence passed around in 2018 that Bjorn Hawk is propagating racist fantasies of omnipotence because he wants to fight Islam beyond the Bosporus disappears into thin air on closer inspection. Hawk, fully committed to ethnopluralism, is of the opinion that the influence of Islam must end at the Bosporus. In one of his few statements on the subject, he said, "A Muslim who lives here peacefully and who abides by the law in public spaces without any ifs and buts must be tolerated. Everyone else has no future and no home here." End of quote. This statement is in line with the AFD's official program. In the spirit of ethnopluralism, Hawk stated that he was no enemy of Islam. Quote, "I am indeed tolerant in religious matters, but I say that Islam is actually incompatible with our values, with our way of life. Islam has a homeland that is the Orient and, for my sake, Black Africa, but its homeland is not Saxony-Anhalt, Germany, and Europe." End of quote. Such words reveal an attitude that does not care about the miserable and repressive conditions of people under Islamic rule. They have nothing in common with determined criticism of Islam. On March 29, 2023, the Federal Ministry of the Interior and for Home Affairs, BMI, announced in a press release after around 3 years of work, the Independent Expert Group on Muslim Hostility, UEM, today presented its final report Muslim Hostility, a German balance sheet, and handed it over to the Federal Ministry of the Interior and for Home Affairs, BMI. The foreword to the final report presented was contributed by the German Minister of the Interior, Nancy Faeser. The report begins with the statement that Muslims are part of our society and are hostile, marginalized, and excluded because of their faith. According to Faeser, the study examines the question of what exactly hostility towards Muslims is and how this phenomenon can be countered. The almost 400-page study, which as of spring 2024 cannot be ordered or accessed due to a temporary injunction obtained by Henrik M. Broder, which will be discussed later, discusses data on the extent of the phenomenon, which is understood to be multilayered, in addition to providing a definition of Muslim hostility, and examines the areas of education, media, politics, and culture in order to determine the extent of Muslim hostility. This is illustrated with case studies from social debates about the headscarf, the construction of mosques, political Islamism, and the caricature debate. This is preceded by a working definition that proves to be a cheap rehash of postmodern anti-racism. Hostility towards Muslims is not just an individual attitude towards Muslims, but a structural issue. Muslims are turned into social others, treated with hostility as backward and dangerous, oppressed because of their religion and declared to be difficult to integrate. As a result, hostility towards Muslims, also anti-Muslim racism, consists of ascribing general, largely unchangeable, backward and threatening characteristics to Muslims and people perceived as Muslim. Strangeness and hostility are, however, only constructed. The main factors are stereotypes of Islam and hostile images of Islam, which have existed for centuries and are firmly anchored in cultural memory and reproduced via modern media and pop cultural forms of expression. In the section on the term anti-Muslim racism, we learn that this form of racism is a specific form of neo-racism or cultural racism that asserts irreconcilable, supposedly civilizational differences in values and cultural differences, homogenizing groups and separating them from their own through hierarchization, which leads to a culture of dominance. And because the word marking always evokes associations with the yellow star after Auschwitz, it is of course also included here. People are Muslim marked simply because of migration experiences. The report makes no secret of its intention to find overlaps with anti-Semitic attitudes. As if there had been a campaign of extermination and pogroms against Muslims in Europe, as if there were writings launched by secret services about the wise men from Mecca, as if traditional delusions of Muslims as child murderers, desecrators of the host and murderers of God were part of an unbelief. It is important to make the hitherto little-noticed phenomenon of hostility towards Muslims more comprehensible. Quote, "A comparative perspective can also work out that both phenomena actually have less to do with the real objects of rejection than with an idea of them that serves as a projection surface to stabilize one's own collective identity." End quote. As if one had suspected it, this is followed by the remark that the thesis of Islamization is a phantasm that comes close to that of the Jewish world conspiracy. The declared aim of Islam to spread throughout the world is thus declared to be a supposed rumor of a quest for world domination. And all those who take note of this actual claim by Islam are quickly accused by the authors of having a worldview similar to anti-Semitism. So that it is not so easy to catch them in their scam, the authors, in the style of the Center for Research on Anti-Semitism at the Technical University of Berlin, innocently interject that a comparison would ultimately only serve to sharpen the concept of anti-Muslim hostility, even in differentiation from the phenomenon of anti-Semitism. There is nothing to be said against a historical comparison if it remains committed to the subject matter and does not shy away from working on the concept even if the result does not suit you. The authors of the report have not made this effort. The social unease about Islam is not critically analyzed. Instead, this discontent is denounced as a racist tendency, which is also similar to anti-Semitism, for the sake of the predetermined imperative that social tolerance towards a totalitarian ideology called Islam must be enforced. Because the authors know that anti-Semitism is unthinkable without the Holocaust, they construct an ideological bridge to reach their goal. Quote, "The situation of Muslims cannot be compared with the state-organized, systematic disenfranchisement and persecution of European Jews during the Nazi era, which led to industrially organized mass murder." End of quote. Once this has been formulated, the big but can follow, in order to give the delusion of the omnipotence of the Jews and their drive for world domination a rational core. From a historical perspective, the anti-Semitic discourses in the 18th and 19th centuries should be understood as a defensive reflex against Jewish emancipation and should therefore be compared with today's conflicts over the advancing participation of Muslims. End of quote. Some arguments against this hair-raising comparison because it rationalizes anti-Semitism are then put forward, but only to ultimately disavow them as a pretext for the purpose of devaluing Muslims. Thus, a central argument put forward by Monica Schwartzfriesel, among others with reference to critical theory, which opposes the alleged proximity and similarity of anti-Semitism and hostility towards Muslims, is vehemently contradicted. Schwartzfriesel had stated that the hostility towards Jews was completely unfounded. Rather, according to Adorno and Horkheimer, it was a pathological projection. In contrast, today's hostility towards Muslims can also be explained by the perception of violent Islamism and overgeneralizations of certain phenomena common in Islam. End of quote. The following objection is raised. This distinction is empirically unproven and argumentatively very abbreviated. It harbors the danger of legitimizing hostility towards Muslims. End quote. This not only gets rid of critical theory, which is considered notoriously annoying, but also turns Adorno and Horkheimer into masterminds of anti-Muslim racism. In the social debate about the connection between antisemitism and criticism of Israel, the 3D test presented by Natan Sharansky has established itself as an auxiliary crutch. On closer inspection, this sometimes useful tool in the political melee turns out to be the result of lazy thinking. The writings of Jean Amy, Leon Poliakov, Moishe Post1, or the elements of antisemitism are declared to be too unwieldy and too exhausting, or Joachim Brun and the Bahamas are rejected as too polemical out of the necessity of not being up to theoretical debates and therefore not wanting to engage in them. Sharansky's woodcut-like theses then prove to be a practical, constantly functioning template for convicting critics of Israel of antisemitism and separating permissible from impermissible criticism of Israel. The 3D test, which satisfies the deductive need for the simple application of memorandums, makes it possible to circumvent the connection between society and ideology. It not only speaks volumes for the low level of the 3D test, but also for the fact that the study brazenly copied a procedure that is undoubtedly indebted to Israel to determine hostility towards Muslims, which is called the 3P test. This test is intended to help distinguish between criticism of Islam and hostility towards Muslims. The first P, as in generalization, states that criticism of Islam is anti-Muslim if, for example, Muslims are generally accused of being violent and dangerous in the case of violent acts by Islamists. End of quote. Since not even Bjorn Hawk lumps all Muslims together, it is immediately apparent that sentences like this are not only intended to remove Islam from criticism, but also the permanently offended followers of a religion with an affinity for totalitarianism from individual responsibility. Consequently, even the reference to the fact that Islamic acts of violence can very well be derived from the religion of peace fulfills the anti-Muslim offense of generalization. The second P stands for perspectives that should not remain one-dimensional in order to avoid a sexist or homophobic act by a Muslim person being explained solely by their religious affiliation, while social, political, historical, and other problems and explanatory approaches are not taken into account. End of quote. Such a definition of hostility towards Muslims is in line with the very successful practice of anti-racist perpetrator protection that has been going on for years, whose most prominent feature is to always turn to the old left-wing questions about social causes when one deplores an ethnicization of the social in order to defend against criticism of Islam. To understand what a false game is being played here, just imagine the outcry that would ensue if a brochure from the Amadou Antonio Foundation were to call for other problems and explanatory approaches to be taken into consideration when dealing with right-wing perpetrators. The third P stands for pluralism, which should not be left out. If there is no generalization and other explanations for acts of violence are used, but the discourse as a whole is dominated by negative headlines about Islam and Muslims. In this case, the criticism may be legitimate, but the overall context must also be considered. Are the diversity as well as other interpretative practices of Islam taken into account? End of quote. Against such cowardly stammering, it must be emphasized that criticism must be absolutely ruthless, no matter what subject it is devoted to, ruthless both in the sense that criticism is not afraid of its results and just as little of the conflict with the existing powers. At least since 1979, the conviction that Islam does not fit into German society, which is dismissed in the report under the heading Blanket Reservations, has been based on an experience of Islamic violence that is not immediate but indirect through the Iranian Revolution. However, this is older and goes back to the experience of the Islamic threat to the Christian West, to which the entire Levant still belonged in the early Middle Ages, which has repeatedly penetrated the collective consciousness over the centuries. This experience, handed down over long historical phases, could be described as a long durée of skepticism and rejection of Islam. The prejudices against Muslims and the aversion to Islam have their rational core, which has increasingly become the basis of everyday consciousness since 1979. Since then, the Islamophobia of the everyday mind has necessarily had something to do with the concrete Islam experienced. The report, which is intended to help get to the bottom of the concepts of Islamophobia and anti-Muslim racism, must therefore reinterpret concrete experiences as the results of ignorance and irrational skepticism. In line with postmodern ideology, in which everything is just a question of narratives, discourses, and places of speech over which one must achieve hegemony, every experience is dismissed as racist speech acts of a toxic discourse space, which, to make matters worse, is short-circuited with pogrom-like violence such as that which erupted in Hanau. Anyone who imagines themselves in a jungle, not to say war zone full of speech acts and discourse spaces, where everyone is fighting for power against everyone else, logically demands the creation of hotlines. This is why not only action weeks against anti-Islamic racism are now being organized, but also an EU-funded reporting portal for anti-Islamic racism and Islamophobia and hostility towards Muslims is being operated. This portal is a project of the Alliance Against Islamophobia, or CLAIM for short, which is officially run as an NGO and funded by the German government to the tune of several €100,000. The obvious borrowing of well-known forms of the fight against antisemitism is transparent and infamous, as the initiators of these sites are associations that belong to the environment of legalistic and always anti-Semitic Islamism, Daitib, Miligoris, etc., or the environment of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is also strongly anti-Semitic. Using the example of the reporting portal iReport, just a few clicks are enough to find out that the carrier CLAIM cooperates with the student and academic group Ramsa, the Islamist group Insan, and the latter in turn with the relevant Islamic Relief. To name such connections can only be an expression of anti-Muslim racism, and, to make the madness perfect, a case for iReport. The chapter on the principle of contact guilt, as another form of anti-Muslim hostility, demonstrates how this works. The report complains, the accusations of contact guilt often come from so-called Islam experts who try to inspect Muslim public figures and uncover any problematic attitudes they are accused of having. In doing so, they make sweeping judgments and generate particular attention through media scandalization. Quite a few of them have hardly any well-founded professional expertise. Nevertheless, offices for the protection of the Constitution and other agencies use them as scientific sources. End quote. Sigrid Hermann and Henrik M. Broder, among others, are named in the report as such unqualified persons. Both took legal action against the falsifying and personally defamatory attributions, whereby Henrik Broder was able to obtain a temporary injunction, as a result of which the report had to be removed from the internet and could no longer be distributed. The denunciation of the two critics of Islam makes it clear that the report, commissioned and financed by the Federal Ministry of the Interior, perverts the mandate of a democratic government. Instead of protecting the personal rights of its citizens, they are being presented officially by the state for the purpose of discrediting and ultimately suppressing their well-founded criticism of a totalitarian ideology. It is a novelty in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany that people who oppose a totalitarian ideology with the means of enlightenment are declared enemies of open society by government officials. But that's not all. On closer reading, it becomes clear why the report Muslimfeindlichkeit, Ein deutsche Beilands would have been better called Handreichung zur Islamisierung der Gesellschaft. As if Islamist propagandists were not already sitting on broadcasting councils or using the religious education curriculum to spread anti-Israel ideology, the report defines criteria for how Muslims and their association representatives can gain visibility and influence in the key social areas of education, media, politics, and culture. The aim is the equal participation of Muslim actors and organizations, especially in the cultural and social sphere, the sustainable promotion of film and theater productions that address the diversity of Muslim life and thus make it visible in the public sphere. End of quote. It is about targeted opening processes with regard to the representation of Islam and Muslim life in order to avoid widespread stereotypes in Islam-related art and cultural exhibitions. End quote. In short, the proclaimed major goal is sustainable development and promotion of equal participation and representation of people with Muslim identity references in all state institutions and structures of action, as well as the equal participation of Muslim actors and organizations in state funding at federal, state, and local level. End of quote. The fact that such a transformation of the Republic cannot be achieved without constitutional intervention is openly acknowledged. The legal system of the Federal Republic of Germany is based on historical developments that have been aligned with the circumstances and expectations of a society that used to be religiously centered on Christianity. There is therefore a need for an intensive review of whether and to what extent religious and ideological heterogeneity, in the sense of equal participation, has actually already been implemented in the present and where there are still deficits in action. End of quote. This plea for the literally fundamental restructuring of the secular order of the Federal Republic of Germany, which is based on religious freedom and freedom from religion in relation to Islam, was written by people such as Sabiner Chima, an anti-racism agitator who likes to present herself as democracy-proof and modern and who is employed at the highly state-subsidized and frank educational institution, among other places. Chima, who always emphasizes that she rejects misanthropic ideologies and does educational work not only against racism, but also against anti-Semitism, reserved the right to succinctly point out that everything that frightens and outrages the majority of citizens about Islam is not even worthy of concern for the Federal Ministry of the Interior. Quote, "The undisputed problems of Islamic religious extremism are not the subject of the mandate." End quote. The whole of Berlin, the whole free world mourns the victims of this cowardly and inhumane attack on our peaceful coexistence. This was announced by Berlin's governing mayor Michael Mahler immediately after the attack on Breitscheidplatz on December 20, 2016, which left some room for interpretation. Was he, of all people, who so openly showed solidarity with a woman wearing a Muslim headscarf on election posters in the summer of 2016 to promote a cosmopolitan Berlin, trying to position the West as a community of values against Islam? Those who do not include the whole world, but explicitly only the free world in the mourning community, exclude Islamic states just as much as communities that courageously stand up for values within the free world, but against it that are so similar to those of the Berlin attacker. Such suspicions had to be dispelled. Berlin will not tolerate such a thing. So it is high time to redefine the issue of freedom. We in Berlin define freedom according to the standards of Partner für Berlin, the capital's official marketing company, which has been hammering home to residents and visitors on large posters since the end of March 2017 under the hashtag #FreiheitBerlin logo that freedom is when I am able to look at people with my heart, no matter who I am standing in front of. Mo Azumang, German director, producer, author, presenter, and actress. Or, think what you want, look how you want, love who you want. Michael Michalski, fashion creator and designer. Or, dancing has given me the chance to discover the world. Today I know that dancing means freedom. Michael Roseman, dancer of the 0 hour with the flying steps. In Berlin, you are so free to be happy with what you have and everything that surrounds you. Although it is not known whether Mikel Okigbo, who cleans the apartments of middle-class people for the startup exploiter Helpling at the lowest possible price, is a believer in the slogan "cleaning means freedom." As an African, he can proudly proclaim, "Freedom is looking the way you want." He is allowed to do this exclusively in the most fantastic city of all, where he has to share a shithole with 3 other Africans. Together with one of his stingy customers, he is expected to proclaim with conviction. With this initiative, Berlin is committing to its self-image of freedom and thus setting an example for cosmopolitanism and tolerance, as the managing director of Partners for Berlin has decreed. The invocation of Berlin's attitude to life by dance school operators, fashionable model gays and filmmakers who look with their hearts comes across as so consistently silly and harmless that it is almost easy to overlook that the purpose of the exercise lies in authoritarian popular education against the right, and that the sympathizers are obviously ideologues connected to the red-red-green Senate who make a living by ensuring that the many Mikel Okigbos, as staffage of a vaunted diversity, continue to have no voice as pseudo-self-employed cleaning slaves. Take the heartthrob from Castle with the Ghanaian father. Mo und die Arier Alien unter Rassisten und Neonazis is the title of a book by Mo Azumang that was published in 2016 and is guaranteed to affect you. The fashion designer presented creations at Berlin Fashion Week 2008 that he labeled with statements such as, "Atomcraft? No thanks," or "No blood for oil." And the engagement of the partly state-subsidized dance teacher Roseman can be summed up in the cynical abbreviation, "dancing like the ghetto children." As the Berliner Morgenpost titled a feature on September 20, 2010, about the mixture of breakdance and social work he offers for mainly migrant underclass children. Governing Mayor Mahler, whose Berlin kann Freiheit, Berlin can be freedom, is a must in the campaign, defined the enemies of freedom in a landmark open letter to the U.S. President at the end of January 2017, 6 weeks after his blunder on December 20, 2016. Quote, "Today, at the beginning of the 21st century, we must not simply accept it when all our historical experiences are thrown overboard by those to whom we owe our freedom in large part, the Americans." End quote. In this respect, it was only consequent when Christian Arbeit, managing director communications of 1 FC Union Berlin, said on a campaign poster, "The only wall we like is the one in front of our goal." End quote. What applies to the USA can easily be extended to the UK. Only those who do not value freedom can question Europe, decided the writer Nicole Jubic, who is a part-time active member of the SPD. In addition to the celebrities, every normal person was also invited to present their own personal freedom slogan to the public. And so they stood side by side in front of the Brandenburg Gate at the photo opportunity in March. Celebrities and strangers, each with their own individual sign. Freedom is education, for example, but obviously united under the motto shown by a lady in a business look. Innovation is the engine, freedom is the fuel. How does something like this work? Nowhere in Germany is a common sense, an indispensable prerequisite for freedom that is not only proclaimed on posters, as weakly developed as in Berlin, where, on the contrary, people are committed to a myth that is obviously a cipher for self-confidently lived asociality. Shooing old and very young people off the sidewalk with loud bells on bicycles, disturbing the peace at night as a mass sport, littering everywhere, public pissing on other people's front doors, stinking chips on the bus, aggressive honking. These not only tourist rude acts find their counterpart in the brutality of the startup existences to be found everywhere. For all of them, the place where they live or visit is not a big city, but a metropolis, which in turn represents a post-civilizational jungle, a biotope that cannot be controlled by human reason, in which the ecological rule of eat or be eaten applies. Freedom Berlin therefore means the self-empowerment, supported not least by the state, to intervene in other people's sovereignty at any time, to harass and humiliate them, and to reject any protest scornfully and aggressively as an expression of provincialism and Philistinism. Cosmopolitanism and tolerance have long since become slogans of intimidation, directed at those who nostalgically cling to the big city as a place of anonymity, where everyone can live as they please because they refrain from assaulting others just as much as they expect not to be harassed themselves. In Berlin, encroachment is the predominant characteristic of the lone fighter who only agrees with his milieu that any conventional notion of public order must be self-consciously dismissed as a sign of being left behind, an attitude that automatically places one on the side of power, albeit deregulated power. This anti-fascist battle mission of the ideologues and practitioners of the jungle follows a government that fails at every point, from public safety to the education of migrant children in particular, who are offered breakdancing or martial arts courses, from the housing crisis to ailing public transport, but which falls back on aggressively presented, coercive propaganda for cosmopolitanism and tolerance precisely when 12 people have been murdered by declared enemies of the West. The encouragement "you can do it" is directed at the incorrigible characteristics of the self-confessed metropolitan Berliners as a call to change the world, i.e. to use their own asociality as seed capital for community building against the right. Almost at the same time as the Freedom Campaign, the agency Scholz and Friends appeared as a further partner for Berlin and the whole of Germany and, well funded by the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, plastered the remaining advertising pillars and billboards with the slogan "Living Democracy." Spontaneous slogans such as, "This poster won't change anything, but you can," "This poster is just hanging around, but you can do more," or "This is not a pillar of society, but you can be 1 foot," are not intended to mobilize the normal citizen, who is obviously discredited as slack and irresponsible, who wants to rely on law and order and not be forced into voluntary community action, but rather an emergency citizen who is sharply opposed to him and who can do more than simply go his own way politely and cautiously. What is required is a loud commitment to Berlin from those of all people who only manage every small private step in life as survival specialists in the battle with the forces of nature and want to be praised for it. A degenerate state government whose strongest parliamentary group is separated from the AfD by just 7%, and a no less degenerate Federal Ministry for Family Affairs and with it committed and guaranteed left-wing, even radical left-wing activists, find nothing reprehensible in the fact that the agency Scholz and Friends, acting on behalf of the state, attempted at the end to withdraw the business basis from websites they had labeled as right-wing, including the Axis of Good. Websites that provide content free of charge are financed by advertisements that are placed on the pages, which in turn are mediated by services that select suitable pages for the respective provider. Scholes and friends had tried to urge such intermediaries to stop entering into contracts with unwanted websites and to terminate existing contracts. The FAZ rightly commented on this as follows: "Anyone who relies on something like this, especially as the strategist of an advertising agency, is positioning economic power against diversity of opinion and freedom of the press." End quote. The two agencies were joined, also in spring 2017 and of course in responsibility for the threatened freedom, by public bodies which, in order to blur their immediate dependence on the state, prefer to call themselves a scientific community rather than a university. On April 22, 2017, they called on the state to create new jobs for them in the name of freedom. "We should invest in and promote research and development in the public sector and create incentives for investment in research and development in the private sector." End quote. In return, the targeted donor was assured of his allegiance with the formula scientists must have an active role in public life and politics. The governing mayor clarifies what this activism should be directed against. Quote, "That is why we are resolutely opposed to those who undermine the freedom of science and elevate untruths to alternative facts. And that is why we are working together for independent science and an open-minded, tolerant, and free society." End of quote. As we know, from the denial of climate change to absurd conspiracy theories, scientifically proven facts are increasingly being denied, or even proven falsehoods are being presented as alternative facts. March for Science Berlin. The signal word climate change has already emancipated itself from a scientific discussion about the causes and consequences of global warming into a call to arms against the United States of America and, beyond that, every European skeptic. Doubts about the assumed catastrophic consequences of climate change, or that humans can intervene at all and measurably in the complex climate process, are already considered an expression of right-wing extremist sentiment that threatens creation. Doubts about the blessings of vaccination, especially for children, on the other hand, are justified within a European and therefore anti-American scientific community, which is why on April 24, 2017, the banners of the numerous anti-vaccination activists could not, with the best will in the world, be cut out of the picture when reporting on the march of scientists against the right. The Senate under Michael Mueller gives high priority to connecting the academic community with an open-minded and tolerant society, e.g. by establishing an Institute for Islamic Theology at Humboldt University. Funding has been secured with €13 million until 2020. On March 27, 2017, Michael Borgolt was appointed as founding commissioner, who immediately announced, "Graduates of the bachelor's and master's degree courses should receive a scientifically sound education that qualifies them to work as imams or religious teachers." End quote. The DITIB, which distributes comics to children that promote martyrdom or calls for Santa Claus to be beaten up on its website, sits on the advisory board that oversees this scientifically sound training. Borgolt has not yet been able to identify any points of conflict with the DTB. There is one DITB representative in this circle of 15 people, in contrast to other universities where the DITIB is much more strongly represented. Deutschlandfunk, March 27, 2017. The freedom to avoid conflicts with Islamists is also part of a cosmopolitan, tolerant, and free society. Another member of the advisory board is the Islamic Federation Berlin, which is closely linked to Milli Goris and whose declared goal is the establishment of an Islamic state. And the third named advisory board is the Central Council of Muslims in Germany, whose influence by the German branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamic Community in Germany, IGD, is also not a problem. The Islamic Community of Shiite communities in Germany, which has been deemed by the city of Hamburg, among others, to be in irreconcilable contradiction to the values of the free democratic basic order, is also expected to ensure openness to the world with its presence. "We will find a way to include liberal Muslims," assured University President Sabine Kunst. As the liberal Alevi community in Berlin has long since left, its members do not see themselves as Islamic and are pushing for their own religious teachers. The only person left is Seren Atesh, who has already applied with her liberal mosque, which will have no members until it ceases to be liberal. When asked about allying himself with potentially questionable associations, Mayor Mueller replied, You have to look and see how, and not whether, you work together. Mueller obviously took a close look when selecting his state secretary Sausan Chebli, who only at first glance appears to have a successful integration behind her. She does not wear a headscarf. Although she considers it a religious duty, she speaks good German, and she is a member of the party that advocates equality and social justice. Chebli has not particularly shown as deputy spokesperson for the Federal Foreign Office. Her awkward and often stammered answers at press conferences show that the qualifications required of a spokesperson, namely eloquence and quick-wittedness, were irrelevant to her appointment. Chebli's innovative understanding of integration, on the other hand, seems to have more than compensated for her objective incompetence for the Islamists in government. She advocates Sharia law and headscarves and has founded the association Juma, Young, Muslim, Active, whose activists have been known to pose with headscarves and machine guns at the Holocaust Memorial. Among the invited speakers at Juma events are friends of IS supporter Dennis Cuthbert such as Abdul Adam Kamis, who openly promote the Salafist Al-Nur Mosque in Neukölln, and Chebli was apparently present at such lectures. Her husband, Nizar Maruf, whom she says she chose herself, apparently a merit worthy of special recognition, is the head of Vivantes International and is responsible for recruiting wealthy Arab patients for the Vivantes Group's clinics. True to the motto innovation is the engine, freedom is the fuel, Maruf has brought about the following changes in operating procedures. Anyone arriving at reception via red-carpeted floors will be met by friendly nurses. They received English training and were encouraged by the management to work in a more customer-oriented way. It was Ramadan recently, so food was served between 2 and 3 in the morning. If you want to pray, you get a carpet and Quran in your room. Some people want extra treatments and bring their servants with them, says Sister Karina Westphal. End quote. The higher level of customer orientation probably means that the nurses explain to the servants they bring with them what to do if the Arab customer does not want to be touched by an unbelieving woman. Allegedly, these activities serve to attract more expensive specialists to Berlin, on the condition that they also treat the indigenous patients of the municipally owned Vivantes Empire. Regardless of the fact that not too many people want to be on a ward where Arabic music TV blares through the corridors, it smells of oriental spices and food is served at 2 o'clock in the morning, it is rather pointless to speculate about such things, because we are fully booked at the moment, says Nizar Maruf. What applies to Chebli's youth gang, being Muslim and active, applies even more to the Neuköllner Begegnungszentrum e.V., NBS, whose imam and chairman Mohammed Taha Sabri received the Berlin Order of Merit from Michael Mahler in 2016 for his many years of active and valuable work as a bridge builder between cultures and religions. Together, its members are fighting against an increase in hate speech against migrants, Muslims, and refugees, as they reported to the Berlin police at the beginning of March. From the Shabbat Girls Group to the Sisters Women's Meeting, Arabic lessons for children and discussion groups with refugees, the Islamic Counter-Society has everything on offer. Even if you didn't know that this mosque association, which is primarily aimed at people of Arab, especially Palestinian origin, has maintained and probably continues to maintain links with the Muslim Brotherhood, has had hate preachers perform and is therefore still under observation by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. The richly illustrated self-portrayal on the homepage alone indicates that all the women and girls not only wear headscarves covering every hair and the entire neck, but also dedicate themselves together with the men to agitating for the comprehensive development of the city for Sharia morality in the name of self-determination. The bridges that this association builds are one-way streets for the export of Islamic values to the outside world, while at the same time completely sealing themselves off from any penetration of Western values into the community. Only the members of the community meet there, supplemented by seekers of meaning and Arab refugees. The majority of society, represented by its multicultural agents such as Neukölln's SPD Mayor Franziska Giffey, is only welcome as a greeter who leaves behind praise and awards in return for affable assurances. Islam is peace. The right to criticize is reserved solely for the association as the spokesperson for a severely discriminated minority that wants everything without promising anything in return and demands it in a very cosmopolitan manner. So there is no sign of the freedom praised as diversity and tolerance within the Neukölln Meeting Center. Complete conformity and merciless pressure to conform prevail here, and by perpetuating the language of the Quran as the actual home language, everything is done to ensure that hardly anyone beyond the ethnicized small businesses in the vegetable trade, snack bar, halal butchery and confectionery sectors can get a foot on the ground economically. The rest is taken care of by the Nukoln Job Center next door to the association, whose attempts to get women with children into work and thus off welfare are considered intolerant because they do not value other cultures. Anyone looking at the website of the Nukoln Meeting Center should get the impression that people who come together like this in the middle of the West only come to a depressing end with their mission of salvation when they have made everything equal. Even though the Berlin assassin Anis Amri did not go in and out of the Nukoln Meeting Center, but in the now-closed Fusale Mosque in the Mobit district, it is surprising that the Nukoln Meeting Center of all places was chosen to initiate and significantly shape the only real memorial event for the victims of the self-confessed Muslim Anis Amri. The fact that she was able to do this is largely due to the governing mayor of Berlin, who not only knows how to enforce Berlin freedom, but also does so with determination. On February 21, 2017, the Berliner Morgenpost reported, 2 months after the attack on Breitscheidplatz in City West, Berlin's governing mayor Michael Müller, SPD, sent letters of condolence to the families of the 12 people who died and the 50 or so injured in the attack. The newspaper Der Tagesspiegel quotes him as saying that he deliberately took his time. 11 of the injured are still in hospital, including 2 seriously injured. Senate spokeswoman Claudia Sunder explained that the letters of condolence were only sent out now because it had been difficult to find the addresses of some of the victims. Mueller had urged that the letters be sent out quickly. However, as they wanted to send out all the letters at the same time, this had led to delays. Mueller writes in the letter that he deliberately allowed some time to pass after the attack. This unbelievably cynical statement did not provoke any opposition. There were no spontaneous demonstrations against the ruling monster and his cheap lies. In Manchester, it took just 3 days after the attack on May 22, 2017 for the names of all those murdered to be known and for pictures of them to be published in all the daily newspapers, along with honorific biographical references. It took 3 days for the Queen to appear at the city's children's hospital for a medical visit. On the same day that the whole country observed a minute's silence and thousands gathered in Manchester to remember their murdered fellow citizens. In Germany, the victims of Islamic terror have no name and no history. They are not honored and their relatives are not comforted. People took their time and prepared the ground for civil society to spit on the graves of the dead in the name of peace and tolerance. In March, the time had come. The event was initiated by the Nukoln Meeting Place, which according to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution has links to the Muslim Brotherhood. They registered the rally with the police under the slogan, "Against an increase in agitation against migrants, Muslims, and refugees." This could not have been allowed to stand, even if Berlin, thirsting for freedom, had meant exactly that and had not needed any extra lessons from the mosque. Because this message could have triggered a counterproductive debate about the mockery of the victims by organized members of the religion of persecuting innocents, the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church quickly stepped in and turned the Islamist mockery of the victims into a general religious mockery. In the joint call for demonstrations by the Mosque Association and the Church, the invitation to the rally was issued under the motto "Religions for an Open-Minded Berlin." It states that a broad alliance of Christians, Muslims, Jews, and representatives of many other religious communities in Berlin will set an example for peace and tolerance. The terrorist attack that left 12 people dead is not mentioned in the appeal. You can do it. The preachers must have shouted to each other and fabricated an appeal text that is no different from those of official advertising agencies. Quote, "As religious people, we are united by the desire inherent in all religions to contribute to peace on earth. In times when acts of terrorism shake the world, misanthropy poisons the hearts of many and enemies of the Constitution endanger the cohesion of our society. We must raise our voices against violence, hatred, and intolerance and stand up together for a Berlin of solidarity and openness to the world." End quote. In addition to the Nukoln Meeting Place, 3 other organizations that are being monitored by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution due to Islamist activities called for the rally. The Intercultural Center for Dialogue and Education, the Islamic Educational and Cultural Center IKEZ, and the Taiba Cultural Center for the Promotion of Education and Understanding. According to the Constitution Protection Report, they have links to the Muslim Brotherhood, which calls for the comprehensive application of Sharia law and the creation of an Islamic state and makes the Quran the guiding principle for political action. The IKEZ is considered a meeting place for Hamas. Understandably, the rabbi, who was originally invited to the peace rally, did not want to appear in such a society after learning the composition of the speakers. A pastor from the Protestant Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church could not understand all the hype and faithfully blurted out what dialogue with Islam means. Quote, "There are probably individual believers with links to Islamism in all mosque communities. If all these communities were therefore excluded from events, you could forget about Christian-Muslim dialogue." End of quote. This corresponds to the self-image of a metropolis whose mayor called out to the 200 women in headscarves and roughly the same number of elderly churchgoers. We want to counter the centrifugal forces in our society. We are united and will not allow ourselves to be divided. End of quote. In the words of Mohammad Taha Sabri, the imam of the NBS at the same rally, this can only mean, "I refuse to call this terror Islamist or Islamic terror." End quote. This is what happened on Breitscheidplatz, where, then as now, the candles were burning at the site of the attack, directly in front of a homemade sign that once read, "For the victims of Islamist terror." Someone had already made the word Islamist illegible in January. This is why the Union Jack was not projected onto the Brandenburg Gate on May 23 or afterwards, as had been decided with foresight back in March 2017. Everyone should remember the cynical reasoning of Senator for Culture Klaus Lederer, Link, for future election decisions. But every official act of remembrance or every official expression of grief inflates when it is no longer the exception. I now believe that the best way forward would be to dispense with the lighting of the gate altogether in future and make room for other forms of empathy. End quote. National flags will only be placed on the gate after terrorist attacks in Berlin's twin cities. The two exceptions to the twin city rule were places with which Berlin has a special relationship. The Senate Chancellery was quoted as saying by Rundfunk Berlin-Brandenburg, RBB, in March. This is the case with Jerusalem and also with Orlando as a rainbow city. Since the federal president honored a pathological murderer of Jews in Ramallah, the Jewish extra sausage is probably over. That leaves the gays, who are ambushed with cruel regularity by Muslim perpetrators in the rainbow city of Berlin and then beaten up. They are welcome to hook up with the mayor and their multicultural tormentors in the spirit of a location community against America. There's no question that #Freiheit Berlin needs politicians, advertising agencies, and willing participants, but the metropolis didn't get the order to fight from a snooty governing loser from Tempelhof, nor from the responsible advertising expert, but from the editor-in-chief of Die Welt, Ulf Postschart, who issued the German marching orders under the rainbow-colored steel helmet of the anti-American Springer Press back in January 2017. Quote, "Our ambition should be awakened. The distribution of global prosperity will be aggressively decided by the USA in its favor in the future. If we don't fight back and become better, braver, more industrious, more innovative, freer, more open, gayer, more lesbian, more multicultural. It's the economy, stupids. If the Germans endure this conflict and even score points, they are also defending the blessings of a liberal, open society. There's a lot at stake. More than ever." End quote. The 12 dead at Breitscheidplatz don't fit in. They were not good, courageous, hardworking, gay, and multicultural enough for this city, but embarrassing, as victims are in difficult times. You can't score points with losers in a place that confidently proclaims, "Innovation is the engine. Freedom is the fuel." In the summer of 1953, Bertolt Brecht wrote the poem The Solution in response to a statement by Kurt Barthel, secretary of the GDR Writers Association, on the protests of the construction workers on June 17, 1953. Barthel had commented on the uprising, which, like the other workers' protests, had been put down with the participation of Soviet troops, in an article for Neues Deutschland, which was also distributed as a flyer with the words, "Repairing destroyed houses is easy. Rebuilding destroyed trust is very, very difficult." Brecht responded to this in the poem, which he did not publish during his lifetime but which was printed in Welt in 1959, 3 years after his death, with the words, "After the uprising of June 17th, the secretary of the Writers Association distributed leaflets in Stalin Alley on which it was written that the people had lost the trust of the government and could only win it back by redoubling their work. Wouldn't it be easier if the government dissolved the people and elected another one?" Brecht's admonition that the government was obliged to the people and not the other way around was very much in line with the GDR's self-image, according to which the people were represented by the working class. Nevertheless, the phrase that the government should choose another people has since been used by people who have nothing to do with real socialism. It has become the pathos formula of all those who complain that those at the top have lost all contact with the lives of normal people. In order to spare themselves the accusation made by Brecht, the protagonists of post-democratic technocracy, which has established itself in the course of the greening of bourgeois life, act differently from the apparatchiks of that time. They do not cow the people with the police and military, but create a kind of administrative simulation of a bourgeoisie that, in contrast to the populist rabble, preserves the true values of democracy and to which the population must convert. This is the only way to understand why citizens' councils with no legally defined purpose or political legitimacy have been springing up in the vicinity of civil society organizations and public media in recent months, acting as state agencies. The most prominent of these citizens' councils is the Forum Against Fakes set up by the Bertelsmann Foundation, which supports the German government in the fight against disinformation in cooperation with the Federal Ministry of the Interior and Homeland, BIH, and non-governmental organizations such as the Michael Otto Foundation for Sustainability under the motto Together for a Strong Democracy. With the participation of more than 420,000 citizens, the Participation Project has drawn up a catalog of 15 recommendations with 28 concrete measures to combat disinformation. Among other things, media literacy, including the ability to identify fake news, should be included as a compulsory module in teacher training courses, and a contact point for reporting, checking, and correcting disinformation should be created where citizens can report journalistic content that appears suspicious or is otherwise unacceptable. It remains unclear which citizens were involved in drawing up the proposals. The project coordinators named as contact persons by the Bertelsmann Foundation: Anna Renkamp, Senior Project Manager; Dominic Hirlman, Senior Advisor; and Angela Jane, Senior Project Manager, represent less the citizenry than a post-citizen administrative apparatus that is now so bloated that it is easy for its members to see themselves as representatives of an imagined universalism. Green Party MP Konstantin von Notz immediately interpreted Bertelsmann's catalog of recommendations as a set of instructions that showed how great the expectations towards politics are. The presentation of a cross-departmental strategy against disinformation is indeed overdue. It must now be implemented as quickly as possible in order to curb disinformation in accordance with the rule of law and increase social resilience." End quote. This shows what characterizes the citizens' councils. They are not associations of private individuals to assert their own interests against the bigotry of politicians, but an attempt by the government, which feels itself to be a general assembly, to impose its particular interest on the population as a general interest. It is not the people who force the government to change its policies by voting, but the government activates outsourced state agencies, which it drives before it with conformist opinions in order to take even more brutal action than before against the sovereign who legitimizes it. In this sense, it must be understood that the Berlin sociologist Stefan Mao, a particularly prominent government whisperer, called for the installation of citizens' councils after the elections in Thuringia, Saxony, and Brandenburg in order to revitalize democracy and, as he told Die Zeit, to counter the accusation that politics is a purely elite event. The fact that the recent elections may have demonstrated a new vitality of democracy, and that the East Germans are proving their resilience to the German government's migration and economic policies without caring help, does not occur to either Mao or von Notz, because unlike the late GDR leadership clique, who knew full well that they were despised by their own citizens, the members of the new post-democratic priesthood actually believe they have seen the truth and need to enlighten the blinded population. This is probably why government representatives address their own sovereigns as if they were a kindergarten. The citizens' councils in the media, which are rounded up on public broadcasters as a funny acclamation of government action rejected by the majority of the population, also look like a kindergarten. In his democracy spectacle, The 100 What Moves Germany, Ingo Zamperoni stages the Citizens' Council as an involuntary self-parody, in which two journalists present facts as well as pro and contra arguments on the topic of the respective program, and the audience sits on the pro or contra side of the room, which is divided into two depending on their opinion forming as human dressage, which only knows the sovereign as a voting mass that can be pushed back and forth. The fact that citizens' councils were once forums for the expression of civic stubbornness and private interest against an all-powerful state is being forgotten. It was not only the citizens' forums that accelerated the decline of real socialism in the declining GDR. In the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1960s and 1970s, in the pre- and early history of the Greens, it was citizens' movements that reminded the administratively rigid state of its local political duties in transport, infrastructure, and housing policy. The Greens have now forgotten the bourgeois liberal elements of their own party history, just as the Social Democrats have forgotten their working-class constituency and the CDU has forgotten the meaning of the C in its name. All of them, and the Greens have always been the avant-garde, no longer see themselves as representatives of a well-understood interest policy, but rather as heralds of a whole, climate justice, health, global governance, to which the individual must be sacrificed. This sacrifice is served by citizens' councils, which betray the citizens to whom they give advice. "Where is Boll?" asked Zeit magazine. The question was not meant to be so simple, as the graffiti-style layout already drew attention to it. Of course, the authors know that the writer has not disappeared without a trace, but has been dead since 1985. The claim that the Germans have forgotten their Nobel Prize winner is also self-defeating when you dedicate an elaborate title to the forgotten man. Finally, the explanation followed. Quote, "At the end of his life, Heinrich Boll was regarded as the conscience of the nation. He was revered as the winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature. His topics are topical again. The RAF, environmental protection, the precariat. Why have the Germans forgotten him anyway?" End of quote. Imagining what follows requires no imagination. After all, it would be obvious what Boll would do today. Boll would write to Interior Minister Wolfgang Schäuble today, speculates writer Tanja Duckers, for example, and her colleague Julie Zay adds plaintively, "The politically active writer has become persona non grata in Germany. It is the attitude, not a literary legacy worth reading, that interests them about Boll." The article ends where it must. Quote, "Where would Boll be? He would be sitting in mosques discussing religion and tolerance." End quote. The rebel with the dachshund look, who said of himself in his last interview, "I am an anarchist, one who recognizes no authority above himself. I am committed to the Constitution and pay my taxes," was the embodiment of German ambivalence towards the state. As an authoritarian in disguise, he resolved the contradiction that tore him apart between the desire to indulge in collective regression and the need to be ruled by dividing the state into a good one, the welfare state, and a bad one, the surveillance state. It is therefore no coincidence that today's German writers think of Boll not in terms of a novel, but in terms of his engagement against state control and repression. He is remembered as a ventriloquist of the malaise that always overtook many West Germans when the state acted not as a social worker but as the executor of its monopoly on the use of force. The rhetoric of the lament has been familiar ever since. Quote, "The surveillance mania is spreading. The state and companies are registering, monitoring, and controlling us more and more completely. No matter what we do, who we talk to or phone, where we go or drive, who we are friends with, what we are interested in, which groups we are involved in, the big brother state and the little brothers from business know more and more precisely. Freiheitsstaatangst.de. The drum has been beaten for decades with sentences like this. Generations come and go, but the surveillance state does not come, which, if one takes seriously what has been prophesied since the movement against the emergency laws at the end of the 1960s, should have long since become a reality. This movement, which peaked at the same time as the student movement in 1967-68, is regarded as a prime example of bourgeois anti-fascism in the Federal Republic, but was to be its gravedigger. The motives of the protesters were too contradictory. On the one hand, those who, like Theodore W. Adorno, were cautiously reserved about German sovereignty as such and who saw the emergency laws as confirming the danger of totalitarian tendencies in democracy, an attitude that did not go far enough for Herbert Marcuse, and on the other World War II veterans like Boll, in whose eyes the emergency laws appeared to be a document of non-authentic sovereignty dictated by the hated American, occupying power. The fact that he, a fervent advocate of German sovereignty, was unable to grasp the extent to which the emergency laws represented one of its prerequisites. Such legislation had been declared as such by the Western Allies with the founding of the Federal Republic, characterizes the ambivalent emotional state stemming from the post-war period between the desire for a strong Germany and the experience of feeling more comfortable in powerlessness, e.g. the status of occupation, because it spares the subject and the state the assumption of responsibility. However, the sentences quoted above do not begin a call for one of the numerous anti-repression campaigns of the 1970s and 1980s, but for a demonstration in Berlin on September 22, 2007. Under the motto, "Freedom instead of fear, stop the surveillance mania," an appeal is once again made to the state paranoia that can be mobilized at any time and is fed by the ambivalence of what is longed for and what is feared. The state is longed for as a good father that is supposed to protect its subjects from globalization and other misfortunes, but the state is fled from in its capacity as sovereign over the life and death of its subjects. As soon as this often repressed quality is exposed and the power of the state is violently executed, the outcry is great. The sovereign, just a moment ago trusted as if it were a part of the self, becomes a stranger and occupier. But there is no good father without an evil father. A sovereign who gives up his sovereignty can no longer protect his subjects as they demand of him. The National Socialist non-state had dissolved this ambivalence. Society, state, and movement had merged into a monstrous machine of destruction. This is why today's German fear of the state is not due to a pronounced mistrust of totalitarian tendencies that seeks to learn lessons from history. Rather, this legend of anti-fascist vigilance has the function of a cover-up memory. In the resistance to the census of the 1980s, elements of the collective boycott of denazification were found again, in which Germans certified to each other that they were not Nazis or only fellow travelers. By perceiving themselves as victims of state intervention and presenting themselves publicly, they appropriated the innocence of the victims of National Socialism for themselves. At the same time, in opposition to the state of the FRG, which was imagined as totalitarian, the organic Volksgemeinschaft was at least emotionally restored, although its National Socialist character was split off and attributed to the supposed oppressor, the Bonn Republic, which was seen as an unsovereign vassal or even a colony of the Western Allies. Furthermore, it was the post-war Germans' fear of being held accountable by the Allies on a larger scale that was echoed in this mistrust of the state. Because there were no consequences, the fear of punishment and the need for atonement could continue to smolder in latency. All good liberals and leftists credit themselves with a critical relationship to the state. The difference between the two, however, is that the liberal sees the state and society in an eternal struggle and has thus developed a thoroughly flexible understanding of the state in which the executive is unchallenged. They want to set limits to state intervention in certain circumstances, but do so in the knowledge that they could be dependent on the sovereign in times of need. The good leftist, on the other hand, has a tactical relationship with freedom. Its state-imposed restriction does not bother him much in Venezuela or Cuba, for example, as long as the people down there have something to eat. As he always says in a chummy way, and even in his own country, his position is anything but clear. He regularly complains about repression and criminalization, as if he were asking the state, which he believes he is fighting, to let him make revolution undisturbed. Instead of rejoicing that at least the police take the ridiculous relics of militancy more seriously than they deserve, and conceding that only state attention can give one the authentic feeling of exclusive opposition, the state is accused of being genuinely mean. However, both leftists and liberals have a common blind spot. By declaring the state to be the antagonist of society and generally assuming that its actions are maliciously intended, society appears to be the object of state interference and encroachment, which is imagined as a negative obstacle to its natural development. Thus, society must be protected from the state, which is also part of the anti-fascist legend. However, German society by no means had to be protected from the National Socialist state. This society put an end to the constitutional state. The political rationalization of the cover-up memory is based on a historical lie, but this is necessary as long as one is unable to speak the truth. The Germans' opposition to the state refers to the democratic state imposed by the Allies, the state that they were and are only reluctantly prepared to recognize as their own. Many elements of the glorification of the Volksgemeinschaft are still inherent in the idea of what a society is, and the freedom they mean is only ever threatened by the state because it prevents them from instigating the next pogrom. German liberals and leftists, on the other hand, have little to say to the victims of this oppression and persecution, which is not state but social. Why are there regular waves of outrage in Germany when a death sentence is carried out in the USA, and hardly anyone cares when people are executed in Iran? Ask Stefan Werner, Weltdebat, May 807. At the end of July 2007, 16 people were hanged in Iran in 1 week, some of them publicly, many of them gays. The public and politicians in Germany remained silent. The conventional rationalization for the discrepancy in the outrage is that the USA, after all, celebrated itself as a haven of civilization, which is why it should be under special observation. According to this, Iran is not so civilized and the public cult of execution is a cultural phenomenon. Cultural relativists express this somewhat more politely. Werner's question should be clarified in terms of where the affinity to the Iranian way of death comes from and what distinguishes it from the American way. The death penalty in Iran is imposed for violations of social morality. This is why the direct participation of the population in stonings or indirectly as a cheering mob is a central element. In Sharia law, draconian punishments are only imposed if central values of Islam are violated. Everything else, including murder and manslaughter, can be settled by compensation payments. There is no independent judiciary with civil law, nor is there a separation of civil and criminal jurisdiction. The judiciary in Iran is subordinate to the direct democracy of the mullahs and has an immediate political function. The executions in Iran are proof of an existing social consensus. Whether they also prove its fragility, i.e. the existence of increasing dissatisfaction, which the regime is countering with stricter repression, is questionable. After all, the executions mobilize thousands of enthusiastic spectators. The German public rationalizes its own indifference in the face of this barbaric tyranny with the argument that too much interference would make the situation in Iran even worse. The apparent equidistance, however, is just a poorly disguised fascination with the externally perceived unity of state and society, which awakens the homely feeling that overcame grandparents on strength-through-joy trips and winter relief evenings. In contrast, the cold killing of the state in U.S. prisons and the forced enforcement of civil rights in the 1960s, moments of extreme presumption of the monopoly on violence, are reminders of the civilizing role of the state, which enforces the rule of law against society and uses its monopoly to remove violence from subjective arbitrariness. In the USA, the state is seen by Hobbes as Leviathan, which sets an absolute limit to the primordial state of society, the behemoth, by establishing a monopoly on the use of force. This unwelcome insight that under capital, only the state can tame the unleashed competition of market subjects by turning them into citizens who must largely refrain from exercising immediate violence, helped its discoverer Hobbes to acquire the image of a merciless apologist for violence in Germany. What this view deliberately overlooks, however, is a different kind of violence, which Hobbes paints in his terrifying vision of a war of all against all and of which the current conditions in Darfur, Iran, the Gaza Strip and Afghanistan must remind any unprejudiced observer. The absence of the rule of law there promotes the catastrophic outbreak of the worst of all possible forms of repression, the tyranny of the immediate strongest, unrestricted by any rule. But it is precisely this lack of rules that recommends this repression to the special indulgence of local civil rights activists. For the nightmare of the good leftist is by no means the rule of anarchic violence, but merely a violence with which he cannot immediately identify because it is abstract, and which he cannot use himself because its exercise is subject to the state monopoly and the constitutional separation of powers. The sudden absence of state violence is therefore not at all problematic for the left, as can regularly be observed on the occasion of racist pogroms. On the contrary, by pointing to the evil state, minorities who demand the state protection that every citizen enjoys are accused of naivety or even collaboration. If the people do organize a pogrom, the state and the Nazis are of course to blame. An action as silly as the recent one after the pogrom in Mujoln, where 200 bawling do-gooders told the people of Mujoln that they should stop the Nazi terror and create alternative free spaces if they had sufficiently complied with the demand "shame on you." Instead of criticizing the lack of action by the state authorities and demanding the prosecution of all perpetrators, even hundreds of them, i.e. the rigorous enforcement of constitutional standards in the case of such a collective multiple murder attempt, only shows that this is about making sure you know where the enemy stands. In Mujoln, the mayor is right for once. There are no Nazis that the Antifas are always looking for in order to exonerate the population. There are plenty of Germans there, and in the end everyone was there, from young to old, from punk to skinhead, according to a witness, Spiegel Online, August 2007. They made the Nazis superfluous the moment they created their alternative free space as a temporary autonomous zone, Hakim Bey, in the pogrom. In such a situation, to turn to a population that is still drunk from its regression and not to the state, which should use its monopoly on the use of force to prevent further injuries and possibly deaths, is evidence of an almost monstrous cynicism towards the victims, whom Antifa is not in a position to protect, but even more so of its unwavering love for the people. Accordingly, the public debate about Schäuble is dominated by a demonizing image of an interior minister whose plans are those of a paranoid madman and lack any objective necessity or justification. For example, the cited call for demonstrations, which was signed by both left-wing and liberal groups, including the Berlin FDP, does not address the justifications Schäuble provides. Stop the surveillance mania. This slogan is clearly the product of a projection, because the civil rights activist with a negative fixation on the state as a restrictive authority is a surveillance maniac. Schäuble wants to protect Germany from Islamic terror, and his concern is not only the situation in the war on terror, but also the sheer claim to power of Islam, which does not think in the rational categories of strategy and tactics. Schäuble's argument that no amount of hand-holding and good talk will prevent the jihadists from striking at some point is countered with the assertion that only the war on terror motivates the Islamists to commit their acts of violence. However, the practice of rule by Islamic regimes and movements since 1979 shows the opposite. It is only because they have been able to operate completely undisturbed and in some cases supported by the political blocs for so long that they have become a global threat. Instead of dealing with this reality, the sincerity of the motives of state action is doubted. This doubt may be objectively justified in many cases, but it is also an expression of paranoia. It does not ask about the proportionality of the means, as a rational critique of surveillance should. The text calling for the demonstration in Berlin asserts in advance. The increasing electronic recording and surveillance of the entire population does not improve protection against crime, costs millions of euros and endangers the privacy of innocent people, thus cutting off any further discussion. It does not ask whether the price we pay for security is reasonable, as the critical citizen who is mature enough to understand their relationship with the state as a contractual relationship in Hobbes' sense would do. In order to weigh things up in this way, however, one must be willing and effectively capable of maintaining a cool, rational relationship to the state. The infantile state subjects of today, who long for a warm, intimate symbiosis, want everything from their state, but not the sober detachment that is conveyed in Schäuble's reflections on the need to legally safeguard the fight against terrorism. Quote, "We should try to clarify such questions as precisely as possible under constitutional law and create a legal basis that offers us the necessary freedoms in the fight against terrorism. I do not believe in invoking a supralegal state of emergency according to the motto necessity knows no commandment." End quote. But it is precisely this state of emergency and its supposed freedom that people long for in order to get rid of the hated threat of castration that state surveillance symbolizes to this subject. When Schäuble says, "I don't want to act in constitutional gray areas," he is proclaiming, at least in ideal terms, an adherence to the law that is in clear contradiction to the image painted by his opponents of a madman who would prefer to abolish the basic law in order to put his fantasies of violence into practice, as the cabaret artist Matthias Richling speculates. This demonization turns out to be a projection. Schäuble can be criticized for the fact that his concrete proposals are of no use in defending freedom and are even counterproductive. To denounce him as an enemy and a threat to freedom reveals more about the person saying this than about Schäuble's possible goals. He should be given credit for not letting the associations dictate the composition of the Islam Conference. Last but not least, this approach shows that Schäuble's actions are not bureaucratic arbitrariness that serves its own ends, but are rationally motivated in the interests of the state. The left-wing screamer does not want to be reminded of the fact that beyond the sphere of state intervention, on which the paranoiac is phantasmagorically fixated, there is a very concrete and by no means fantasized violent oppression, which can certainly be grasped with the terms repression and surveillance. Because in his case, fantasized oppression by the state allows him to fraternize to his heart's content on the internet with the hordes of other paranoiacs without danger or consequences and thus create the pleasurable feeling of being part of a strong people's power. However, the victims of real oppression are not the collective, but always individuals whose voices are only too gladly ignored as isolated ones. When these individuals speak out publicly about their situation despite the threat to life and limb that hangs over them, they do so, unlike the fraternizing screamer, at great risk and in great solitude. Teacher and journalist Robert Redeker, a member of the editorial board of Les Temps Modernes, a magazine founded by Jean-Paul Sartre, has been living underground with his family for almost a year after publishing the article, "What Must the Free World Do in the Face of Islamist Intimidation?" in Le Figaro on September 20, 2006. On the occasion of the Islamic outrage over Benedict XVI's speech, Redeker criticized the ideological surveillance of the West by Islam. He identified a more or less conscious submission to the dictates of Islam, which is expressed in the ban on thongs in Parisian beach resorts on the Seine. The veil is a greater threat to public order. Internet calls for murder followed, including the address, directions, and photo of his house near Toulouse, and Al Jazeera broadcast a barely concealed call for murder by the Islamist Yusuf al-Qaradawi. The security authorities reacted immediately and moved Redeker and his wife from hiding place to hiding place for weeks, protecting them in their own home until a new one was found. However, this isolation only became complete as a result of the widespread lack of solidarity in society. Redeker summed up his situation. Quote, "I was already lynched in the teachers' rooms of the grammar schools in notices on the notice board. My ex-colleagues, the philosophy teachers, wrote that I had abused freedom of expression. The teachers' unions, which are exceptionally strong in France, didn't support me either. Practically, the entire profession accused me of what they saw as several unforgivable mistakes for a teacher. I was reactionary, pro-American, pro-Israeli, and Islamophobic. Some left-wing organizations organized panel discussions on the subject of, is there even a Redeker affair, in which I was always the only one in the dock." End quote. You can imagine these wild-eyed old 68 heirs who had been waiting a long time to finally give carte blanche to some oppressed people again. There was also support. Some intellectuals and politicians showed solidarity with Redeker and gave him concrete support. The editors of Temps Modernes organized a protest meeting in Paris. But these gestures only conveyed all the more sharply how little can be done against this repression as long as the left-wing and liberal admonishers focus solely on the state and deny this dimension of oppression, as they did before with Salman Rushdie, Theo Van Gogh, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, and the many nameless people. Quote, "The oppression that weighs on me is a new kind of oppression against which the state has hardly any power. An oppression of the third millennium that does not even have a name. An invisible deprivation of freedom. I see neither my jailers nor my potential murderers. But I know they exist, and they effectively prevent me from living like my fellow human beings, as I did before the article in Figaro." End quote. Those leftists who provide the Islamists who put Redeker on their death list with the impeccable justifications for carrying out a murder are fascinated by this oppression because the state has little recourse against them. Just as they see an act of rebellion in every torched car between Montpellier and Kreuzberg, they are thrilled by the possibility of passing a death sentence in public and leaving its execution to the more or less random executioner who makes it his own. This is the popular justice they have always dreamed of. And that is precisely the reason why common ground with these leftists in the necessary opposition to state arbitrariness is out of the question. It would mean legitimizing their fight for the abolition of the rule of law. Conversely, Schaubil's proposals can only be judged by answering the question of the extent to which they can contribute to defending the monopoly on the use of force against Islamic arrogance. For the time being, only the USA remains a reasonably safe haven for the persecuted. The writer's complaint about Bohl's supposed exclusion from the current public debate sheds light on the emotional state of today's mid- and late 30s. The new older ladies of the literary world would rather go back to the good old days and Bohl than show solidarity with those persecuted by Sharia law. They can do nothing with today's defenders of freedom such as Ayaan Hirsi Ali, because they see freedom, which has become so self-evident to them that they no longer have any concept of it, as being threatened at most by the state. So the feature writer who dug up the label Fräulein Wunder for her years ago had a truly brilliant intuition. This generation doesn't want to deal with the present, doesn't want to have conflicts with their parents from 1968, but wants to go back to grandpa and grandma. Nevertheless, it cannot be ruled out that Bohl would side with Redeker today. Duckers and Zay have no such doubts. Oliver Rabe, entrepreneur and CSU parliamentary group leader in Buchenbach in the Middle Franconian district of Roth, declared the Civil War in the Federal Republic of Germany open on 14.4, 2015 via Facebook. Quote, "Today I would like to describe my wife's day in Roth. My wife and children went to the hairdresser. Afterwards, my wife thought she would take the children to the market square for an ice cream. When she got there, she was amazed at how busy the ice cream parlor was with asylum seekers. When she sat down with 3 children, she kept getting the uneasy feeling that she was being watched. Apparently that was the case. It was good that the ice cream parlor operators and the 3 waitresses took care of my wife and children. Thank you for that. Afterwards, the children wanted to go to the playground at Rothmühlpassagen. This is where all the fun stopped. It's perfectly fine to picnic everywhere here. But the fact that people drink beer and smoke on the playground equipment and everything is full of cigarettes is not okay and acceptable. The fact that 16 and 17-year-olds are getting fat on the playground equipment so that small children like mine can no longer play there is also not acceptable. End of quote. What to do about abusive asylum seekers? Oliver Rabe knew what to do. Quote, several women then got together and talked. My wife told me that they had all decided, including her, not to come here anymore because the conditions were no longer suitable and acceptable for children. And the way the men there behave towards our German women is outrageous. Dear party colleague Ralph Edelhauser, now my wife also understands what you said at our reception with Amelia Muller. Our acquaintances from the Balkan countries and also from Arab countries would never behave like this, let alone act like this. As a family, we are appalled at the people who abuse our right of asylum and how they behave here. If our children can no longer go to the playgrounds paid for by our tax money, then I know how far we have come. Like so many others, we will not visit public playgrounds or the ice cream parlor in Roth as long as this situation continues. That is certain for us. What a shame, dear Roth. End of quote. There were already 269 clicks of approval on the day of publication, and there have probably been many more since then. People who already feel threatened by asylum seekers frequenting the ice cream parlor have no interest in asking young men from foreign countries to clear the playground equipment for their children and smoke their cigarettes outside the playground. Mr. Rabe and our German women are not interested in doing that. They don't care about the law or the consensus of Democrats that supposedly guarantees it. They want a state of emergency that can only be lifted once mass deportations have taken place. However, Oliver Rabe, whose post provides the arguments for those who have already solved or will solve the problems of German women in their respective communities by preventively incinerating refugee accommodation, was not really successful. On April 21, 15, he received criticism in the local supplement of the Nürnberger Nachrichten, the Rothhill-Polsteiner Volkszeitung, and he also had to put up with harsh criticism on Facebook. And yet the apparent outsider Rabe has asked precisely the question that has dominated the refugee debate, which is actually an immigration debate, in a much less paranoid tone since the spring. When will we declare Europe a bulwark against the refugees threatening to overrun our culture with an undeclared but soon-to-be tangible civil war? With Oliver Rabe, more and more people know how far we have come. On May 6, 2015, for example, a cross-party cartel of North Rhine-Westphalian mayors and district councillors called on the federal government to ensure that legally rejected asylum seekers were deported quickly, mainly people from Kosovo, without any major opposition. One day later, it was reported that the Kosovar had instigated his fellow Albanian, who does not have to fear the Schengen borders due to a freedom of movement agreement with the EU, to enter Germany. Quote, but many of them apply for asylum in order to be able to stay in the long term. Although they know that their application will be rejected, word gets around that Germany only deports rejected applicants very slowly and not en masse. Until then, they can work on the black market and receive social benefits. End quote. Officially, a distinction is made between genuine refugees and poor immigrants, who even come from the EU countries Romania and Bulgaria. This distinction can be made if you want to name the reasons for immigration. As soon as a distinction is made between the good ones, who are apostrophized as refugees, and the less good ones, who only come for a better life, which, to make matters worse, they cannot or can only partially support with their own work, one suddenly enters the world of the Rabe family from Buchenbach, which for the time being appears to exist only as a parallel world. In fact, the administrative courts and immigration authorities have been recognizing more and more obstacles to deportation for rejected asylum seekers and other persons obliged to leave the country for years, and the majority of the public is still sympathetic to this growing number of human destinies. In 2015, Germany is finding it more difficult than in the early 1990s to find a restrictive solution to the refugee problem. Even though refugee shelters are on fire again and the mob is stirring, especially in East German communities, unlike 25 years ago, they are not being met head-on. This is remarkable because in Germany and, even worse, in other EU states, immigration since the early 1960s has often not led to integration into, let alone assimilation into, the majority society. Instead, sometimes spooky, almost entirely Islamic parallel milieus have emerged, in and from the midst of which serious attacks on the civil rights of their members are perpetrated, which are presented to the outside world as a legitimate expression of their own culture. The influx of probably hundreds of thousands from the imploding Arab and often already imploded Islamic African world, supplemented by Bulgarian, Kosovan, and Albanian Muslims, is therefore not an overly rosy prospect, which is why Thomas Schmidt's fears from the Welt of April 23, 2015, which seemed to deal only with Civil War refugees, are entirely justified. Quote, "It sounds inhumane, but it cannot be denied. The more ships cross between Lampedusa and Libya, the more often ships from EU countries rescue refugees from the rotten barges of the trafficking gangs, the more attractive the escape becomes. And at some point, Mare Nostrum would have become a kind of ferry, cab, or shuttle company that would have taken its clientele from the traffickers." End of quote. And yet the all-clear was given in April. Quote, "As much as Seehofer and others warn against foreign infiltration, Europe, the narrow and yet wide continent, could take in many more refugees than before. This could be regulated. It would squeak not just populistically, but it would work. Our well-ordered peninsula still has plenty of capacity to absorb, adapt, and integrate." End of quote. Schmidt attached a condition to his stocktaking for all those willing to be admitted, which is unlikely to be accepted by those who argue most loudly for a blanket right to stay. Quote, "Anyone who wants to end the deaths in the Mediterranean quickly must also say that they are ready and willing to accept a different Europe in a relatively short space of time. A Europe in which it will be more difficult than before for the leading culture of the Republican right-wing state to assert itself. A Europe that will have to do much more than it does today to enforce the binding nature of this culture. A Europe that will have to spend a lot of money to do so. That would be worth the effort. If it succeeded, Europe would have proven itself as a political subject. But this Europe would be different from the one we know and value not only for historical and sentimental reasons." End of quote. The Tagesspiegel summarizes seemingly soberly what the colleague from Die Welt probably understands by constitutional republican guiding culture. Quote, "The manners are civil, the rule of law and international law are respected, different ways of life are tolerated. Europeans are also proud of their morals. This includes the high status of human rights, the strong will to resolve conflicts through negotiation, and the willingness to help people in need." End quote. The sum of this vague list can be called civilization because it does not refer to the culture of humanity or conflict management and so on, all of which are terms that are used today to remove all grievances from the larger context. So we are not talking about an ultimately arbitrary patchwork of behaviors, but about their underlying totality. The less it can be determined by historical sentimental reasons, the more powerful it is. The Christian West, the achievements of the working class, or the spirit of human rights are far more of a yardstick for the ideological critic than definable and action-guiding guidelines according to which coexistence could be organized. The values that have been constantly mentioned in the excited appeals since the deaths of over 1,000 boat people at the beginning of April 2015 have in reality been consumed by a self-referential set of rules that protect both refugees and locals from attacks far more effectively than the appeals urging plebiscitary intervention for either Christian Occidental contemplation or a culture of welcome, whose advocates are not even prepared to describe the main features of the home they invite others to stay in. Although the oily words after the respective catastrophe are to be distrusted, it would be presumptuous to produce a radicalized version of the press or party statements and to insinuate that the establishment, and with it the majority of the population in Germany or another European country, is only using all the noise to prepare for worse things to come. In view of the plans being discussed in Europe to set up reception camps in Africa, the critical exuberance is understandable. Nevertheless, the search for a unique selling point in the competition for the highest moral stance on the refugee issue resonates unpleasantly. The slogan "No human being is illegal," for example, may well be meant in a friendly way, but it is borne by a trumped-up resentment against conditions that can no longer be improved, but which are not to be abolished in a revolutionary way either, but rather are to be put to an end in the hell of globalized gang warfare. If one were to take the slogan "No human being is illegal" seriously, it would be imperative not to reject the law, but to fight for one's own insight to be enshrined in the law as stemming from common sense in such a way that there are no more deportation regulations, so that the new arrivals are equal to the autochthones in terms of rights. The justification that it is presumptuous and immoral to differentiate between good and bad reasons for immigration refers to the universal claim of a legal system that essentially does not regulate the right of residence, but the limits of personal arbitrariness that are binding for all within its scope. Combining the fight against immigration restrictions with one against the real existing rule of law would suspend the law in favor of a disorder that would then probably be declared a revolutionary necessity, from which the strongest and not freedom would emerge victorious. With a similarly compelling reason to reject any calculation of rejection, contingency, etc., those who have just thrown Christians overboard and thus to certain death because they have begged for the protection of their God would not be rejected, but rather imprisoned for life for murder in a German or other European prison. Anyone who demands equal rights in Europe or other Western countries will have to agree to the submission of the newcomer to the laws of the respective Western host country. In a continent organized strictly according to the rule of law, it is not so much the compulsion to function that lies on the newcomer as on everyone else, but rather the systematic violation of the law under the eyes of the law. When it comes to immigration, the problem is not the general coercion of the law, but the very specific coercion that manifests itself, for example, in a French classroom in which all the girls are genitally mutilated, which was done to them in France or during the summer vacation in their old homeland, without their parents being in prison for it, where they belong according to the standards of general law. However, the fact that Europe is under pressure not to let the boat people drown, and that it gives in to this pressure should not be taken for granted internationally. Every accident with many or even just a few fatalities is therefore a real scandal that calls into question the foundations of its own order. This order, which at least in principle claims to grant us integrity and freedom of movement, is not only the coercive framework in which society functions, which is brutally enforced in case of doubt, but also a much more subtle one, which it would be the only human thing to preserve as long as a world without coercion is not in sight. The free will that is constitutive and a priori set in a society that is not committed to immediate violence is at the same time always one against the freedom of not having to impose constraints on oneself. The assumption inherent in bourgeois law, which is not realized, that the citizen voluntarily renounces complete disinhibition, reveals a state to be striven for in which the individual can sublimate the potential for unbridled violence that always lies dormant in him without sacrificing his personal happiness, because only then would the concrete violence inherent in the competition aimed at exclusion and elimination be suspended. Oliver Rabe's predetermined will to bite off as many immigrants as possible is not only met with reluctance by permanently agitated opponents of globalization. The willingness that still exists to accept shiploads of strangers, whose welcome is not compelled by any real or cultural kinship, is an expression of a freedom that follows the compulsion to want to maintain a morality whose disappearance would give us nightmares. The hope lies in the continued existence and possible reinforcement of an imperative according to which one must not let the defenseless and exposed perish, otherwise one will perish with them, even if one dies in bed at the age of 80 and not in the Sicilian Sea at the age of 20. The hope lies in a concern for one's own salvation that is not only based on Christianity, which can give one a burden on one's soul and then opens up an idea of the infinite torments of hell. The a priori of civil law, and thus also of morality, always transcends the world of commodity exchange, to which both are committed. Free will, based on reason, always recognizes something alien to it in exchange. It is no coincidence that the self-evident acceptance of the principle of exchange in the parable of the vineyard in the New Testament goes hand in hand with the criticism of its premise, equal pay for equal work quotas. What is conceded to the insufficient, who cannot secure his survival by his own efforts? The subsistence minimum as a guarantee of survival cannot stop at the state borders, although it is precisely here that the limit is drawn for bourgeois law. The desire, which is not particularly revolutionary and can basically only be morally legitimized, that no one should be left outside, because otherwise general legislation would regress to particular law, and with it the underlying reason to arbitrariness, will remain just as connected to the urban bourgeois idea of the limits of one's own arbitrariness as the desire to want to find happiness to the exclusion of others. What one must want as general legislation with global intent will, in internal relations, consolidate and at the same time change in order that, for the time being, has its strongest hold in the impersonal process, which, precisely because one does not love it, let alone idolize it, retains a remnant of freedom. The third-hand passion that expresses itself in the resentment against immigrants and in the endowment of immigrants with qualities that make them and us happy points to the absence of a sober common sense, this very mediated we, that expresses itself as the self-confidence of the individual, on which he naturally counts with others without joining with them in a common purpose. Precisely this recourse to general reason, which is always included in bourgeois law and cannot appear explicitly in individual laws, is just as buried in European countries, where the enforcement of the law was preceded by a revolutionary struggle against the arbitrariness of personal rule, as it is in the Federal Republic of Germany, where people are happy with an order imposed by the victorious Western powers, the preconditions of which were used to being loudly discredited from the outset. In his exuberance, the Tagesspiegel commentator included a popular formulation in his list of our values that falls far short of the equally unspectacular and general characteristics of the ideal citizen. He declared the tolerance of different ways of life to be a step forward for humanity. The editor can be credited with thinking about homosexuality and the right to practice it unhindered in view of recent conflicts in Berlin. And yet the phrase about other ways of life that are to be upheld resonates with a deep displeasure at the fact that, by law, there is nothing special that the individual can be proud of in community with others. Homosexuality, for example, is not subsumed in the eyes of the enlightened West as a different way of life, but as an expression of the way of life of those who are equal before the law, which necessarily includes the unhindered living out of one's own sexuality, insofar as it does not coerce others, which is why homophobia is rejected as an effect of overcome bias that contradicts the prosperous coexistence of different individuals. The ideological charge of same-sex love as a different way of life is an example of why coexistence with a significantly increased number of immigrants is likely to fail. Nasser El-Ahmad's family has long since ceased to be a refugee family. They have lived in Berlin for over 40 years and the majority of their members have German citizenship. At the same time, they self-confidently present themselves as the bearers of a different way of life that is to be tolerated, which cannot be positively attributed to their Palestinian origins, but can be negatively attributed to the unconditional rejection of the sexual orientation of their descendant Nasser, who was forced into heterosexuality, a matter that was disputed by German courts. The highly publicized conviction of Nasser's family members by the Tiergarten District Court in February 2015 for deprivation of liberty, abduction, etc., would not be met with the otherwise loose accusation that it was an expression of a culture of exclusion, although the convicts and their friends would see it exactly the same way, even if they would miss the linguistic level of the no less obtuse discourse of inclusion and exclusion with their obtuse. It doesn't work that way here. On April 12, 2015, Nasser Al-Ahmed initiated a demonstration against homophobia through the streets of Neukölln, where most of Nasser's relatives live. It is possible that Nasser was only interested in appearing in public as an avowed gay man in a place where it is better not to show himself without a defensive escort. On May 24, 2015, his cousins promptly beat him up at the racial parade called the Carnival of Cultures, which was entirely dedicated to celebrating other ways of life and began in Neukölln. The fact that he was also necessarily saying, yes, it is particularly difficult to live as a gay man in Neukölln if you come from an Islamic family background was so obvious that the defense of the theorem of exclusion and inclusion immediately dominated the debate, and every participant in the demonstration had to be instructed from the mouth of Nasser, as well as from a left party leaflet distributed there that was consensual in content. Quote, "But it is absolutely unacceptable and grist to the racist's mill to say that Neukölln is particularly unfriendly to gays, lesbians and queer people, and to cite the higher proportion of migrants with a Turkish and Arab background as the reason. The causes of homophobia are neither cultural nor religious. Homophobia, like racism, is a social problem that we can only solve together. We all have a right to live as we are." End of quote. Everyone agrees that Nasser El-Ahmad also has the right to pursue his sexual preferences unhindered. It is known that understanding for his persecuting relatives is forbidden. What we must not take note of is the simple fact that the probability of becoming a victim of a homophobically motivated attack is many times higher in Muslim milieus than in an autochthonous German neighborhood. It is known that the men who belong to these milieus, who have admitted to being gay without covering it up, are the first victims of these milieus, and it is also known that the majority of nighttime attacks on gay couples in public parks or quiet streets come from migrants of Muslim background, which the Berlin Gay Assault Hotline tried to conceal for many years. So those who drum the loudest for a welcoming culture, they call it refugees welcome, because English sounds somehow more revolutionary, legitimize illegal acts that they personally reject out of a reflex that they themselves apostrophize as anti-state, but which is basically deeply immoral. At the same time, a society that is perhorrist as male, white, heterosexual by its opposition hanging on the state drip, although it does everything it can to appear female, of color and queer, has long since stolen the arguments from its harshest critics. The claim, not only made in the aforementioned flyer, that gays are persecuted, discriminated against, and at best tolerated across the board, is as hollow as the outraged claim that the average German wants to see refugees drown. The knowledge that girls' chances of personal independence, including in their choice of sexual partners, are infinitely greater in the wicked majority society than those of their Islamic counterparts has been and continues to be suppressed with similar vehemence. With the nasty consequence that on March 5, 2005, 1 month after Hatton Suruku was slaughtered, a demonstration in Neukölln to mark her murder was again dubbed a demonstration against sexual violence everywhere. The individual Hatton can turn to German authorities, associations, or simply neighbors, and she will be protected. Nasser al-Ahmed is experiencing the same personally. But how a Hatton who wanted to live like a German or an openly gay Nasser can find their way out at all, how they can develop their desire to be free against the moral concepts of a protected and closed collective, is left out when any reference to the terrible truth is forbidden. When principals of problem schools turn to migrant youths with behavioral problems with the same accusation as the homophobic Nasser el-Ahmad family, that their actions would damage the honor of their family. When in problem schools and not only in kindergartens, as is becoming apparent after the headscarf ruling, the hell of Muslim girls becomes inescapable, because the alternative of equal treatment that still exists there, regardless of origin and gender, recoils before the sexist verdict of Islam against the girls. If you experience nothing more than what is already bad at home, then the progression of segregation and the formation of an increasingly aggressive minority culture is just as much a foregone conclusion as the consolidation of the preconceived notions of xenophobes like Oliver Rabe from Buchenbach. In German discourse, especially that which considers itself to be left-wing, the consensual discussion about migrant neighbors based on experience or the fruits of reading breaks off precisely at the point where it is pointed out that such hate crimes are obviously not primarily the result of a culture of exclusion by the majority society, but arise from the isolation of Islamic immigrant milieus in hatred and an increasing willingness to use violence. Experience and statistically proven empiricism would be rendered meaningless if it were to be stated that some evils are reproduced collectively, and that these collectives follow maxims whose a priori remains committed not to individual reason but to the authoritarian community. There is a consensus that touching on this not only means racism, but is also a terrible slap in the face for the culture of welcome. The language rules that, for example, allow words of collective condemnation at any time when dealing with a small town in Saxony-Anhalt, whose particularly German inhabitants infect refugee homes, do not apply to the brutal guardians of morality in the neighboring migrant neighborhood. While the fierce public condemnation of the majority Troglitzers was partly successful because, unlike what one might have thought possible a good 20 years ago, those who do not want to be part of the mob, and who still exist as a relevant minority, see themselves strengthened and may be able to win the battle for minds to a modest extent, in Neukölln there is already no attempt at the necessary scandalization. It is true that no distancing from anti-Muslim racism changed the character of the demonstration through Neukölln initiated by Nasser el-Ahmad, because a procession of gays and avowed homophiles led by a gay Neuköllner with Palestinian roots who was clearly audible and visible on the loudspeaker van speaks for itself, which was also underlined by some hostile reactions on the sidelines. Nevertheless, this undertaking also failed due to the self-staging as a carnival parade under rainbow flags. Certainly, some residents of Neukölln on Sundays who watched the spectacle from the windows and, where available, the balconies of their overcrowded apartments, as they would have watched a performance by the police orchestra with accompanying motorcycle squad performances, also felt sympathy for this interruption to their Sunday boredom, but the majority of them did not realize what it might have been about. No one thought it necessary to express the concerns of the demonstration in Turkish and Arabic in understandable words, i.e., without the horrible gender talk. No one appealed for neighborly understanding on important issues, because people don't talk to each other. Instead, some people who desperately need to stage themselves as party people, supplemented by the cheerleading announcements of a teenager to the demonstrators and not to the residents to please be loud and colorful and, above all, feel comfortable. For the predominantly Turkish, Bulgarian, and Arab spectators, this can only have looked like a performance from a parallel world with which they have nothing in common. In reality, as a trendy Neukölln resident, you completely agree that the fate of the district is already sealed because the Schwuzi has already moved there and the influx of students, interns, and startup entrepreneurs, who present themselves as counterculture by virtue of their appearance and origin, continues unabated. We have nothing to say to those who have been left behind, if only because their fate will take place in far-flung, desolate outlying districts, where they will be condemned to be completely among themselves. Reason enough to make fun of them, dancing and joking as they leave. The material content of the slogan "Tolerate different ways of life" is the repression of the inefficient. The more one's own efficiency is recognized in belonging to a culturally polished community, the less it depends on the individual, not only in fact but also in self-image, the more unbreakable the circumstances appear to be, not changeable by reason, but set for eternity by God or a godlike scene. Where Oliver Rabe is desperately searching for his scene, although he can count on the fact that a majority will already agree with him in his rigorous willingness to deport, a scene finds it much easier. Where criticism is replaced by identity, i.e. by no means only in the gay movement, community building as a way of life takes place in sometimes derisive, sometimes openly aggressive hostility towards any form of society. What remains is the confession, which knows only the confessor himself as the addressee. Beyond us there is only the enemy, which appears either as the state, capitalism, or Germany. Concern for refugees and, increasingly rarely, for immigrants from Eastern Europe, for example, who have not fled at all, is purely a stage for separating one's own perfection and the supposedly boundless inhumanity of the situation. Even this verbally radical distinction is a lie and only underlines how important it is to be endured by a state that sponsors projects declared to be emancipatory, to discover a capitalism for itself that assigns at least 10 underpaid subcontractors and just as many free interns to a cool startup entrepreneur, and thus to serve a Germany that adorns itself with the coolest and, above all, the coolest advertised capital in the world. We all have the right to live as we are, the local branch of the Left Party in Neukölln scrawled on April 12th, and none of the 1,500 demonstrators who read the leaflet noticed anything. And yet, we definitely don't have this right and should immediately fall into the arms of anyone who demands it. We have a much greater duty to live in such a way that we never fall for the stupid idea of being satisfied with ourselves. Nothing is more foolish than to glorify your own sexual inclination, which you can only live out or suppress, as an unmistakable personal characteristic for which you demand respect. Nothing is more annoying than reinterpreting solidarity with others in the struggle for a reasonable individual goal as a culture of resistance and celebrating the setting aside of highly private desires in the respective struggle as an expression of a new attitude to life in the community. Instead, we should take the liberty of always keeping an eye on what circumstances are doing to us and what we are doing to ourselves, and in the interest of maximizing happiness and reducing shame, to fight for a higher state of the human species in both practical and theoretical terms throughout our lives. In the boastful, we have a right to live as we are. The resistor meets the slightly melancholic advocate of a dominant culture, which still cannot be defined by listing a few fundamental rights that can even be considered enforced, which is why everything else falls into the domain of Oliver Rabe and our German women. The advocate of a guiding culture will always fall back on sorting people according to the useful and the less useful, because he cannot help but hold out for a socialization. Through the exchange of goods, which had to serve as a poor, but at times relatively successful substitute for any human justification for peaceful coexistence. The curse that integration into a relatively free society only works by means of work, that in reality all civilizational achievements are still based on it, cannot be eradicated for lack of an alternative, and the revolution is not won for the time being. And yet this society has long been a little different from what the laws of usefulness or superfluousness suggest. The fundamental willingness of probably hundreds of thousands of people to join us in the coming years is not based on the confidence that the majority of them could be absorbed by the labor market. It is based on the only morally justifiable opposition to a border regime which, if rigorously imposed, would not only result in a few thousand falling victims, as happened last year. As the editor Schmidt of Die Welt rightly said, taking in these people will be expensive and it will trigger a discussion about how this will be compatible with the social, legal, and moral status quo. We can build on this by naming what we don't want. There is Old Neukölln, which is disappearing, and Duisburg-Marxloh, which is unshakable and where no students want to move, i.e. parallel societies shaped by Islam. Their emergence, at least in Germany, is linked to the last great wave of mechanization, which in the 1980s and early 1990s almost caused the industrial sector based on unskilled labor to disappear. Only since then has Islam reconquered its power, because only since then has the fairly normal, upwardly mobile society been transformed into a collective based on family, national, and cultural constraints, which economically relies on a mixture of social assistance and precarious small-scale entrepreneurship. What we already know from the countries of origin, a moral economy of scarcity in which the most brutal who makes his own slave for himself rules unchallenged, is reproduced in the immigrant milieus of the West on the basis of undeclared work disguised as a mini-job. The one who drives his black Daimler in front of the admiring eyes of the community becomes a role model for the next generation, for whom being allowed to drive along is the highest happiness attainable. The fact that only the toughest get through and that he therefore has every right to wealth and power over others is not only immediately obvious to little Ahmed from Sonanali. On April 21, 2015, Brendan O'Neill, editor of the pro-Israel online magazine Spikes, managed to glorify the boat people as tough entrepreneurial natures bent on unconditional success, whom our effeminate middle-class offspring should follow. Quote, "We should not demonize or infantilize these emigrants. We should celebrate them for exercising their autonomy under very difficult conditions by making a conscious decision to take a very risky journey to Europe. They are so desperate to get to this continent that they are willing to trek through deserts and sail across vast seas. And how do we repay them for their burning desire to join us? By criminalizing or condescending to them, by denying their yearning for citizenship in a new world, by treating them as either demons or children in need of punishment or paternalism. Enough is enough. We should not pity these immigrants. We should admire them for using cunning, grit, and perseverance to get here. They are exactly the kind of people that sluggish Europe needs more of, an antidote to our students who can't even clap without having a mental breakdown and our new generation who think it's abuse to be told, get on your bike and look for a job. Let's make the borders porous and let them in so they can try their luck in our countries and we can see how far they get. If we do that, we'll put a stop to the people trying to escape, end the dying in the Mediterranean, and, more importantly, do our bit to fulfill the expectations of people who have committed no other crime than wanting to realize their potential in our communities and cities alongside us." End quote. Against the libertarian brutalities of a Brendan O'Neill, which resembles the practice of a self-celebrating left-wing scene community in which everyone tries to outdo the other, integration programs for immigrants should be presented that are oriented towards the model of wage labor, i.e. an exit program from the moral economy, which at the same time essentially does justice to the entry into the shrinking labor market. The socialist and communist movements of a long time ago were still aware that not everything that makes a wage laborer is reduced to his or her professional skills. The wage laborer, that always dependent and panic-driven bundle of functions, was always also connected to a more general sphere that excluded, for example, gay gossip. Where Marx saw the victorious wage laborer emerging in a reconciled society, as the realizer of even older and never fulfilled promises, all that remains in an almost hopelessly anti-revolutionary time is the defensive, in which wage labor must be insisted upon for the very reason that it alone guarantees the general law. One could demand of a concerned majority society that it should make exactly what it imposes on its old established citizens part of the contract with immigrants as well. This would then really become a different society, because both sides would be required to do something that is alien to them. Some would be required to actively carry out their latent desire to leave the moral economy with considerable consequences. The other, autochthonous ones, would have to check whether their wish that people should not only not drown, but also not be sent back into misery, goes hand in hand with an idea in which we merely means. Everyone should be able to participate in the opportunities. No one, least of all the Oliver Rabes, should be allowed to undermine laboriously achieved and by no means undisputed civilizational standards. Such seemingly pragmatic demands go beyond the law, which must nevertheless be insisted upon. Someone like O'Neill also has the law on his side, namely that moralizing law whose advocates want nothing to do with the abstraction between public and private and pragmatically demand the holistic citizen, who is always equipped for the struggle for survival, which they only define differently, but always in a particularistic way. The private person and the functionary have long since actually coincided. The idea of the boundlessness of reason, i.e. of universalism, which still appears in all its contradictions in bourgeois law, cannot be absorbed into it. It will therefore be impossible to avoid thinking of reason beyond law and capital, namely against its reification in revolutionary pseudo-thinking as well as against a dominant culture whose essentials also include warning against a desexualized regulatory mechanism present in the law and its enforcement. On the other hand, the primacy of the processual in the course of society should be insisted on, even when talking about a reconciled society, against any thinking of immediacy, because liberation is inconceivable without abstraction and desealing. Oliver Rabe, who seems to be so wildly committed to the fetish of immediacy as an entrepreneur, family man, and local politician, attempted his salvation in an all-German all-round attack on borderlessness, perhaps only posted his hate speech about untenable conditions in Roth online a little prematurely. A month later, a liberal journalist who is respected beyond his newspaper took over his part and ended his article published in Die Welt on May 18, 2015, which is entirely dedicated to fortifying Europe as a bulwark, with the subheading "Without control, chaos ensues." If Europe continues to allow more and more immigrants to settle in refugee slums, we will end up with conditions like those in Milan, where the train station is currently being transformed into an African tent camp during the Expo of all things. Illegal and uncontrolled immigration is not a human right, but inevitably leads to an undeclared civil war, as in Athens, where fascist gangs have long been fighting nightly street battles with African drug dealers and Arab homeless people under the watchful eyes of the police. The lesson from such situations: a Europe as a game without borders is leading the continent into chaos. End quote. The bitterly poor Greece, Italy, which is overburdened as a transit country, and Germany, which has neither of these problems. No matter. The threat of undeclared civil war is largely just a cipher for the refusal to trace the journey from Libya to southern Europe back to its origins in the misery of a growing number of countries, not just African ones. Quote, anyone who thinks this European fortress policy is cynical only has to look at the situation on the coast of Libya, where hundreds of thousands are stranded in a country ravaged by civil war, where women are raped and people's lives are being paid for in protection money because it is here on the shores of Europe that people are hoping for a potentially fatal crossing. It is only because disorderly migration via Lampedusa and Sicily has been tolerated here for years and organized by criminals that people have made their way to this hell in the first place. End quote. There is no reason to simply attribute the post-colonial misery in so many countries to the cynical West, as the anti-racist side so obnoxiously does. Worse than this view of the world, however, is a cynicism that ultimately blames the inhabitants of so many countries and scrupulously plundered by their rulers, who are as autochthonous as they are post-colonial and anti-colonial, and declares their native hell to be their fate, in which they should vegetate until their early death. No advocate of any kind of welcoming culture who reflects his moral perfection should feel vindicated by this, because such madness is only possible because a Dirk Schumer can rely on the fact that those who demand open borders would never entertain the idea that their words and actions should form the basis of general legislation. Where Schumer consigns the idea of society to a paranoid isolationist collective, they shamelessly declare themselves to be members of a different way of life, who, like Oliver Rabe or the Nasser El-Ahmad family, just want to live as they are. For months, Heinersdorf, a suburb in the north of East Berlin, has been in the spotlight because a mosque planned for construction there has met with fierce resistance from the local population. The usual anti-racist and anti-fascist initiatives are mobilizing against this civil discontent, and in doing so are giving a very dubious Muslim sect a clean bill of health in order to continue defending their dubious worldview against reality. They simply know that a Muslim can never be a Nazi, whereas they always and everywhere present the CDU as the parliamentary arm of neo-Nazism. But one thing at a time, the Muslim community planning to build the mosque calls itself Ahmadiyya. It is one of the few Muslim groups that did not succeed in bringing charges against critics using Section 166 of the German Criminal Code, StGB, even before a German regional court. In the reasons given for dropping the case against Dr. Hiltrud Schroeder, it is admitted. The defendant, who works as a pedagogical employee at the University of Frankfurt am Main, also deals with the complainant and the religious content he advocates in her academic work and has also published various writings in this context. The subject of the criminal complaint is once again the content of a thesis paper, Ahmadiyya Movement of Islam, distributed on the occasion of a lecture, as well as the book of the same name published on March 15, 2002. In the book, the defendant takes a scholarly look at the content of the religious community and, after quoting relevant passages, draws parallels to National Socialist ideas and mafia structures, among other things. As is readily apparent in the texts, the accused is concerned with a debate on the matter. End of quote. The fact that, contrary to the usual practice, an organ of the state considers it legitimate to call a Nazi organization by this name for the sake of a debate on the matter should make professional researchers in the brown zone prick up their ears. But strangely enough, even in the Central Organ for Professional Anti-Fascist Voyeurism, the Antifascistische Infoblatt AIB, which normally does not miss a single right-wing anecdote, not a word can be read about the character of an association about which Schroeder can report, among other things. The writings of the Ahmadiyya contain anti-Jewish stereotypes and enemy images including the anti-Semitic construct of the Jewish race. Furthermore, derived from their own prophetic teachings, a specific devaluation of the Jew as spiritually underdeveloped. End quote. The AIB comrades also did their own research and presented the following findings. The Ahmadiyya community is considered by Islamic experts to be strictly Quranic, but peaceful and non-Islamic. It has repeatedly stated in announcements that its religious work is based on the motto love for all, hate for none. Nevertheless, the Ahmadiyya's involvement in social life in Germany also has its critics. Social scientist Hiltrud Seroder sees it as a sect that wants to impose a social order based on the Sharia model and does not provide for a separation of religion and state. However, Schroeder is also highly controversial among other social scientists. According to many of her critics, she uses no scientific elements in her writings. End of quote. It is quite remarkable that the anti-fascists on duty do not even mention one of the core statements of Schroeder's investigation, namely that the Ahmadiyya showed parallels to National Socialist ideas. What the sleuths deliberately conceal from their readers can be found directly on the Ahmadiyya community's homepage, even without consulting Hiltrud Schroeder's study. There you can read about the content with which it participates in social life in Germany. Quote, "In the eyes of God, the Jews are disobedient. They have refused or are refusing, for whatever reason, to recognize Jesus as their Messiah, and in doing so they are depriving themselves of the blessings of Allah, which He grants to those who accept His guidance. The rejection of Jesus and the Holy Prophet Muhammad undoubtedly means that they have refused or are refusing to enter another stage of religious evolution." End quote. These affectionate lines against hatred were penned by the spokesman of the Ahmadiyya in Germany, the German convert Hadiyatullah Hubish, and have fascinatingly been formulated for the purpose of refuting the accusations of anti-Semitism made against the community by Hiltrud Schroeder. When the editors of an anti-fascist information sheet suppress facts against their better judgment in the case of one party to the dispute and reinterpret and falsify them in the case of the other, which will be discussed later, in such a way that the desired picture emerges at the end, then the suspicion arises that it is no longer a question of assessing a dispute according to objective criteria, but of highly ideological measures to secure one's own anti-racist identity. As far as the AIB is concerned, one can at least be sure that every German Nazi publication is studied almost manically and archived for posterity. It can therefore be ruled out that the AIB editors have no knowledge that Hadiyatullah Hubish cooperates with neo-Nazis in his function as Ahmadiyya spokesman. This is particularly explosive because it was precisely AIB circles that established a sympathetic public exclusion criterion years ago. Anyone who cooperates with avowed Nazis or is even one himself has forfeited his right to recognize participation in social life in the FRG. Until recently, at least, one could still be sure that Antifa would make a categorical judgment in this sense in the case of open connections and cooperation with the NPD and its environment. It can therefore be no coincidence that it is neither scandalized that Hadiyatullah Hubish writes for Junge Freiheit, nor that he publishes for Leopold Stocker Verlag, which is regarded as right-wing extremist. Not a word of outrage was heard that he gave interviews to the NPD newspaper Deutsche Stimme and Hier and Jetzt, the magazine of the Young National Democrats, JN, in which the extensive agreement between a Muslim functionary, who is considered peaceful and non-Islamist, and a militant German Nazi group can be read in black and white. For example, Hubish, who is introduced as a writer and religious scholar, answers the JN newspaper's question as to how Islamic communities around the world view the Germans. Germany is loved because the values that characterize its people are loved, and for many, Hitler is still a great leader. Germans are appreciated for their proverbial virtues: reliability, punctuality, cleanliness, and willingness to make sacrifices. End of quote. Elsewhere, the Nazi newspaper expresses admiration for the upholding of Muslim honor and respect in Germany and therefore asks with concern. Many young Muslims come from patriarchal structures in which values such as willingness to make sacrifices and a sense of community are highly valued, and here they encounter the thoroughly atomized and individualistic society of the West. Aren't conflicts inevitable? End of quote. Hubish responds, the fact that, despite all the signs of moral decay and so on, family ties still have a high status among Muslims is a positive challenge for many in our country. End of quote. In view of such lines, one wonders why those who claim a monopoly on serious anti-fascist research want to cover up the fact that avowed Muslims and avowed Nazis openly declare their mutual closeness and sympathy time and time again. For example, when the editors of the Jayan Postil explain the motivation for the interview with Hubish as follows. How do we deal with a culture whose struggle for self-assertion is also partly our struggle? End of quote. V.S. Naipaul wrote about the Ahmadiyya's struggle for self-assertion after he had traveled to Pakistan, the country of their origin. Some were so filled with zeal for faith that they were driven out of the ranks of the faithful. This was the case with the Ahmadis. The Ahmadis considered themselves to be the purest of all Muslims. Their reverence for the Prophet had been grafted onto their reverence for Ahmad, a promised Messiah who had appeared in India in the 19th century. Ahmad's followers, the Ahmadis, claimed that their Messiah had appeared to renew a corrupt faith. In the eyes of other Muslims, this worship of the promised Messiah detracted from the finality of Muhammad's mission and therefore constituted the darkest blasphemy. Ahmad's followers had repeatedly suffered persecution, and under Bhutto's government, Pakistan's prime minister in the early 1970s, they were stripped of their Muslim status. The Ahmadis themselves understandably isolated themselves, and Muslims who did not belong to the sect did not want to know anything about it. They either pretended not to understand what I was talking about or they went into a rage. End quote. The fact that the Ahmadiyya is confronted with the most serious of all accusations in Islam, that of apostasy, does indeed make its followers into persecuted people, persecutors of Islam. This means that they have to avoid being around other Muslims, but not because they have developed in the direction of civilization in contrast to them. No, apart from their bizarre peculiarities, the Ahmadiyya are average, devout Muslims whose creeds say more about the repulsiveness of Islam in general than about the Ahmadiyya in particular. In the words of the Islam expert Peter Heine, who is considered unsuspicious in Germany, in their ritual and religious practice, the followers of the Ahmadiyya largely agree with majority Islam. End of quote. But the anti-racists see things quite differently. For example, when Wikipedia, the loudspeaker of common sense, states, the Ahmadis sharply distinguish themselves from militant fundamentalist currents of Islam and emphasize its peaceful and tolerant elements, or when Stefan Rossini, presented by the ARD program Contrast as an Islamic scholar, Free University of Berlin, explains, we are by no means dealing with a violent group here. The Ahmadiyya is described in the literature more as a peaceful group that interprets Islam as a peaceful religion, broadcast on April 13, 06. Or when the head of the Berlin Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Claudia Schmid, explains, we do not consider the Ahmadiyya Muslim community to be extremist or violent. Berliner Morgenpost, April 23, 06. In addition, the community, which has been based in Berlin since 1988, has never attracted attention through aggressive propaganda. The extensive internet publications of the Ahmadiyya speak a different language. Even the answer to the question, what is Islam? Found there clearly shows how much this religion, with its simultaneous appropriation of and fight against Judaism and Christianity, claims to be a veritable master race religion. Quote, just as we believe in all prophets, we believe that all religions had their origin in the truth. In the course of time, the truth was either forgotten or it was overlaid with human inventions. Moreover, some of these teachings were local or temporary in nature, but were later given a general character. We believe that the Holy Quran preserves and includes all these teachings of a permanent nature. End quote. These lines could simply be understood to mean that Islam considers both the Old and New Testaments to be falsified and therefore open to question, because since Spinoza at the latest, the followers of the other book religions have gradually come to realize that the Holy Scriptures were written by humans. In contrast, almost every Muslim is convinced that Muhammad is nothing more than the vessel, Anne-Marie Schimmel, for God's word, and that all truth is therefore directly identical with religious revelation. The fact that there is no room for autonomy and thus individuation between this and human beings is what makes this religion so particularly repugnant. One could therefore know that this claim to omnipotence, which is derived from the Quran as the ultimate absolute truth, only permits one form of tolerance: the subjugation of Jews and Christians, who, as owners of the scriptures, are at most granted the status of protected subjects. Although every Muslim assertion of tolerance of other religions is still based on this central commandment of submission, it is only reluctantly expressed openly in the European dialogue of religions. Hidayatullah Hubish is clearer on this point. Quote, in Christianity today, we are dealing more with the teachings of Paul than with what Jesus taught and practiced. All the prominent features of Christianity today, such as the belief in the divinity of Jesus, the belief in the Trinity, the belief in original sin and the redemption from sin through the alleged sacrificial death of Jesus on the cross, have their origin not in the teachings of Jesus but in what Paul made of them. Basically, however, it can be said that Islam, by the grace of Allah, has cleared up all the spiritual diseases that had flowed into the teachings of Jesus. The most important element in refuting the belief that God has any partner or son to assist him in his rule. Islam, on the other hand, teaches that Jesus announced the Holy Prophet Muhammad and through him the work of religion was completed. End quote. All those who do not feel called to be Islamic scholars, constitutional protectors, Wikipedia or AIB authors could easily infer from these lines that here, as befits a good Muslim, someone is declaring war on the whole of Christianity, which is all the more true with regard to Judaism and its relationship to Jesus, as can be read above. The relationship to Judaism and Christianity alone illustrates how arbitrary and therefore questionable the generally accepted distinction between true and unadulterated, ergo-tolerant and peaceful Islam on the one hand and intolerant Islamism calling for holy war on the other is. Based on the current definitions of Islamism, the supposedly non-Islamist Ahmadiyya would have to agree with normal Islam that it does not propagate a return to the ideal Muslim state modeled on the first decades after Muhammad's seizure of power in Medina or Mecca. Ahmadiyya and normal Islam actually agree on this issue, but in a different way than the majority of Islamic scholars and the VS would like. For the glorification of the past Muslim state is the rule and not the exception in the Muslim creed, no matter who prays it, and is therefore also part of the standard repertoire of the Ahmadiyya. Quote, Ahmadiyyat is the revival of Islam promised by God. It presents the essence of Islam, freed from all the incrustations with which the body of Islam has been covered over the centuries, which have made it misshapen and unimpressive and which have destroyed the Muslim social order. Ahmadiyyat does not in the least abandon the fundamentals and statements of Islam, nor does it add an eye point to the principles and teachings of Islam. Ahmadiyyat only explains what has been contained in Islam from the beginning, the wisdom and beauty that has been superimposed in the past centuries or whose necessity has not yet become clear. Islam is the distilled essence of all truths. There is not a single fundamental truth that is not contained in the Holy Quran. Everyone who makes Muhammad the law of his life and behaves according to it down to the smallest detail is already experiencing God in his life here on earth. End of quote. The fact that to this day hardly anyone is prepared to seriously discuss whether Ayaan Hirsi Ali is not right to point out that Ibn Laden can refer to the Quran and Hadith with greater justification than the few at least well-intentioned Islamic reformers, throws a significant light on the level of an argument in which an Ahmadiyya can easily pass as non-Islamist, although even when applying the usual definition in view of such lines in praise of the Sharia state, considerable doubts about its non-Islamist character would be appropriate. The role that Islam, and thus the Ahmadiyya, continues to assign to women to this day is scandalously not considered extremist or anti-constitutional in Germany, not even among Germany's anti-fascists and anti-racists, who otherwise always make a mockery of the allegedly still subordinate role of women in West German society. Quote, the home is the normal main area of activity for women in their capacity as spouses and mothers. Due to the physical weakness and delicacy of women and their vulnerability, men have been appointed as their protectors. If the wife is constantly unruly, so that the peace and harmony of the family are threatened, the husband should admonish her. If the admonition proves ineffective, he may temporarily withdraw from the marriage bed. As a last resort, he may resort to a light chastisement. End of quote. Unfortunately, it is not only in Germany that such Ahmadiyya lines are not regarded as a criminally relevant call for domestic violence, but rather as an expression of that special Muslim peacefulness and tolerance that has brought about a very special form of liberation of women from the evil of sexism. Quite a few, including decidedly left-wing and feminist Germans, would also read this liberal content from the answer to the question, why does the Muslim woman wear a headscarf? By covering her beauty, which also lies in her hair, she wants to make it known that she does not want to flirt. She also does not want to be harassed. Covering her hair and other feminine charms usually acts as a signal to strange men, saying, here is a woman who does not want to be seduced, who refuses to give up her chastity. Her behavior usually acts like a brake on men, stopping their eyes from wandering wildly in search of sexual thrills. It often has a salutary effect when a woman covers herself, because it admonishes men who lack moral maturity to restrain themselves. The commandment of the Holy Quran to cover the hair is therefore a self-protection for the Muslim woman. It makes it clear that she does not want to be an object of desire for the man on the street and that he cannot dispose of her. End of quote. Islam and an anti-sexism that is no longer consensual even in left-wing circles meet in the certainty of recognizing the unrestrained sex offender and rapist in the man per se. In Muslim circles, the more the headscarf becomes socially acceptable, the more popular the practice of seeing women without headscarves, who are nevertheless considered Muslim, as nothing more than objects of male libido. So you would know that even in an Ahmadiyya, the female collateral damage of multicultural tolerance has names like Hatun Suruku and is up to nothing other than the introduction of Sharia law. Anyone should actually be able to interpret the absurdity of the words of Hadiyatullah Hubish, who replied to Hiltrud Schroeder's accusation that his community was a caliphate movement committed to Sharia law. As far as the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat is concerned, it advocates a strict separation of religion and state. For example, the Fourth Caliphate has always emphasized that religion should not interfere in politics and politics should not interfere in religion. He repeatedly said that Sharia law should not be applied to non-Muslims. End of quote. First of all, it should be said for the benefit of all Republicans and members of civil society. Anyone who calls for Sharia law for Muslims in this country is an enemy of universal and equal law and is thus declaring civil war on all citizens of the Federal Republic, as he is calling for extraterritorial territories, for Sharia enclaves, and is thus automatically calling for a competing and very marginally fascist judiciary which automatically calls for the organs of a corresponding executive to enforce it, which is already known in its germinal form, the youth gangs. The Ahmadiyyas' demand for a strict separation of religion and state also has nothing to do with a willingness to subordinate all religious matters to a secular legal system. Rather, it refers to the subordination of secular to religious authorities, i.e. the selection of believers, wards and unbelievers, an autocratic tripartite division of the world into rulers, Muslims, wards of the law, members of the other scriptural religions, and free birds, unbelievers. Against this background, one cannot blame the Interessengemeinschaft Pankow-Heinersdorfer Bürger e.V., IFAB, for raising the following questions. It would be important for us to know what the Ahmadiyya's position is on the following questions. Should Sharia replace our democratic legislation in the future? What is the Ahmadiyya community's position on party pluralism, the exercise of religious freedom, and the possibility of leaving their community? Is the equality of men and women in society as self-evident for the Ahmadiyya as it is for each of us? What is the Ahmadiyya's position on same-sex partnerships? End of quote. But those who seem to be asking such reasonable questions come from a northern corner of East Berlin, which should always give pause for thought. It would be their duty, especially in connection with a planned meeting place for unsympathetic, albeit predominantly foreign people, to dispel the suspicion that they are avowed Zonies. However, this suspicion is confirmed when one reads about Heinersdorf, which is formally just as much a part of the Pankow district as Prenzlauer Berg, in the Taz of July 28, 2006. A village wind blows in the north. Here lies Heinersdorf with its 6,000 inhabitants, where there seem to be more used car dealers than immigrants. Heinersdorf has remained a village despite the noisy arterial roads, discount stores, and used car dealers. You belong to Berlin somehow. Heinersdorf feels like a neglected district, says Kahler, the local pastor, hence the cohesion. It has something to do with the GDR past, he says, trying to explain. East Berliners no longer want to have anything imposed on them from above. Those days are over. End of quote. For this reason, a citizens' initiative has been set up specifically to prevent the planned Ahmadiyya Mosque, which explains its self-image as follows. We distance ourselves in the strongest possible terms from all right-wing extremist parties, associations, and organizations. In particular, we distance ourselves very clearly from the NPD. We are middle class, and there is no room for right-wing extremists or any other extremists in our ranks. We will not tolerate the right-wingers trying to sneak into our ranks with their campaigns. No, we are resolutely opposed to them, and we have come together precisely for this reason, so as not to leave the field to the NPD. We do not question religious freedom at all. We are in favor of immigration and integration. Nevertheless, we would like to ask why a special building in the form of a mosque should be built in Heinersdorf when there is no community of Islamic faith here, and not a single member of the Ahmadiyya community lives here? Shouldn't a house of prayer always be the center of a community? Democracy always comes from the people. End quote. This is how the deputy chairwoman of IFAB, Karen Reinke, explained her association at a special meeting of the Pankow District Council, BVV, at the beginning of May. Whenever there is a call for direct democracy in Germany, be it from the left, the right, or from a self-proclaimed middle-class center, one should be suspicious, because the intention is usually to eliminate the sovereign through collective will. In this case, however, everything points to the fact that a community of interests, the majority of which has been trained in democratic centralism and socialized by the dictatorship of the proletariat, is at work. Quote, if democracy means that, under the guise of religious freedom, the interests of 180 sect members, the official number of members of the Berlin Ahmadiyya community, are valued more highly than the will and sensitivities of over 6,000 local and therefore directly affected citizens, voters, and taxpayers, then we all have a problem together. The problem is that citizens are losing faith in democracy. IFAB press release. Where the commitment to democracy takes the form of a popular belief that is in danger of being shaken by 180 sect members, there is no reason to assume that there is a strong will to give the individual priority over the collective in order to protect the latter if necessary. While the defense of this priority would be the only correct justification for the protest against the mosque construction, the people of Heinersdorf invoke the familiar dull "we are we" mentality. It is also hardly surprising that IFAB is calling for the Ahmadiyya authorities to be persuaded to look for a building site at their current location in Reinickendorf, which is accepted by the local population. If one follows the logic of this Claude model, then IFAB, like the neighborhood wardens and neighborhood managers elsewhere, is solely concerned with the preservation of established social spaces, as they are loosely called in the jargon of Bordeaux. Accordingly, the first protest declaration states, we demand that everything be done to preserve the established social structures in the area, to ward off potential disruptions, to protect the current status of the area, and to maintain the quality of life in the surrounding residential area. End of quote. Furthermore, it is scandalized. In Pankow-Heinersdorf, not a single one of the approximately 200 Berlin Muslims who belong to the Ahmadiyya is resident, with which the Schollen Collective obviously wants to make it clear that they would welcome a green comradeship if its members were resident locally. If IFAB, instead of continuing to wish a Sharia community on the people of Reinickendorf, were to make it a scandal that the center of a Muslim community, for which racism, hatred of Jews, and the propagation of violence against women are central elements of its own self-image, has been able to exist there undisturbed for years, one could seriously consider whether they were not potential allies. Obviously, however, IFAB statements relating to the character of Islam in general and the Ahmadiyya community in particular are not much more than a means to an end, which is primarily not criticism of Islam but protection of the homeland. Hardly anything else can be said about the political lobby of IFAB, the Pankow CDU, although one could also come to the conclusion that the local group statements are far closer to anti-fascism than a relevant info sheet. For example, when a press release from the beginning of April states, the public discussion about the content of the Ahmadiyya and the references on their own website cast considerable doubt on the attitude of tolerance and acceptance towards other ways of life and religious beliefs. The Christian Democratic Union cannot ignore this. End quote. Perhaps the Pankow Christian Democrats could remind their party friends in Reinickendorf that the Christian Democratic Union can no longer ignore the years of toleration of the Ahmadiyya. Their such proximity to anti-fascism is certainly not to be expected from them. And so it is hardly surprising that only the Pankow Heimatschutz speaks from the same press release. Quote, a place of worship is the center of the respective community. Due to the lack of parishioners in the immediate and wider area, Heinersdorf seems to be an unsuitable location for the construction of a mosque, which is why the Christian Democrats are certain. The CDU Pankow stands united on the side of the Heinersdorf citizens, who have legitimate concerns and worries about the planned mosque construction. End quote. As is well known, the Brown comrades had sensed their big chance in view of the Heinersdorf protests, and they managed to achieve a respectable success. Numerous Nazis also attended a citizens' meeting organized by BW Pankow on the subject of mosque construction on March 30th, which was attended by a total of 1,700 people. As the organizers were completely overwhelmed by the crowd, the comrades succeeded in heating up the atmosphere so that the representatives of the Ahmadiyya community in particular were only able to leave under massive police protection. Just 2 days later, however, when the NPD called for a demonstration against the mosque construction, they were disillusioned. Apart from one outsider, nobody joined the 100 or so upright members of their own clientele. This outsider was, after all, the CDU district councillor and treasurer of the Pankow Nord local group, Bernhard Lisinski, but he was rewarded for his participation with a prompt expulsion from the party, which he forestalled by resigning himself. The words of CDU top candidate Friedbert Pfluger that anyone who cooperates or demonstrates with the NPD has no place in the CDU, Berliner Morgenpost, May 5, 06, were obviously followed by action. It was correspondingly difficult for the anti-racist and anti-fascist side, from the autonomous to the left party, to maintain their favored enemy image. A racist-fascist coalition of citizen mob, CDU, and organized neo-Nazis. How little the claim of such a coalition corresponds to reality can be seen, for example, in the lines of the raging NPD State Association on June 30th. Quote, the Pankow-Heinersdorf Citizens Interest Group, IFAB, which is trying to lead the protests against the planned mosque construction, has now degenerated into a plaything of the CDU. In terms of content, the demonstrations against the mosque offer nothing except distancing themselves from national parties and groups. End quote. Because obviously not enough incriminating material against the CDU could be found, the Antifascistische Infoblatt was forced to vehemently accuse the CDU. Quote, the Pankow District Association has been part of the right wing of the Berlin CDU for years. A few days before the elections, Stadtquitz, the local chairman, made headlines because of an interview he gave to the extreme right-wing weekly Junge Freiheit. A few days after the interview, the Republicans recommended that Stadtquitz join their party. Prior to this, there had been cautious criticism of the JF interview within his party, with CDU top candidate Friedbert Pfluger calling the interview a mistake. However, the Pankow CDU's connections to the extreme right-wing camp are far more extensive. It had already become known in April that the Pankow CDU treasurer Bernhard Lisinski had joined an NPD march against the mosque. He avoided expulsion from the CDU by resigning. However, Lisinski later explained that he had only done what the party wanted him to do. At a meeting of the local parliament, Pankow CDU functionary Ulrich Eichler explained in response to a journalist's question that a synagogue would also have no place in Heinersdorf and would also meet with resistance from his district association. Finally, at an extraordinary BVV meeting on August 21, 2006, the deputy CDU parliamentary group leader Dieter Michael called a dark-skinned woman a nigger on an anti-racism poster. Of course, there is no reason to give an interview to Junge Freiheit. Of course, it cannot be that even a single CDU functionary has the idea of marching with the NPD and then presenting himself as a guilty party soldier. And actually, the comparison of a synagogue with a mosque alone should be a scandal. But the point of the accusation is extensive links between the Pankow CDU and the extreme right-wing camp. And in this respect, unlike in the Ahmadiyya case, it can only be stated that there is simply not enough material for an indictment in the name of anti-fascism. One should know that it is not least authors from the AIB environment who have for years acted as cues for those who have tried to turn the left-wing rumor of the natural proximity of the CDU and Nazis into party political profit. One of these is Stefan Liebich, who, in his function as parliamentary group leader of the Left Party in the House of Representatives, once really wanted to drive the Nazi Sow through Heinersdorf when he spread the following lies about the CDU in mid-April. The CDU is marching side by side with the NPD in opposition to the construction of a mosque by the Ahmadiyya community in Pankow-Heinersdorf. It has become clear that the CDU and its top candidate Pfluger do not shy away from the proximity of right-wing radicals and neo-Nazis, since they called for public pressure and against the law to prevent the construction of the mosque. Now the CDU and NPD are taking to the streets together to oppose it. End of quote. You know the game, because CDU members are actually nothing more than NPD members to be anyway. If they speak out against a green Nazi center, you have to color them all the more brown. This also has the beneficial effect that the Liebiches do not even have to ask themselves how it can be that in Heinersdorf Constituency 127, where the site for the planned mosque is also located, i.e. the epicenter of resistance, the PDS was able to achieve a clear victory in the 2001 parliamentary elections with 35.2% of first votes, 41.8% of second votes, and 34.6% in the BVV elections. In other words, the Liebiches don't want to ask themselves any questions, but prefer to be elected by people who will almost certainly be the same contemporaries in 2006 as they were in 2001. One can be sure that a Liebich could at any time underwrite the analytical conclusion drawn in the AIB. The racist protest movement against the mosque in Heinersdorf is not a product of the extreme right, but comes from the center of society. End quote. It might be known that with such election statistics, this center is hardly conceivable without a particularly strong part of the PDS milieu. And so the question arises as to whether a sentence from Liebich's lie about the relationship between the CDU and the NPD should not simply be reformulated somewhat in order to get to the truth. The fact that the Heinersdorf PDS milieu does not shy away from the proximity of right-wing radicals and the CDU has become clear since calls were made from these ranks to prevent the construction of the mosque. A comparison with the election results of 2006 can prove that this thesis would be at least much more conclusive than Liebich's assertion. Of course, nobody on the left of the PDS would seriously reproach the party for its electoral clientele, which it has been cultivating for years. On the contrary, there is always open applause for the preservation of an East zonal social character when people vote strongly left in elections. But because this is not the case for the people of Heinersdorf in 2006, it is not surprising that Antifa and Antira calls for the mosque to be built are more concerned about the image of the Ahmadiyya. Quote, "Racist ideas about Muslims and Islam create the image of a foreign and backward Islamic culture whose values are supposed to be incompatible with those of Western democracy. Stop the agitation against the mosque construction in Pankow for a liberated society based on solidarity." End of quote. In the worldview of anti-racists, there are simply no backward cultures. Therefore, their incompatibility with Western democracy cannot be established at all, as the terms for this are just as lacking as the will to adhere to the idea of social progress necessary for the corresponding conceptualization. Anyone who uses the term backward only ironically and therefore in quotation marks will also disapprove of any concept of progress only as progress. Incidentally, the Antiras and Antifas imagine a liberated solidar society in much the same way as the Heinersdorf allotment garden owner. Either the village clod or the autonomous scene neighborhood should be liberated from the intervention of the sovereign. In both cases, the main aim is to remain undisturbed in one's cloudy tribal consciousness. However, the anti-racist authors are unlikely to succeed in making it plausible to an IFAB member that this utopia must be fought for not against but with the Ahmadiyya, which, incidentally, speaks in favor of the Heinersdorf interest group. To see potential allies in Nazis, this accusation does not apply to IFAB or the CDU. It applies above all to those who certainly could not applaud loudly enough when they read the following in the Tagesspiegel, August 1806, in a letter from the Alt-Pankow branch of the CDU. Parallels are drawn between the Ahmadiyya community and right-wing extremist organizations. The head of the Pankow District Council, Jens Holger Kirchner, Alliance 90/Greens, commissioned the district's legal office on Thursday to check the comparison to see whether it constituted a criminal offense of incitement to hatred. End quote. If it wasn't documented in black and white, it would be hard to believe the creative actions organized by an anti-fascist united front to protect green Nazis. Another one is reported by the TAS. The SPD, PDS and Greens do not want to elect a Christian Democrat to the district office if he supports the intolerable protests against the mosque. Because, according to the justified argument of the Red Greens, the CDU has left the democratic consensus with its anti-Muslim propaganda. End of quote. In Pankow, as elsewhere in Germany, defaming the blacks as anti-democrats and turning the Green comrades into model Democrats is the most urgent concern of a predominantly left-wing cartel of functionaries who, in the interests of the smoothest possible administration of social misery, strive to nip any conflict in the bud. What an alliance of the BVV, the district office, the Protestant church community, and a network against racism, anti-Semitism, and right-wing violence, announced on the occasion of a call against an NPD demonstration is evidence of a form of political correctness that has long since left the boundary between excessive naivety and deliberate collaboration behind. Quote, especially in a situation in which society is controversially discussing the right paths to integration, it is important to create a visible meeting center for Muslims who are committed to the basic values of our Constitution. Here, Berliners of Muslim and non-Muslim faiths can come together and exchange ideas. Resentments, fears, and reservations can be overcome through immediate encounters. As in many other German cities and Berlin districts, a Muslim community in Pankow should be given the right to a religious and urban identification point through the construction of a new mosque, as is self-evident for Christians and Jews, for example. End of quote. It should be indisputable that an initiative to prevent a green Nazi center is neither in the right hands with a Heinersdorf interest group nor with the CDU. However, despite the lack of sympathy, both should be defended against those who, in their anti-racist alliance with a free Muslim comradeship, do not even want to have noticed that their green-red alliance pro-mosque has long since become a brown-red alliance. Quote, "The greatest obstacle to integration is Islam, which is why one can only wish many Oriental squatters a lot of Quran resistance until the day they are repatriated. Islam binds the foreigners together into a cultural collective that completely absorbs its members and emphasizes the irrevocable cultural difference to the host country. In this way, the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad bring about a positive self-ghettoization of the believers in Europe and a renunciation of mixed marriages with unbelievers. In this way, Islam makes an important contribution to the ethno-biological preservation of the Germans. As long as the foreigners cannot be expelled because of the political situation, their Islamic identity and religious community must remain intact so that there is no cultural uniformity and mixing of peoples." End of quote. The mosque advocate who is speaking out here is Jürgen W. Gonsell, chief theoretician of the NPD, in whose party Organ Deutsche Stimme, in which Hadiyatullah Hubish also likes to express himself. These lines were published. To speak out against any mosque construction, whether in Heiners or Reinickendorf, whether in Kreuzberg or Duisburg-Marxloh, would therefore mean not playing the useful idiot for either the Gansells or the Hubisches. It would mean deciding against the ethno-biological preservation of the Germans and in favor of an irreversible mixing of peoples. In other words, if Ayaan Hirsi Ali knows about the supporters of the Belgian Vlaamsblok that they are no better than the radical Muslims, then word should have slowly but surely spread the other way round that Muslims who are considered peace-loving and non-Islamist in this country are generally no better than the NPD. In the immediate run-up to the NSU trial, the managing director of the Turkish daily newspaper Sabah filed a complaint with the Federal Constitutional Court against the court's decision to allocate the 50 press seats in the auditorium according to the order of the applications. He obtained an interim injunction ordering that an appropriate number of seats be allocated to representatives of foreign media with a particular connection to the victims of the alleged crimes. Manfred Gotzel, presiding judge of the State Security Senate at the Munich Higher Regional Court, had correctly identified the problem when he explained why he did not want to allocate access quotas for the coveted spectator seats. Quote, "This resulted in such a multitude of different reference points and criteria for the distribution of media seats and a determination of certain media quotas that I did not feel able to make appropriate distinctions. That is why I decided to treat all media equally." End quote. In contrast, Turkish media representatives in particular, and subsequently their German supporters from the media and politics, demanded that the Turkish press should be given preferential treatment. In the course of the dispute over the allocation of space, Turkish newspapers of all stripes and in particular Turkish politicians expressed their willingness to be measured according to the Turkish LFAZ. This includes the official offense taken by all Western countries when their own wishes are not fulfilled. Milliyet spoke of an embargo, March 27, 2013, and Hurriyet ran the headline "Turkish press not welcome," March 27, 2013. Such feelings of offense are followed by the sweeping accusation that the Germans, from the Nazi to the judge, have agreed to terrorize their compatriots. The newspaper Today's Zaman, for example, claimed that the court's actions showed a protective attitude towards racists and right-wing extremist groups. The cries of warning are overshadowed by the defiant unity of all those who have been humiliated and insulted. In the Sabah, the Turkish Minister for EU Affairs, Ejman Bagi, assured all press organs, "Turkey stands behind you." At the same time, the offended and professionally alarmed Turkish community had the support of the German media, which took a decidedly anti-fascist and anti-racist stand, in other words, the majority. The TAZ headline was shriller than others, but the message was consensual. Press Tribune remains a Turk-free zone. TAZ. March 27, 13. The press officer of the Alliance Against Nazi Terror and Racism attributed qualities to newspapers like Hurriyet, of all things, that had not previously been seen from this and some even less scrupulous tabloids of the obligatory Turkish national chauvinism. Quote, "The court's seating arrangement is evidence of tremendous insensitivity. Apparently, the political, social, and international dimensions of the trial are being completely ignored. One would expect critical reporting from the Turkish and Greek press, which could be particularly sensitive to racist structures within the investigation." End of quote. How he came to the conclusion that critical reporting could be expected from the Turkish press, of all places, which is decidedly racist towards Armenians, Kurds, the Christian minorities, and the few Jews still living in Turkey, i.e., which assumes the superiority of a Turkish race, remains his secret, as does the assertion that this press could be sensitized to racist structures. The succinct reference to the victim's Turkish descent was enough to end up favoring the Turkish media. In this way, not only were all German Turks denied the ability to speak German and to follow the NSU proceedings in German if they were interested. Even worse, the representatives of official Turkishness, supplemented by its German offshoots such as Kenan Khalid's Turkish community, were declared to be the representatives of German Turks by virtue of their origin. As if Sarrazin was right with his insinuations that German Turks in toto refused to learn German, no one among the journalists with Turkish names who were brought in for such cases rejected the claim that they could not speak German, and that it was true of the majority of German Turks. Nor did they point out that the majority of Turkish media representatives, who are posted from the newspaper stronghold of Istanbul as correspondents, often only have a rudimentary knowledge of German and are often only posted for a short time. Instead, the blog from the Taz about the Taz reported that they were thinking about bringing the truth from the Munich court to the masses who do not speak German, in their autochthonous national language. Quote, "It is still unclear whether Turkish language media can report reliably on this important trial, even though 8 of the 10 murder victims of the NSU had Turkish roots. The Taz has therefore decided to report on the court proceedings not only in German, but also in Turkish. Our texts will be translated as quickly as possible and then appear on taz.de. End of quote. One does not want to imagine what happens when journalists of Turkish background, who live in the 3rd or 4th generation in Germany and speak better German than Turkish, but in the end do not know either language properly, want to teach some Turks of a certain background religious certainties in fake Turkish. But do those employees of Taz, who always show their Turkish ID card when the multicultural need for representation is to be served by quota, even have to know Turkish to pass as quota Turks? And who will have to do this thankless job and write in Turkish for an audience that no longer knows Turkish? The anti-German editor Denise Yücel? The headscarf-wearing brat and self-confessed Muslim feminist Kubra Gümüşay? The whining Turkish woman Çiğdem Ekial? Or perhaps the cunningly skeptical Mili Kiak? Whether Taz will be able to report on the NSU trial in Turkish as reliably as Sabah, for example, cannot be conclusively determined at this point in time. However, one thing is already clear: Turkish language media will certainly not report reliably, that is, with a commitment to providing information, because their self-image of providing flanking protection for Turkishness in Germany has been proven time and again in the past. Noisy scaremongering, the denunciation of assimilated German Turks, denial of the Armenian genocide, these are the credentials that the editors of Hurriyet's European desk, for example, have had to offer on the intercultural labor market since March 1, 2013. The management closed its European editorial office in Morfelden-Walldorf near Frankfurt am Main at the end of February. For years, sales figures had been falling. Some of its readers were lost to competing newspapers, and it was not particularly popular with the younger generation of German Turks, although it tried to score points with this target group as the Turkish-language daily newspaper with the highest circulation by offering regular sports reports in German. That means that younger German Turks no longer read Turkish-language media. Those days are definitely over. Regular surveys on the media behavior of people in Germany who are or claim to be Turkish-speaking show that, especially in recent years, fewer than 4% of German Turks use exclusively Turkish media. These are mostly first-generation immigrants and imported brides who have little or no knowledge of German. The vast majority of German Turks use the familiar German language media and trust them more than the Turkish language media when it comes to daily news. Behind this is a twofold problem of understanding. Fewer and fewer are able to speak Turkish sufficiently, and fewer are willing to be used by the abstruse propaganda of the media of an imposed homeland, whose everyday culture only alienates them. The trade union Verdi, which had proclaimed the rescue of Hurriyet in a press release, sees all this quite differently. Quote, "There is a great need, especially among younger readers with a Turkish background, for reporting from a German-Turkish perspective. This can only be achieved by an editorial team in Germany." End quote. Sevda Badaroglu, on the other hand, managing director of Dogan Media International GmbH, which publishes Hurriyet, had to reject Verdi's anti-racist fairy tale because she was on the other side of a labor dispute, and for once she told the truth to the FAZ. Quote, "More than other newspapers, Turkish newspapers in Germany are affected by Turkish youths because of the language barrier and because they are more interested in Germany than in Turkey." Unquote. The guardians of Turkishness are well informed about these language barriers. but they are not allowed to admit it and have to emphasize at every opportunity how attached the diaspora Turk is to his language. This is reminiscent of public campaigns for the Turkification of the population in the young republic, which propagated the unity of language and nation under the slogan, "Compatriots, speak Turkish." The founding of the Republic of Turkey in 1923 was followed by a comprehensive cultural revolution within a few years. In addition to the abolition of the caliphate, the closure of the madrasas, the banning of Sharia law, and the introduction of secular law, it was above all the introduction of the Latin script, called New Turkish Letters in official documents, on November 1, 1928, that led to a turning away from the Ottoman past. In just a few years, not only was a broad literacy of the population achieved in the specially established Millet Mektepleri, but also the implementation of the doctrine of the nationalization of language and writing, as Kemal Ataturk proclaimed in 1924, ostensibly against Islamic tradition. Gentlemen, there are more than 300 million Muslims on earth, and these are educated by fathers, mothers, and hajjas and adopt the morals of these people. But it is unfortunately true that this mass of millions of people are in captivity of the oppressive chains of these and those. The education and morals that are imparted to them have not enabled them and continue to do so to break these chains, because the goal of their education is not a national one. If national education is the primary objective, then the necessity of nationalizing their language, their style, indeed their entire means of expression, is self-evident. End of quote. The introduction of the Latin script was therefore about much more than just turning away from the Ottoman Islamic past. Admittedly, the Kemalist nationalism differs from the Young Turks' Tyrannism in that it rejected pan-Turkic chauvinism and presented itself as anti-imperialist on the basis of the Ottoman defeat and the victory in the War of Independence. However, a concession to pan-Turkism can already be seen from the fact that the introduction of the Latin script in Turkey was also a reaction to the Turkologists' Congress in the spring of 1926 in Baku, Azerbaijan, where the community of Turkic languages had decided on the unified Turkish alphabet after several other Turkic peoples had already begun the Latinization of their scripts in 1924. Since then, the Turkish language has been used to pursue political goals, to unify the nation internally and to assert zones of interest externally. Since the language reform, strict Kemalist nationalists have been aware of the unity of language and nation. Turkish is the language of the Turks. No other language comes into question, and any other language spoken in the Turkish Republic or by Turks can only be an expression of separatism and a turning away from Turkishness. This explains why German Turks are ridiculed in Turkey as Almanseiler, Germanic people, because of their broken Turkish. It also explains why the ban on the Kurdish language has only been relaxed since 1991. The current vociferous demands by the Turkish government and its lobbyists for Turkish high schools in Germany and Recep Tayyip Erdogan's exhortations to German Turks not to unlearn the Turkish language make it clear that Turkish media and politicians were and are not concerned with reliable reporting, but with the authoritarian foundation of a Volksgemeinschaft. When the first generation of so-called guest workers came to Germany in the 1960s, German and Turkish officials assumed that they would return within a few years. The guest workers themselves also wanted to earn money quickly, put it aside, and return to Turkey. The misery of today's integration policy began in those years. Turkish society had experience of migration, and no one could claim not to know what effects it could have. To this day, internal migration to Istanbul and other major cities in the west of the country is still in full swing in Turkey. Even today, the rural exodus and the unequal development of urban and rural areas still expose internal migrants to the notorious culture shock. It was the Turkish writer Reşat Nuri Güntekin who, as early as 1939, highlighted the experience of the rural exodus to Istanbul and the conflict between Anatolian tradition and Western modernity in his novel Yaprak Dökümü, using the example of a middle-class family. Max Frisch, still ashamed and at pains, stated, "We called for workers and people came. For those individual people who arrived in Germany, migration initially meant the conscientious control of the workforce by German doctors. The examinations of the workers did not include the determination of German language skills, because not sufficient knowledge of German but efficiency and physical robustness were required. These experiences, which were not infrequently humiliating, were joined by the often heavy physical labor and sometimes hazardous work. The labor migration led not necessarily, but understandably, to the identification of exhausting and often dull wage labor with Germany and the Germans. The unpleasant experiences with anti-Turkish sentiment increased the uncertainty of the first generation as to whether Germany could actually become a new home. The recruitment stop in 1973 under the government of Helmut Schmidt, SPD, was intended to stop the increase in guest workers, but they were still allowed to bring their families who had been left behind to join them. 10 years later, on November 28, 1983, the Bundestag passed the law to promote the willingness of foreigners to return, in order to increase the willingness to return through financial incentives. But only a few took advantage of the return money. The guest workers had long since become immigrants and began to settle into their new home in Germany. It would take another 20 years before this reality of an immigration society was acknowledged, despite better knowledge. The lost time enabled the Turkish club system to secure its long-standing monopoly because the German state was reluctant to take care of the concerns of immigrants. The external support was even convenient for it. The Turkish Islamic Union for Religious Affairs, DITIB, founded in 1984, created the first structures for the preservation of Turkishness. Mosques, tea houses, and Turkish cultural centers provided the few social venues for the immigrant Turks. At the same time, the host society offered little. The immigrant Turks and their families had reasons to remain Turkish that went beyond the strengthening Turkish identity. The Germans felt the same way, and the parallel society emerged almost completely unobserved. Ideologues of the profession can be recognized by the fact that they only draw from the pool of their prefabricated phrases and always sell their well-known opinions as new ones in the tone of personal consternation. Their political judgment is always particularistic, never universal. Their jargon of ideological accusation is hypocritical, never sincere, and their gestures of consternation instrumentalize the suffering of those people for whose advocates they claim to be. Their program is the self-ethnicized authenticity with which they peddle in politics and the media. This applies to migrant self-organization as well as to the foreign offices of the media of the old homeland, but also to the state-subsidized anti-racist initiatives in the new Germany. For example, the Turkish Association of Berlin-Brandenburg offers an anti-discrimination network. A good thing, it would seem. However, this organized Turkishness is only on the scene when injustice is being done to Turks, and never when its own clientele is the cause of injustice. After all, the goal is higher. The construction of a community of victims takes precedence. Vigilant Turkishness, therefore, never misses an opportunity to stir up fear and panic among German Turks. For example, the Turkish media have been conducting a smear campaign for several months now, which is extremely concerned about the fate of German Turkish foster children. For 1,000 foster children are threatened with cultural assimilation if they remain in the care of homosexual couples or Christian families and are thus alienated from Turkish culture. Ayhan Sefer Ustin, chairman of the Human Rights Commission of the Turkish Parliament, argues as follows: "We do not condemn this culture, but the child was given to a foreign culture, to a lesbian family. Even if a child were taken away for the right reasons, he or she should be placed in a family that is closer to their own culture." End quote. The fact that the German state also intervenes on behalf of its citizens with a Turkish migration background, when it takes children affected by violence and neglect out of their families, thus standing up for their rights, has sent the hitherto pampered Turkish community into a panic, because this endangers its otherwise unchallenged monopoly. In this context, scandalizations have long since become routine. The strategy of maximum outrage and indignation has always been successful in getting German anti-racists with a guilty conscience to make concessions and win them as allies. After all, who is left cold when people die of smoke inhalation or lose their loved ones in a fire that starts at night while they are sleeping in their home, which they believe to be safe? Every year, more than 600 people die in over 200,000 house fires in Germany. Sometimes these are also homes occupied by German Turks. In spring 2013, for example, 2 apartments in Backnang and Cologne were occupied by people with Turkish backgrounds. Committed professional Turks like Kenan Khalid know from the outset who is solely responsible for such fires. When asked by the Kölner Stadtanzeiger, KSTA, whether the Turkish community is not overreacting, Khalid triumphantly replies, "What does overreacting mean? We have had to accept so many racist murders since 1990. The whole of society should be concerned." I think this reaction is completely normal. It has nothing to do with oversensitivity. Many now remember the words of the then Federal Minister of the Interior, Otto Schily, after the attack in Cologne's Kupstrasse. He said right away that it was not a racist attack. These are experiences that people take with them. It was covered up for years. There is no longer any trust in the German security authorities in the Turkish community. KSTA asks, "What do you expect?" Khalid answers, "So far, the security authorities have excluded a right-wing radical background to such events right from the start. We should do as they do in England. There, they automatically assume a racist attack and then see if something else is behind it. With us, it's the other way around. We first play it down." KSTA asks, "But there is also a fundamental problem beyond the attacks." Khalid answers, "Right, this has increased dramatically in recent years. This is the result of the populism of some book authors. We have not recognized the problem of racism. We have not even mentioned the word. Politicians would therefore be well advised to show some positive gestures. For example, I wrote to the Chancellor and suggested, let's go together to Baknang, where a woman of Turkish origin and her 7 children were killed, and talk to the families there. She refused. It would have been a good sign from a human perspective, even if it wasn't a racist attack. This must come from the highest level. Politicians still have not understood that." End of quote. As if it were not bad enough when a person experiences racism or xenophobia, the professional ethno-warrior has to go back and make individual acts into a fundamental problem for all German Turks, which he then presents as his community. The Turkish ambassador Hüseyin Avni Karslioglu also takes this line in an interview with Spiegel magazine. Spiegel asks, "The cause of the fire has not yet been determined, but fears were immediately expressed in the Turkish press that it could be an attack like the one in Solingen. Where does this mistrust come from?" Karslioglu answers, "From past experiences. From hundreds of everyday discriminatory experiences, xenophobic remarks, property damage. I know from conversations that after the arson attacks in Malm and Solingen, and especially after the series of murders by the racist terrorist group NSU, a collective trauma arose among people of Turkish origin in Germany, a perceived sense of insecurity." Quote, "From the perceived insecurity, a rather pathological and mostly caused by targeted agitation state, which must have nothing to do with the real security situation, it is not far to the collective trauma. That is the key word, with the psychotherapist Ali Kemal gun pedals. Although he has at least an idea that traumas are tied to specific experiences of individuals, but this context disappears completely with him." Quote, Spiegel Online asks, "What do the experiences with the actions of the NSU mean for migrants in Germany?" Gunn answers, "Consciously or unconsciously, a psychologic could solidify among migrants, such as, the target of these attacks and murders were people from Turkey. I also come from Turkey, the same could happen to me. I am not safe in Germany. This makes the people concerned feel insecure and instills fear and mistrust. Under certain circumstances, this can lead to emotional dullness, irritability, and indifference towards the majority society. Of course, one could describe the reactions of the Turkish side as oversensitive, but these are precisely a sign of a collective trauma, not in the pathological sense, but due to experiences in the past." End quote. The dissolution of the individual in the collective and the insinuation that migrants tend towards the psychologic cited above is, of course, a blatant lie. Just as there is no such thing as a collective memory or a collective unconscious, there is no such thing as a collective trauma. Collectives can neither think nor repress and certainly cannot experience trauma. The emphasis on such categories only contributes to a sense of community and reveals a completely false understanding of the individual. The categories of memory, unconscious, and trauma are entirely those of the subject and cannot be applied to collectives. Freud always understood mass psychology as the psychology of the individual in the mass and not as the psychology of the mass. Therefore, the need for identification with the collective requires explanation, not its absence. But that is not what ideologues are concerned with. They want to obscure the fact that, for example, the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire since 1913 by no means felt, but had to take note of the fact through more and more frightening atrocities, that they were to be collectively disenfranchised, expropriated, and murdered. The majority of survivors were traumatized, each for themselves and mostly very alone with it. The differences between the laicist Kemalist and the Islamic Kemalist elite in Turkey are also reflected in the Turkish associations in Germany. While the Ditib is embroiled in an internal power struggle between supporters of Islamist isolation and advocates of partial integration, the Turkish community in Germany, TGD, is wholly committed to secular Kemalism and therefore does not serve as an unofficial spokesperson for the AKP in Germany. Although when it comes to Turkishness, the two are not that far apart. Officially, the Union of European Turkish Democrats, UETD, which has also organized Erdogan's previous major events in Germany, represents Ankara's interests in Germany. The UETD is supported by the 300-strong Yurtdasai Tukler ve Akraba Topluluklar Baskanligi, Office for Turks Abroad, which is based in Ankara and was founded in 2010. The stated goal of this office is to preserve the identity of the Turks worldwide. In the words of Bozdag, it sounds like this: "Our goal is to be there where there is a fellow citizen, a relative and a person of our race. We want to take care of their concerns and work day and night to find a solution." End of quote. Organized Turkishness is rightly concerned about the future of German Turks. In the past 5 years, the daily efforts for integration in kindergartens, schools, associations, and integration courses have been quite successful. This opens up the chance for more and more ambitious young people to achieve more than their parents' generation. The line between integration and assimilation is more blurred than anti-racist cultural protectors and guardians of Turkishness can admit. For them, saving every cultural identity is more important than emancipation and thus the self-liberation of each individual from particularism. While Sevda Badaroglu vaguely acknowledges the assimilation, which cannot be blamed on them, of a great many young German Turks as different behavior patterns, professional Turks speak openly and always angrily of assimilation as the loss of Turkish identity. Hasan Özdegan is one of these staunchly nationalist professional Turks. He shared his concerns with the Turkish language daily Sabah. Turkish youths in Germany are growing up in the midst of German culture. Only their families offer them the chance to get to know Turkish culture. We have conveyed our wish for more cultural initiatives to the Prime Minister. He has responded positively to our request. End quote. Although integration policy still often leads to a working world consisting of ethnic enclaves, more and more German Turks are entering the primary labor market to pursue careers far removed from ethnic enclaves. For them, this also means avoiding the market for cultural mediation and intercultural activities. This results in the adoption of new cultural and social techniques and thus a distancing from Turkishness. More and more young German Turks see Germany as the center of their lives. The Turkish-German propaganda offensive hinders this development, but cannot stop it. Contact with the earth, with living things, causes a comprehensive rooting process. This is the case, on the one hand, for those who have lost everything, but also for all other people who suffer from the dismemberment and alienation of urban life. Write the organizers of the so-called intercultural gardens, which were created in 2004 in the courtyard of the Oberstefensentrum Handel at Rangelstrasse 98 in Berlin-Kreuzberg. According to the homepage of the Interculture Foundation, such gardens are fruitful projects of intercultural practice and make a significant contribution to the integration of migrants, who are known to be particularly affected by the problem of uprootedness. The reasons for the great success in integration that the Kreuzberg and other intercultural gardens can allegedly demonstrate are, in the opinion of the intercultural founders, primarily to be found in their specific positioning in a space that connects the society of origin and the host society and guarantees biographical continuity. The gardens, some of which are self-initiated and self-managed, in many respects form by no means to be confused with a one-way street passage or a transition that is formed through their own practice between the social practice in the country of origin and in the host country. End of quote. Sem Özdemir, the Greens, Maria Boehmer, CDU, and the many other supporters of the gardens see it exactly the same way. Those who get involved on the ground are people who want to shed their consumerism and actively and independently stand up for their own interests and opportunities, and for whom the empowerment of the individual is entirely in the name of the common good. The gardens are an interface between art, culture, and social issues, because on the one hand, processes of preservation and demarcation of their own cultural identity can be observed among the actors involved. And on the other hand, this goes hand in hand with a reflective localization of this own cultural position in an intercultural map. The fact that they are allowed to preserve their own history and their own dignity, without having to claim it in a defensive pose, gives immigrants the opportunity to make an active contribution to society and to formulate and implement their own life and success goals. End of quote. The intercultural gardens are also recognized by the Berlin Senate as a contribution to integration, because they offer migrant women in particular the opportunity to retain their dignity through hard physical labor that already aged their grandmothers early. Biographical continuity, that's what it is. It is not surprising that this ecologically oriented occupational therapy for unemployed immigrants yields no further benefits for the immigrants apart from garden produce and the German course. In any case, working on the garden project does not make it any easier for them to enter the labor market, unless they are interested in jobs in agriculture. Those who recommend such a project do not understand integration as equal opportunity, and do not aim at building an independent existence beyond the immediate state dependency for migrants. The Senate's recently published integration concept, Promoting Diversity, Strengthening Cohesion, does indeed view employment in the primary labor market as a central element of integration. However, anyone who takes a closer look at the 100-page document will quickly see that here, too, the focus is on nothing other than rooting for free. In projects aimed at immigrants, the goal is not to integrate participants into the primary labor market, as can be seen from the model project Professional Qualification for Immigrants under the responsibility of the Berlin Senator for Labor and Social Affairs, Heidi Nakewerner. The left, although 80% of the participants stated working as the most important goal of the measure, the project only brought 5 of 59 participants into work. The TAS praised this almost completely failed project as not so bad, because after all, integration into the primary labor market was not the primary goal of the project, but something else. In this context, the target group of migrants in labor market policy concepts is to be considered, which aim to prevent low-skilled migrants from slipping into irregular employment, occupational therapy instead of illegal employment and organized crime. In this context, it makes sense that the Senate's concept recommends that those who have no prospect of obtaining a professional qualification despite remedial courses should work as language mediators, €1 interpreters, or integration pilots, €1 social workers, in addition to weeding in intercultural gardens. As such employees, they share the lack of prospects of the clientele they are supposed to take care of, and at best they can later use the skills acquired in this way on a voluntary basis as multipliers within their communities. But not even for €1 an hour. But what does the integration concept offer to the young people, most of whom were born here, who can no longer be treated the way their grandparents were, but who, given the existing labor market regulations, only have access to the parental diner? Access to a quickly invented additional labor market, in which jobs are offered exclusively by or for migrants, and for which their supposed special intercultural competence qualifies them. In this employment niche, which is to be opened up for immigrants in the future, a few hundred positions will be offered in public service, in the social, labor, or residence registration office, positions in which the employed immigrants, with their culturally sensitive skills, will mediate between the authorities and the applicants, thus helping to prevent the ethnicization of social conflicts. For the somewhat more creative people with a university degree, who, as is well known, make up only a small number of the socially conspicuous part of the migrant population, the Senate would also like to promote employment in the publicly subsidized cultural sector in order to accelerate the transfer of migrant cultures into the public urban society. Those who are not talented at selling themselves as representatives of their culture, that is, the majority of Turkish or Arab secondary modern school graduates, are advised by Berlin's Integration Commissioner, Gunter Peining, to enter the ethnic economy. Not only can the low-skilled learn more about their culture, e.g. by selling doner kebabs or African prepaid cards, or by blow-drying hair in gender-segregated barbershops, above all, the state saves the money for vocational training and also does not need to question the parallel social consensus. Those who cannot find a job in the 3 areas mentioned can no longer be helped in the first labor market anyway, and nor can they be helped in the second, the one that reintegrates. For these unemployed people, only the third or an honest second labor market remains, which manages without the claim that those affected are employable, as the DGB puts it, in line with the Black-Red Coalition and the Greens. Public studies and program reports show that the employment rate of migrants has been steadily declining for decades, and that this development is not exactly beneficial for integration. However, the postmodern glorification of the parallel societies of immigrants, together with their completely disconnected economies, as hybrid markets is directed against those who still have the most potential to escape their plight, some female descendants of migrant families. Quote, on the one hand, a generation of self-confident women is emerging who perceive the different cultural contexts in which they operate as enriching and openly embrace them. Many of these young women are more successful in school and training than young male migrants. They often come from stable and intact family backgrounds and want to work themselves. Despite this positive development in recent years, for many women, on the other hand, close family ties mean considerable restriction. More than a few experience oppression and violence at home. End of quote. According to its concept, promoting diversity, strengthening cohesion, the Berlin Senate sees a need for action in this area of tension between educational success and new self-confidence on the one hand and the obstruction of the right to self-determination and experiences of violence by female migrants on the other. The fact that a family in which oppression and violence are used to resolve conflicts can hardly be described as stable and intact is not mentioned out of respect for the poet. It is all too easy to avoid the criticism that integration policy is increasingly promoting tradition, culture, and religion, and thus segregation. At a conference of the Green Party, the Cologne psychologist Mark Turkesidis, who for years provided the ideological support for multiculturalism, parried the accusation of segregation by blaming the failure of integration, as usual, on the alleged eternal racist from the Christian Democratic Union, CDU, and complained in a pseudo-critical manner, the economy has never played a role in multiculturalism, because the representatives of the 1980s simply assumed that the labor market was colorblind. Taz, June 26, 07. In fact, for the trade unions, for example, foreign workers were considered colleagues who were included in collective bargaining and subject to the same laws, despite competitive pressure. Despite latent xenophobia in their own ranks, the issue of foreigners was discussed as part of a colorblind social issue. Books such as Gunter Wallraffsgan's Unten, i.e. Way Down, which denounces the humiliation and exploitation of Ali as a quasi-slave rather than the loss of his identity, bear witness to this perception. Yet the former guest workers and often also new German citizens often became unemployed or slid into the black economy, thus falling away from the trade unions as their clientele over the last 20 years. When a political movement was needed to demand the reintegration of former colleagues and buddies into the labor market, the trade unions wisely remained silent and handed over the potential wage suppressors to those multicultural-oriented church representatives, social workers, integration officers, and postmodern ideologues like Turkesidis, who had managed to secure a position for themselves in the bloated education and social sector that had emerged from the education reforms of the 1960s and 1970s. It is precisely these self-proclaimed migration experts who personally benefit from the displacement of migrants from the primary labor market. The first multiculturalists, whose best-known representatives are CDU and ATTAC member Heiner Geisler, and the then Green Party leader of the Frankfurt Office for Multicultural Affairs and current member of the European Parliament Daniel Cohn-Bendit, did not hesitate to refute the claim that foreigners were taking jobs away from Germans by saying that they were not in competition with them at all. Quote, no German loses a single job to any gypsy, and no German earns a single mark less because a few thousand gypsies from Romania are now with us. Geisler in Münster Zeitung, September 20, 1990. Instead, they too contribute to the maintenance of the good old welfare state by paying their contributions. Bizarrely enough, Geisler and Cohn-Bendit were often enough berated not only from the left, but also from the right as capitalists and friends of entrepreneurs precisely because of this position. Although both referred to the United States as the motherland of all immigration countries, it was always clear to them that American conditions in Germany must be prevented. Under pressure to justify the 1992 race riots in Los Angeles, it was said that the idea of the welfare state obliged them to dispel the suspicion that German society wanted to Americanize. Quote, even the image of the melting pot has something crude about it. People are, according to the image, melted together into a new mass. It is not civil for a society to allow its newcomers only the path of assimilation. But the melting pot is not just a somewhat democratic model. Above all, it doesn't work. This is precisely what the history of the United States proves, right up to the immediate present. The riots in Los Angeles in the early summer of 1992 were a clear and certainly not the last sign. A society shaped by immigration undermines its foundations if it allows immigrant cultures and ethnic groups to live side by side. That is, if it renounces integration and the development of a canon of values that is binding on all. End of quote. So said Daniel Cohn-Bendit. His comrade-in-arms Heiner Geisler defines the consensus for ethnic difference and against assimilation as follows. The riots had much more to do with social than with racial or ethnic discrimination. They were social explosions. At least legally, minorities in the United States are much better off than in Germany as a result of quota regulations for the allocation of jobs and university places through the so-called affirmative action, anti-discrimination laws. The real problem in Los Angeles and other American metropolises is the lack of state initiative for the residents of ghettos in social, economic, and educational terms. End of quote. Although the nation of culture is no longer characterized by a commitment to Germanness, but rather by the tolerance of the many, the cultural border already marks the different claim to the universal law. Geisler postulates that a multicultural society is necessary because it subordinates the national, the religious, the folkish to the universal claim of the protection of human dignity, and thus to the fundamental values of freedom, solidarity, and justice. And when asked about the suspicion that Islam is fundamentally incompatible with the idea and practice of human rights, he replies, "The main difference to our view of humanity is that, as a rule, individual rights are not absolute in Islam, but are related to God, God's creation, and man's fellow creatures. For, according to Islamic belief, it is not man who is at the center of things, but God, who is the measure of all things. The invocation of responsibility before God in the Basic Law of the Federal Republic of Germany can be a bridge to the content of Muslim declarations of human rights." Geisler would never affirm this cultural difference as a ticket to social declassification, but it takes only a few mental steps to recognize it as exactly that, as a weapon in defense of one's own social privileges. The same Daniel Cohn-Bendit, who just called for a consensus of values against the rawness of the market, asserts elsewhere, "The Federal Republic is known to struggle in all areas where there is a lot to do, but the principle of collectively agreed employment would lead to extremely high costs. Just one example, the care sector. Especially here, a lot could be solved with foreigners." End of quote. It is hardly surprising, then, to hear how Barbara John CDU, the former Berlin Commissioner for Foreign Residents, who was highly praised from all sides, and who, incidentally, signed Turkesidis' inflammatory letter against Nekla Kalek, commented as early as 1992 on the rapidly increasing number of unemployed Easterners and the increase in unemployment among foreigners from 11 to 20% in 2 years. Quote, "Since the fall of the Berlin Wall, there has been a fierce competition for survival, in which older, less skilled foreign workers have fallen victim. She sees no chance of solving the problem with these first-generation foreigners," said Ms. John. "They are therefore increasingly taking advantage of the possibility created by the Senate of a bridging allowance of between 5,000 and 8,000 German marks to return home before the 6-month waiting period for the repayment of their pension contributions in Germany has expired." End quote. It is not misguided Bavarian provincials, but Turkesidis' friends in the Christian Democrats, such as John and Geisler, who are selling religion as a ticket to integration. The promotion of the ethnic economy is now revealed for what it is: a permanent state that has emerged under the laws of the market and perpetuates it, a state that represents the flip side of the consensus, which once only included the left but now encompasses the center of society, that Germany must be a country of immigration. The inclusion of immigrants in the ethnic labor market is the anti-racist answer to the well-known demand of conservatives for repatriation. The irrational mistrust of the colorblind market is what binds cultural conservatives and anti-racists together. Consequently, it is the latter cartel in particular that has led them to side with France, the country of selective regulation, where republicanism, in its emphasis on equality, has become the epitome of social injustice. Perhaps the subculture windbag Turkesidis also suspects that the French model is doomed and that it cannot function without the market. He praises the multiculturalism of the 1980s as a progressive discrimination of cultures in the divided market, as well as the contradictory mixture of state regulation, anti-discrimination law, and community affiliation as a positive qualification. However, he no longer recommends France as a role model, but Great Britain, of all countries, the country in which, according to a survey, most Europeans appreciate the Muslim next door as an honorable person, while in the same country there are the largest number of Muslims who do not return the sympathy of the islanders, but simply consider Western society and thus their neighbors to be contemptible. It is strange that Turkesidis is surprised about how conservatives also recognize that the overregulated market needs the difference of cultures or religions, because otherwise neither the welfare state for the autochthonies could be saved nor any employment provided for the excluded immigrants. If a folkish dominant culture, whose truly insurmountable border is not that of the territory but that of the welfare state, had indicated the expulsion of immigrants as the solution to the problem, then the democratic dominant culture promises intercultural tolerance in exchange for the abandonment of social standards for the culturally different while maintaining social privileges for the majority of the state's own people. This is the ethnicization of social conflicts, which people are less willing to talk about the more people talk about it. The 2005 OECD study, The Labor Market Integration of Immigrants in Germany, provides an indication of how the social democratic green cartel could be put out of business. Although the study found that in Germany even temporary work is not suitable for integrating the unemployed into the primary labor market, since hardly any temporary work is converted into regular work after 6 months, only 5% of participants in a temporary work project and only 2% of the immigrants among them had received a regular employment contract, while in Sweden more immigrants than locals find a job through such a project. The OECD recommended that more immigrants be placed through temporary employment agencies in Germany as well. The reason for this difference, which the OECD unfortunately does not mention, is that the use of temporary employment agencies in Germany does not primarily serve to lower wages, as the left-wing populism would have it, but rather that temporary workers are used whenever a company only needs additional personnel on a temporary basis. Personnel who, in the case of regular employment, would become unemployable after 2 years. The German version of job protection is therefore the reason why temporary work is not very suitable as a means of integration into the primary labor market. While in Australia there is practically no legal protection against dismissal, in Sweden an agreement has been reached on a graduated system of job protection based on age. The German restriction, however, which only allows dismissals for operational reasons or for reasons for which the employee is responsible, the former of which requires discussion by the Works Council, does not exist there. Anyone in Germany who relies on temporary employment agencies based on good experiences in other countries is comparing apples and oranges, and is ignoring the fact that all of Germany, led by the left-wing avant-garde, guards dismissal protection like the apple of its eye, to the detriment of all those who are excluded from the labor market. In order to avoid hollowing it out, temporary employment agencies are being promoted, as Wolfgang Clement, now a former member of the board of the DIS AG Temporary Employment Agency and now chairman of the Adecco Institute, did during his time as economics minister. But the abolition of protection against dismissal is being rejected with all one's might, so that a rotation from regular employment to temporary work and back becomes virtually impossible. And when even in times of economic upturn large parts of the required labor force are obtained through temporary employment agencies, while larger companies lay off permanent staff or transfer them to subsidiaries without a collective agreement, this is no reason for the trade unions to demand the abolition or relaxation of dismissal protection. By advocating its retention, they are only defending the privileges of their own clientele and thus preventing, for example, the former foreign buddies from getting back into the boat. On top of that, their own desire for segregation is reflexively blamed on the alleged American situation. A leftist of the old Europe is incapable of considering what these flexible conditions could mean for those who are made aware of their own superfluousness in this country every day. The postmodern ideologues have always presented the connection between capitalism and racism as follows. Racism against foreigners is a continuation of colonial domination under the guise of the nation-state. Unregulated market creates racism, period. Because the socialization of value is at the same time a crisis context, archaic, i.e. based on external characteristics such as gender or skin color, privilege seeks to repeatedly displace the value form of labor as a colorblind instance. Nevertheless, collective and institutionalized racism has clearly remained the problem of the socially oriented people's states, which seek to protect the native population from foreign competition. And on the other hand, it is rather market-oriented states, especially the USA after the abolition of racial laws, that seek to prevent economic segregation. The same applies to the discussion about reducing non-wage labor costs. Anti-capitalist reflexes, taking the employer to task for having to pay almost half of the wage to Social Security insurance and at the same time criticizing him for preferring to hire a student on a €400 basis instead of creating a low-paid full-time position, prevent a discussion of whether it might not make sense to finance benefits for the sick, unemployed, and pensioners in Germany, as they are in Scandinavia, for example, by taxing the end consumer, i.e. VAT. Against this background, communitarianism of core European provenance means the welfare state-sanctioned advance allocation of risk and risk premiums to the respective social groups. Job security, ME Incorporated, labor market 1 through 3, job creation schemes, €1 jobs, and ethnic economics are the vocabulary of an anti-capitalist community in which, more than in any other European country, social background and level of education, wealth accumulation, and inheritance status are interrelated. The American dream of the dishwasher has attracted many immigrants to the United States for many decades. Not because they don't know that it usually remains just a dream or because they are unaware that white America still exists, but because they know that in California or Florida you are asked what you do and what you can do and nothing more. They are not bothered there with existential monologues about how their multi-hybrid identities should be treated with respect and, on equal terms, only to be subsequently shooed through Chinatown as integration guides. While anti-discrimination laws in the United States are aimed at largely eliminating gender or skin color as risk factors, and the limitation of social assistance to a maximum of 5 years is intended to force young women, in particular, to decide on training and a career instead of preparing for a life as a mom, housewife, and permanent welfare case, the German version of the welfare state makes origin and skin color absolute, and uses these criteria to assign these people to the second and third labor markets. That is why German labor market policy is tailor-made for that group of immigrants who, in their childlessness and individualistic advancement, very rightly sense the undermining of their religion and naturally take advantage of the welfare state in order to issue a demographic challenge to the same society of unbelievers and pig-eaters by way of a welfare state-financed abundance of children. The authoritarian turning to the state, asking it to please level out inequality with local voting rights and dual citizenship. The inequality that one oneself first creates by replacing the free play of forces with the state is a prerequisite for the bad conscience of the do-gooder who would like to guarantee Ali and ICE a right to culture by constitutional mandate. Hatred of all societies that offer better opportunities, especially the United States, continues to this day to hold together Christian socialists, postmodernists, leftists, and the majority of male Muslims next door. A sample can be found in the book Argumenti am Stammtisch, 2006, published by the Federal Center, which recommends replying to the foreigners are taking our jobs away, with the following. Who is meant? The U.S.-American manager who renovates a company and thus actually takes away jobs as a foreigner? The Brazilian soccer star in a Bundesliga club, who is paid millions? Or the Polish worker in the slaughterhouse who works where no German wants to go anymore? Or is it the Turkish kebab shop owner who has 2 employees? Which foreigners are it that are taking away jobs from Germans? The seamstresses in Romania who tailor for 150 to 200 euros gross per month? And who decides that the companies produce there? It is certainly not the Italian pizza baker next door. In this context, the question arises for the slogan maker to what extent he himself is involved in the reduction of jobs, for example, through his bargain shopping at Chibo, Aldi, and Lidl, or by acquiring plastic toys at McDonald's. End of quote. Not to imagine what happened would the protégés of those professional anti-racists at a demonstration for their equality carry the flag of the country, in which it attracts far more of those who hope for themselves and their children to be able to lead a better life, and in which a black woman who grew up under the racial laws could become foreign minister. When they see the Star-Spangled Banner, the professional anti-racists only think, as the Welt columnists Max Einer and Mirsch aptly put it, of a hellhole without a collective bargaining agreement.